systems are offline.
Ho, 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 and Merry Christmas, everyone. It's George from Shortbox Summary, here to help spread some holiday cheer this season by introducing the latest in the Last Comic Shop podcast collection of past episodes, all linked together in one extended play mix. At this special time of year, the Last Comic Shop celebrates DC Comics with their annual event that they like to call DCember. And what kind of December would it be if we didn't celebrate one of their most famous heroes in the Dark Knight himself, Batman? So grab a glass of eggnog, some festively decorated sugar cookies, and enjoy evergreen past reviews, including Batman and the Joker, The Deadly Duo, Absolute Batman, Batman 89, the Batman Captain America crossover, Batman Going Sane and the Joker Folie movie review. Hey, I was on that one. And finally, Batman Venom, featuring comic book creator Russ Braun. Remember to rate, review, and subscribe to the Last Comic Shop podcast so you don't miss brand new episodes every Tuesday on your favorite podcasting service. Happy holidays, everyone.
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What happened next was a family controversy for years.
What was that? What happened? What broke?
I don't know what happened. I was watering your plant and I broke a lamp.
Don't you touch that! You were always jealous of this lamp!
Jealous of a plastic leg?
Jealous! Jealous because I won!
That's ridiculous! Jealous? Jealous of what? That is the ugliest lamp I've ever seen in my entire life!
Now it was out.
Get the glue.
What glue?
You used up all the glue! On purpose!
The old man stood quivering with fury, staring as he tried to come up with a real crusher. All he got out was,
not a finger!
With as much dignity as he could muster, the old man gathered up the sad remains of his shattered major award. Later that night, alone in the backyard, he buried it next to the garage. Now I can never be sure, but I thought that I heard the sound of taps being played. Gently.
Hey! All right! Man, we're not TBS nor TNT. We're the Last Comic Shop podcast. That's right. But we freely quote A Christmas Story just as much as any of those other wonderful outlets where you can watch it 24 hours a day come the Christmas season. It's one of my favorites, honestly. I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson. I'm joined by Chad Smith and Jay Scott. Both of you like this movie? Yes?
What?
I begin and end my Christmas season movies with Christmas Vacation.
Oh, okay.
Get the Tylenol. So we are a 1966 version of The Grinch House over here, but I can respect A Christmas Story. It's one of those movies you can start watching it at any point, and it works. It's great.
Absolutely. You can come in when they're at the department store and ho, ho, ho. You can come in when they're trying to change the tire. You can come in at the Black Bart scene. You can come in anywhere. But we're not here to talk about A Christmas Story. We are here to talk about Batman. And if you haven't guessed, it is still DCember here at the Last Comic Shop podcast. Yes, a whole month just of DC books. Why? Because we looked at our quotas and we said we are short on DC books in 2023. So we just kind of cram as many as we can into this last month and try to make it somewhat even. But in any case, today on the podcast, we are doing Chad's pick for December. And that is what book, Chad?
It is a book that was 10 years in the making, as there were rumors and solicitations back in 2013, 2014. Didn't come out until 2023. It is Batman and the Joker, The Deadly Duo.
And for those playing at home, this was another one of those books that was featured in the recommendation section of a previous show. I think it was during our Batman versus Hulk show that Chad first commented on this series, and I was like, ooh, I'm intrigued by the Mark Silvestri art.
And I've read the words since then.
Well, as we get to in just a second, I think that the pictures are better. Let's just say that.
They really tell the story.
But J.A. was very, very excited about this because Mark Silvestri is one of his favorite X-Men artists, right?
Yes, especially because of the way he draws Dazzler.
So my whole big thing was, in the 90s, there were the Image guys, and Mark Silvestri was always the guy where, like, I enjoyed Mark Silvestri's art, but would not have put him up there with the likes of a Todd McFarlane or a Rob Liefeld or a Jim Lee, who, for whatever reason in my mind, always seemed to be the hotter artist. Even though Mark Silvestri had that great run in the Outback X-Men, you know, he was doing Wolverine with Larry Hama. It wasn't until years later that I'm like, wait a minute. Not only is Mark Silvestri on par with those guys, I'm pretty sure he might be better than most of them.
He always reminded me of a man that, if he didn't make it in comics, could get a job designing clothing. Because especially when they're wearing suits or whatnot, so many of his drawings looked like they just came off of a fashion sketchbook.
I always more equated him as like more of like, I don't want to say like a working man's artist, but the bedrock, like the guy that's doing like the issues every month. And again, not really out in front, not really getting the spotlight, but quietly just churning out good books month after month. And you're like, oh yeah, this is really great. Maybe he just didn't have that rock star personality. Maybe he wasn't in like a Levi jeans commercial. Like,
yeah, for me, he was a more modernized version of a John Buscema, where he would do the muscle-bound guys and like have those really elegant action poses. But for whatever reason, it was more workmanlike to me.
I couldn't agree more. He was definitely quietly putting out books. And again, I'm glad that we're, highlighting him on this week's show, because maybe he doesn't get enough dap, as they would say. I don't even know if they say that anymore. In any case, what we do say is that once in a while we put out polls out on the X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it. And I think we stopped. But we haven't ever recapped a lot of those previous weekly polls. And so with 2023 wrapping up here, I thought it would be a great opportunity on this week's show to go over those final polls that we did probably about a month ago, I think is when we stopped. But simply put, J.A., I think you have the last 5 that we did.
So, yes, our first of the final 5 polls. Interesting. I think this changes throughout. Obviously, in the 90s, everyone was buying because of the artist. But do you buy a comic book for the writer, for the artist, or for the character?
This is a tough one because my answer varies based on the comic book. There are definitely a handful of artists out there where if I see their name on a book, I'm going to pick up that book. Chris Samnee, or I love Rob Liefeld's stuff. Bruno Redondo is one that I've come to really appreciate recently. And with writers, I can think of a handful of writers where if they're going to write that book, I'm going to give it a shot. People like Tom Taylor, Tom King, Jed McKay is creeping up there. Mark Russell is one who I always enjoy Mark Russell's books. But yeah, it's tough. There's not really one decisive factor. And so if I had my choice, I would just say the cover. There are books that I'll pick up just because the cover is neat looking.
Like Wonder Woman Historia. Totally bought that book for the cover. So disappointed that she shows up as a baby in the last friggin' panel.
That was last week's show. What is your pick, J.A.? I mean, are you a cover guy too, or are you like any of these other ones that were actually the picks?
I would probably have to go character. I mean, certain writers or certain artists, I'll look at, they did this book or they did that book. But if I'm not interested in the character that they worked on that book, I might not pick it up. Whereas it doesn't matter who the writer artist is, I will pick up like anything that's Silver Surfer, even if it's Dan Slott's horrendous destruction of the character.
one, I really like that run, but two, I also did the same thing with Dan Slott's Spider-Man. I like the character, so I bought it anyway, even though it drove me crazy.
And I have to agree with JA. I think that's the way I fall too. I will buy comic books because of the character first and foremost. There are certain characters I love, and then I'm always hoping that the writer and the artist do that character justice. But I'd be lying if I didn't say, like, oh, I'll pick up a book because Scarlet Witch is on the cover, or Vision, or Machine Man. And some of them aren't really good at all.
Marvel Zombies 3.
Oh, that was great. Shush up. Who won, though, J.A.?
It was character, so over 50% of the vote.
I will say number 2 is probably writer. It does help that there's a good writer behind some of those characters. And I will say this, that the writer is usually the main reason I would jump off a book after buying it because of the character. Right? Like, I'll give it like 2 or 3 issues, then be like,
that's not my Peter Parker, get off my lawn.
Hey, I got my ultimate Peter Parker back. He's married. He's all settled down. I love it. Any case, what's poll number 2, J.A.?
Well, coincidentally enough, we've got Mark Silvestri book on the show today. The next one is your favorite Outback X-Men. So who did you like drawn by Mark Silvestri the best? We had Havoc, Longshot, Psylocke, not Psych-Lock, Psylocke, and Dazzler.
Okay. Well, J.A., your pick was Dazzler, right?
Dazzler. All day, all night.
I still got to go Havoc. There's something about that look of Havoc. That all-black costume, it's one of the best, dumbest costumes in comics. Still my favorite.
Yes, I totally agree with that, Chad. Havoc's always going to win any poll as long as he's in that black costume. And not that awful Larry Stroman X-Factor thing with the puffy jacket and the blue and yellow. Oh, that was awful. Just awful stuff.
I love those books, but yeah, that costume is a disservice.
But I will say, if I had to pick a second, it's definitely the Psylocke costume from that era. Purple and pink, and she has the mask and the hood thing. That's the best. I think she won, right?
She did. She crushed it. 62% for Psylocke. And I assume they're all going for the Psylocke before she got sucked through the Siege Perilous and then replaced and body swapped and suddenly she's Asian. Nobody noticed.
Yeah. Leg up on something all the time, but hanging out in the wind.
I always count the Siege Perilous as the end of the Outback era, even though they were still kicking around a little bit.
You know what we should do in 2024? We should read this run of X-Men. We need to do it on the last comic shop. The Outback X-Men coming in 2024.
Agreed.
That's a lot.
Chad agrees. Let's move on to poll number 3.
Poll number 3 was, what's your favorite female monster? Is it Bride of Frankenstein, which, to be honest, I thought was just going to run away with it. Samara from The Ring. Syl from Species, there's a shout out to the 90s kids, and Carrie from the great Brian De Palma movie.
Yes, the pig's blood and all that. I'll start off with this one. I mean, I voted for Bride of Frankenstein. It's my Halloween tradition. I watch it every single Halloween. Got my kids now watching it with me. And especially, they say, the monster's mate, ? And they don't tell you who plays that part, but it's obvious that it's the same woman that plays Mary Shelley at the beginning of the movie. It's just, I don't know why they did it that way, but whatever.
Man, your reasoning is better than mine. I voted Bride of Frankenstein just because my mother-in-law wasn't on the list for my favorite monster lady. Yeah, she listens. I'm safe.
J.A., did you vote for your Species woman or no?
I did. I had to. I had to give her some love. So you got to be careful when you're giving her love because she'll then kill you.
See, I was very surprised, J.A. I thought for sure you were going to pick the Alien Queen from the Alien movie. Sure, she doesn't look like a female, but she's the Brood Queen, right?
Yeah, but it's not real. I mean, I don't consider Aliens to be a monster movie or a scary movie. It's an action movie. That's what makes it so great compared to the first one. James Cameron took the Alien franchise and moved it in a different direction. That's why those two movies hold up so well, because they're so different from one another. The first one is very much a space horror movie, and the second one is an action movie.
All right. Well, who won this one, J.A.?
Sissy Spacek for the win with 31% of the vote. Carrie.
I've never seen Carrie. So I just know it was like a pop culture reference point with all the pig's blood. But I got
you gotta see it. Ellen Bernstein's in it, I believe. She plays the mom, doesn't she?
Piper Laurie.
No, I take that back. It was Piper Laurie. Great Brian De Palma film. So if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. Speaking of movies, the next poll was your favorite zombie movie. There's so many, so I had to pick 4. I did Night of the Living Dead. I wanted to do Dawn of the Dead for Monroeville. Train to Busan, a Korean deep cut, if you will. 28 Days Later, and Shaun of the Dead, which I thought was going to walk away with this one.
Although it was sad because, I voted for Night of the Living Dead, and that is my favorite. Again, I'm not going to spoil it in case there are like 3 people out there that haven't seen it. That movie makes me angry at the end. It's such a good twist that it's just like, oh, no! You know, maybe it's not as gory as some of the other ones. Maybe it's when zombie movies were still in its infancy. I still just love that original idea. It's the seed where everything else sprouted from.
Yeah, for me, if I had to pick one to watch, I'd go Shaun of the Dead because I think it's the most entertaining. But as far as which one I thought was the best, I went Night of the Living Dead. Like Andy was saying, it's the seed that everything else sprouted from.
Correct. And what sprouted from that was a winner in Danny Boyle's 28 Days Later.
Wow. Is that what you voted for, or did you vote for your Train for Busan?
I voted Train to Busan. And sticking with movies for our final poll, possibly ever, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. Who knows? What is the worst superhero movie of all time?
Well,
this is a tough one.
Yeah, before we get to the for the JA pick, Dolph Lundgren's The Punisher, that was just awful. Superman 3 is also awful.
Oh, I've got one superhero movie I hate above all others, more so than the Snyderverse, which I think was misguided, more so than any of the movies JA picked, which I all thought were terrible exploitations of their franchise. The movie I hate the most, The Amazing Spider-Man. As a Spider-Man fan, I thought, oh, if they're ditching the Sam Raimi movies that were so great, they've got to be bringing something special. And not only did they bring nothing special, it was so bad. So bad that it was cut up so much. Even if there was a comprehensible movie in there, you didn't get to see it. I was so angry. I still remember the only reason I didn't walk out was out of respect for the $14 I had to pay for the ticket.
All right, so again, none of those 3 movies made the list. What did make the list, J.A.?
Catwoman, that Halle Berry piece of trash. Superman 4, The Quest for Peace.
I had the comic book adaptation of that. That was great.
Elektra. Did they do 1 or 2 Daredevil movies and then the Elektra movie? They all run together in my mind, that the Affleck Marvel-verse.
Unless you're counting Daredevil, the director's cut, as its own separate movie, which I would argue should be the case, is that movie is 100% more Coolio because it does in fact contain 100% more Coolio.
What was number 4?
Deep cut for this one was Howard the Duck.
Oh,
I think Howard the Duck is so bad that it comes around the other side. So it's George Lucas, and the duck has sex with a lady. Like, who cares? Like, that's an easy pick.
That was his follow-up to Star Wars.
Yeah, we all lay an egg once in a while.
But you're not voting for the best of the worst. We're voting for the worst of the worst.
Right.
And Catwoman easily won this poll. Easily.
Which is sad, because honestly, if you think about the Catwoman movie, originally it was supposed to be released as like the follow-up from Batman Returns. It was supposed to have Michelle Pfeiffer. It was supposed to be directed by Tim Burton. It was supposed to be a better movie. And then, like, decade passed. Michelle Pfeiffer didn't want to do it anymore. They lost all this. And then they had to, like... But it's sad.
Let's also not forget that they messed up the namings of the Batman movies after Batman Returns. The next one, which was Batman Forever, should have been Batman and Robin.
Yes.
Because it had the introduction of Robin. And then the next one, the George Clooney Batman movie, that should have been Batman Forever.
Yes, that is true. Anytime you have bat nipples, that should be forever. Any case, we could go on for this for a while. We got to get to the commercial break. That's all that we have for polls. They may come back in 2024. We haven't decided yet. If you like them, leave us some comments. Say, nah, don't get rid of polls. You guys are crazy. Or say, yeah, we hate these things. Go away. Any case, we'll be right back after we go away for just a little bit with our review of Batman and Joker, the Deadly Duo by Mark Silvestri.
BCWSupplies.com has everything a comic collector could need. Boards, bags, long boxes, and so much else for our ever so increasing collections. And you can save 10% on your total order by using promo code LCSPOD at checkout. Not only does this take 10% off BCW Supplies' already low prices, but it supports my favorite podcast, The Last Comic Shop. So get all your collecting gear at bcwsupplies.com and save 10% on your order with promo code LCSPOD at checkout. That's LCSPOD at checkout. Happy hunting!
Hello, my name is Tony Lynn. I am an aspiring poet with my first self-published book entitled, Well, Since You Asked. It is a collection of works that speaks to my journey through grief, single motherhood, and the dreaded dating after divorce. You can find my book on Amazon or reach out to me on all social media platforms under my name, Tony Lynn.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to discuss Mark Silvestri's Batman and Joker, the Deadly Duo, a 7-issue miniseries that came out of DC's Black Label Productions last year. It's since been collected into a fine deluxe hardback edition. I'm sure the paperback version will be out there soon. But let's start off with J.A. and tell us who else, in addition to Mark Silvestri, contributed to this miniseries.
So this was very much a Mark Silvestri affair. He did the story and the art, but we did have colors by Arif Prianto and letters by Troy Pateri.
All right, and so we're going to go with Andrew for our 10-cent synopsis. Mr. Andy, what did you think?
Man, you know what? Hey, I butchered last week's about Wonder Woman Amazon, so let's give it another try. With this particular collection of 7 issues, Batman teams up with the Joker. That's the 10-cent synopsis. There are zombie Jokers made out of Kevlar, I guess. It's weird. Then Batgirl shows up at one point because they take Joker to the Batcave and she fights with them.
Yeah, he wears a gimp mask.
There's a bat monster thing that comes out of a tooth that was embedded in Batman's shoulder. A lot of things happen in abandoned train stations or on trains. Am I missing anything else?
Jim Gordon was held hostage, and they started cutting off bits of his body and mailing it.
Yeah.
The big bad was very much sort of a Riddler-esque, not Riddler.
Right.
I was thinking this is kind of like a Riddler story, but then not Riddler because it's a reanimated corpse thing.
So I was thinking it was like more of a Goblin Queen.
Yeah, like a Madeline Pryor. No, I could see that. All I know is, at the end of the day, it was not a good day for a white wedding. And the 10-cent synopsis with that. I mean, it's 7 issues that really tries its hardest to justify why Batman and Joker would team up after so many years of being just blood feud enemies. And I don't know if I exactly bought it. And that's where I'm going to start with my initial thoughts. I applaud Mark Silvestri's art in this book. It was pretty to look at. I really did enjoy it. It reminded me of comics when I first started reading comic books back in the 80s and in the early 90s. It had a nice sheen to it. I didn't mind Batman. I thought the action scenes were thrilling. There was a lot of punching and kicking and jumping around and that kind of stuff that I like. It was a good book to turn your brain off and just enjoy. And I'm glad that I kind of sort of did, because from a plot perspective, I thought it was massively inconsistent. Somebody creating Joker clones that couldn't be killed, but they were made out of like metal, but not metal. And then like they would sprout from other things. And then my favorite part of the 7 issues, basically the big bad puts Batman and Joker eventually in like these situations where, to Jay's point about the Riddler, like he's got to solve something, or else everybody's going to die. And so they put them on this train that's like barreling towards the station that will kill everybody unless they reduce the weight of the train down to what it was when the train was empty.
The philosophy conundrum. Do you kill the 5 people on the tracks, or do you kill the hundreds of people on the train?
Exactly. And so Batman's here. I'm going to rip apart the entire train. I'm going to set the train on fire. I'm going to do whatever so that nobody needs to die. And then Joker's just like, I'm going to just grab the real big tubby people from. It was kind of hilarious. Like, I won't lie, these guys going back and forth. Too much pie? Nah, you need to take a step off. And so I love that part. If that could have been the entire series, I would have still been happy. But the rest of it, just all over the place.
Yeah, as I said, it felt like the big bad, who's this reanimated bride that died on her wedding day because Batman and Joker were fighting and crashed into the chapel or something, spoilers. And then she comes back from the dead, and now she's running around Gotham trying to make Gotham in her image, which is a dead corpse's image. I don't know. She did channel a lot of things that, this feels much more like the Riddler. It was a Riddler mixed with Saw, where Batman was forced to make these decisions, and one person would die or the other person would die, and Batman's trying to figure out how to keep no one from dying, and sometimes people died regardless. And then at the end, she's got this key to a lockbox that has the secret of who Batman is, and Joker gets it and then sends his henchmen to retrieve it and then kills them all, and he doesn't want to know what was in the lockbox because Batman and Joker are the peanut butter to his chocolate. And so he doesn't want to ruin that, even though he's going off to get married with Harley Quinn. He's like, you are our number one guy, and you. So I love the art. I love Mark Silvestri. I think there's a dynamic flow and a movement he's able to capture much more, Chad, than I feel like Rob Liefeld always felt like he's drawing these poster poses, where Silvestri, the action looks like it's actually occurring. It's not, I'm going to draw a really cool looking action pose and then put some stuff in the background to justify why his leg is distorted so that you can't see his foot or the bottom part of his leg. It's just the thigh because he's jumping out at you. And that looks cool.
Right. I don't disagree with you, but I do like the other version more. But anyway, go ahead.
The Joker zombies, I don't know, give or take. I thought there's some interesting things that he was trying to play with. I like the Joker being in the Batcave in the gimp suit with the headphones, and then Babs shows up and wants to beat the crap out of him because he's got her dad. So there were some interesting moments. I don't know if it all pulled together because I thought the plot at times did feel a bit threadbare, or just maybe he should have just done it with the Riddler as opposed to this reanimated corpse thing. That I thought that got lost. That's where it started to get a little bit too in the weeds. It's like, I don't care about the fake DNA bits.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Mark Silvestri and his art is that he has definitely leveled up from his initial X-Men days and even his original Image work on Cyberforce. He dove headfirst into the horror realm with Witchblade, and what was the dude Witchblade?
Oh, the Darkness.
Just dude Witchblade. You know what I'm talking about. Mark Silvestri's art has taken that next leap, as he's been, growing and developing as an artist. And as Jay was saying, he's not wrong in the fact that the rendering is so detailed and it's so lifelike. It has that John Buscema thing about it where, he makes them look like real people moving but in an exciting way. So you get some of the best of the Rob Liefeld style action poses with a more dynamic sense of realism, with that dose of horror that is all throughout this. And I was cracking wise. It's like, yeah, I prefer the Liefeld one. Honestly, I do, because Liefeld, he leans more towards like the action poster pose shot, whereas Silvestri now is leaning into the horror elements. And I think that's who this book is for. If you are a horror fan, and the idea of Joker clones that are even more indestructible, being taken down by the Joker and the Batman, like, this is your bad buddy cop version of a horror movie. And as much as we've talked about how Silvestri has all these different ideas that he's plugging into the story, like, it's all those horror tropes. It's the dark bride coming back for revenge because she was abused and mistreated by her father. It's the clone zombies roaming the streets and biting you, and if they bite you, then they get all the information that you know. And it's the taking over of Gotham, the city under siege and all of those things. And you have Jim Gordon in his own little Saw horror movie where he's there with a buddy and they keep demanding body parts. And he's like, oh, no. And then it's like, all right, Rick, I guess you're going to have to cut off another finger. And Rick's like, okay. I don't think his name was Rick. But and then they would send it to the world's greatest detective, and he wasn't like, don't worry, this is Rick's. I don't really care. But so you would have those minor inconsistencies sometimes, for the sake of getting through all these different horror tropes. And so I'm torn because as far as the story goes, the first time I read this, I got bored by the end. Like, there were a lot of words there. Sometimes we always talk about how so many of these image artists, we love their artistic work, but we wish they would get somebody to rein them in a little bit. And I could feel that here too, where if Silvestri had paired up with a more diligent and more somebody with the capability to streamline the ideas a little better on the writing side of things, I think this could really have gone even better than it did. But the second time I read through it, I was just focused on the pictures. I don't know. I think there's definitely a target audience out here for this book that, when you look at it, it's going to be enough. And the story, while it might go from zombies to brides to viruses to all this other stuff, like, it works. It works for a set audience. I just don't know if I'm that audience.
So, Chet, where are you then on the Marc Silvestri Batman costume, sans underoos, and then at one moment, sans belt itself?
Things here. One thing is you could tell that Marc Silvestri had started working on this prior to Black Label being a thing. Because one of the coolest parts about Vertigo's Black Label for me is when they put out a book, oftentimes they do it in that jumbo treasury size format, which I love. I love the work bigger. This didn't come out bigger. This came out in your regular comic book sized format. So I think that's probably because it was drawn and intended for the, regular standard comic format. But when I initially got it, I looked at the costume, and Silvestri, this is its own story, its own continuity or whatever. Silvestri redesigns the Batman costume. And my first look at it, I was like, oh, that's dumb. He takes away the underoos, gives Batman an all-black bat, but still keeps the blue and the cape and the cowl. And I was like, oh, I don't like that. But then, as the book went on, I'm maybe 2 issues and 3 issues, I'm like, no, that costume's really freaking cool. And I don't know whether it was just because Marc Silvestri's art, it hooked me so much. The action sequences were so good, but it was really working for me. It really, I turned around on the costume, but then he took away the belt. Which, by the way, it's a black utility belt, which is the coolest badass thing. I don't think anybody's ever done a black utility belt.
Oh, no, Batman. Because it's usually gold or yellow or some sort of off color, to stand out.
This fit perfectly. And then for a portion of the story, he takes away the belt. And listen, you can take the gutchies off of Batman, or you could take the belt off the Batman, but you can't take off the gutchies and the belt. You got to have one of the two at least.
He's got to have some way of holding up his pants.
That's right.
That's not a unitard. I don't want to just be staring at his package. I need something to kind of mask it. To be like, oh, there's a belt above that. I don't want to just look at his wang.
It was a bit unitard-esque at the end, and I was like, that's just, it didn't work for me.
But speaking of the costume, I love anytime they go back to kind of more of a grayscale for like the base of the costume, unlike black. Like I never understood after like 1989 and they started making the Batman's costume like all black, or the black is the main color. Like the cowl can be like that, but I'm really more about the blue and the grays. And so I think that really did work with like that half belt thing that he went, I liked it.
You just got to have the belt on all the time. I don't care what your story demands. If you need the Joker to throw him the belt, give Joker something else to throw him. Leave that belt on.
Any case. We'll be right back with more of the Last Comic Shop right after these commercial breaks with our ratings of Batman and Joker Deadly Duo, as well as recommendations, maybe some great things you can pick up for your comic book fan this Christmas. Stay tuned.
Hey everyone, Brian Thomas here from the former The Batman vs. James Bond show and the upcoming The Night Cave show. Do you like noir, black and white gritty murder mysteries? Do you like crime stories or even pulp comics? Then you're gonna love Nick Palatichuk's debut graphic novel entitled The Greenway. It's 1968, and Butch Schultz, a black market merchant, finds that his friend has been murdered in a mansion in St. Paul. Now he is out looking for who did it, while the city's best detectives are on the case. Nick's graphic novel is already getting rave reviews, let me tell you. Zero Supervision Comics podcast says, a dark, intriguing story that makes you want to know more. The Glenn Thinks Stuff podcast says, it's explosive, captivating, and alluring. And actor Kyle Hester from The Chair, Zombie with the Shotgun, and Preacher 6 says, can't wait for this book. You got to get on this. Order your copy today at Indie Planet, A New World of Comics. That's www.indieplanet.com. Hard copies and digital copies are available, and now digital copies are only $5. That's right, I said it, just $5. So make sure you order yours today.
Hi everyone, I'm Nerd Bummer.
And I'm Tactic, and we're two of the hosts of the Online Warriors podcast.
Our podcast started as a way for three best friends to keep in touch and discuss their nerdy hobbies like movies, gaming, tech, and more.
Since then, we've grown into a great community. Every Wednesday, we chat about the latest nerdy news before getting hands-on with our weekly nerdy adventures.
And don't forget our high-stakes trivia game. Come join the fun at onlinewarriorspodcast.com and every major podcast platform. And now, back to the show.
All right, we're back with more of the Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our ratings. And will this be a present to you out there in Last Comic Shop Fanville? Yes, are we going to provide you with something wrapped up in a bow, give it to you? It's called a 1 out of 4 scale, and it comes from J.A. Scott. So what is our rating scale this week, Jay?
1 out of 4 zombie teeth, because I don't think we talked enough about the fact that Batman got chomped on, took the tooth out, put it in a petri dish, and then it grew into a new monster thing. And that was one of the subplots where this monster was like feeding on itself, and so he developed these silver bullets, if you will, that he could shoot, and it would just like speed up the process of the alien synthetic DNA killing itself.
Right,
and that's how he ended up killing people, like the Joker zombies. He would shoot them in the head with the bullet that had the sped up process of, so that they would end up like their brains would eat themselves.
You know what it was? You guys oftentimes comment about how like we read this book called Plunge and there wasn't enough math. There wasn't enough clone stuff. They started that thing and it went nowhere.
Not only was there so much clone stuff, Batman packs all the bombs to get rid of the clones inside the Joker's suit and just sends them out. He's like, ah! And this is after the Joker helped him solve that train problem by killing all those people. And Batman's like, oh, I never would have killed all those people, but I guess he solved this train problem. Like, he didn't give any craps.
He made those trains run on time. I guess I'm okay with it.
Oh, my goodness. Oh.
I didn't have to do it. My hands are... And that's the thing. I'll start off with my rating. I'm going to give this 2.5. I think it was a little bit better than average, but this was nowhere near a good story or any of the stories that we've read Batman thus far. I've loved a lot of the other ones we've done, like 10 Nights of the Beast. I love that story. Batman Universe, that was great. A lot of the other Batman books we've read on this show have been much better than this one. And one of the major reasons, other than the inconsistencies with the plot, and somebody needed to rein in Mark Silvestri on some of these storylines, and the fact that this Gotha zombie chick could have just been the Riddler. The main reason I'm giving it a 2.5 is, boy, am I just really tired of the Joker. I'm just really, really tired of that character. And honestly, when Chad was like, we're going to read a Batman book with Joker, I was just like, oh, you had me at Batman, you lost me at Joker, because I feel like we have basically seen almost all of the best Joker stories. And I'm waiting for a writer to come along and blow my mind by providing me with a Joker I haven't seen. And oftentimes it happens in some of these books because they give me a Joker that I haven't seen visually. Like Mark Silvestri's Joker is really interesting in this, right? And I like the joke. I even like the design of the Joker monster clones. Like they're kind of cool. Joker is a character in this, other than throwing those people off the train. Again, like I don't need that psychopath, and oh, Batman, you're my plaything, and I would have never found out your secret identity. Yeah, we knew that. We knew that, Joker. Like, for that to be the big reveal at the end and stuff, like he was worried that Joker would find out. No, we all knew that. Well, it was telegraphed from page one.
But Sylvester, he worked out so many of those plans. You didn't like Project Aegis or whatever, where it's, oh, we're just going to pretend like somebody's threatening the Wayne Foundation, and everyone in Batman's life is going to go into witness protection. I'm tired of the Joker. So if I never have to read another Joker book for the next 5 years, I'll be really happy. As I said, I'll go back and read The Killing Joke if I want to read a good Joker story. It's already been done. So you know what you're missing out on is that Joker book. As Francesco Francavilla has been doing art occasionally, and Gilliam March on that Joker book that's been coming out.
No. 2.5 Joker books, whatever. J.A.
Yeah, I'm going to rate it slightly higher than that. I love the Mark Silvestri art. If there's anything I can ding it for, is there wasn't enough of Batgirl, Babs. There wasn't enough Selena Kyle and Catwoman. There was enough females, because Mark Silvestri draws female action heroes so great. And maybe I'm just wishing that I had more Dazzler in my life from Mark Silvestri, but that was what I was missing. Even his Harley Quinn is great, and there wasn't much of her. Even the big bad, she was all right, I guess. I don't know. I wasn't a super fan of her character design, to be honest. She just looked like a corpse's bride type thing. He was channeling Tim Burton, I think. But I'm going to give it 3. It's a solid 3. It was fun. It's horror tinged. Script, there were some plot holes. Much better Batman books out there, but this is, while not as good as the ones that I'm going to recommend, it's a book that I would say that you shouldn't read. So, Chad.
All right, so I'm going to stick up for this one. I think that the art is simply superb in this book. It is next level stuff from Mark Silvestri. From the page 1 to the final page, he doesn't skimp at all, and his rendering is so detailed. It's hard not to appreciate this book for the pictures alone. And if that's all you're getting out of this, you're getting your money's worth. And if you are a horror fan, if you are a person that was really super into the Scott Snyder Batman with Greg Capullo, this is, a spiritual sidecar, I feel, to that type of Batman story. And we talked about all these ideas. I think we're looking at it the wrong way. This is jam-packed with so many ideas. This could be a series unto itself if we were to explore all these different things. I don't think we're giving Silvestri enough credit for all the crazy ideas that he came up with and threw into this book. I think there's a ton of creativity here. But as we've said, at the end of the day, the story itself, that's the part where sometimes it was a little too wordy. Sometimes, the connections weren't always there, or interactions would seem a little bit awkward. There was a whole, series with Catwoman and Nightwing where she just made comments about his butt, but it was weird because the way that Mark Silvestri drew it, it was Nightwing who was at Catwoman's butt level.
Yes.
And you think he'd be talking about her butt instead of her talking about his butt.
Yeah. He didn't even show his butt. They were all showing Catwoman's tush. It was like, why is this a thing? Like, we get it, but yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah, that just relies on prior knowledge that everybody goes crazy over Nightwing's butt. So there were minor inconsistencies here, but not enough to take away from how beautiful the artwork is. And I think for a Bat fan, for this being a standalone story, you can, start and read through in one sitting. I think this is a wonderful addition to your bookshelf. If you're looking for something, a present for that Bat fan, that horror fan out there, this is an excellent choice. You would not be disappointed. I'm going to give it a 3.25. And sometimes they're shot into the Joker clone's head by Jim Gordon. Because Batman won't shoot people with guns, but he'll let Joker throw people off trains, because why not?
Right. Any case, we're hoping that you don't get off the train for this episode just yet, because we've got recommendations for you. Yes, these are other comic books that you can pick up in addition to Batman and the Joker, the Deadly Duo, which you can get in single issues at your local comic book shop today. And we're going to go ahead and start off with Jay Scott, because I think he has another Batman-type story for all of our fans.
I do, and so get out your pen and paper, because I'm not recommending one, but a whole slew of Batman-related stories that you can pick up today to get your fill of the Dark Knight. What? Some of these we've covered on the show in the past, so you can go find our reviews of those. Other ones we've talked about. So seeing that this is the Christmas season, I want to recommend a bevy of Batman-related books that you can pick up. Be it The Court of Owls, or Hush, or Batman The Dark Knight Returns, Batman Year One by Frank Miller, The Killing Joke, you had mentioned that as great Joker story, or he's back now, but one of the original deaths in A Death in the Family, where Robin dies, and we talked about this on a show where Mikey Wood talked about calling in and voting to have him die.
You know how they do those facsimile editions where they're reprinting stories?
Uh-huh.
They are releasing, and it might be out as of the time this episode comes out, a faux simile edition of the Batman Death in the Family issue where Jason Todd lives, publishing the version where if the other option had won the 900 number poll.
Wow.
There you go.
And another good Batman story comes from Chad Smith's recommendation this week. So, Chad, what is yours?
In addition to the bevy of Bat books that Jay is recommending, I'm going to add one more to the shelf. It is Batman One Dark Knight, which is written and drawn by Jacques, who you may know from Batman The Dark Mirror, a story originally written by Scott Snyder back when Dick Grayson had taken the helm of Batman. But in this case, it is a Bat book, and Gotham City is being taken over. There's been an EMP-based villain who is throwing off all the electricity. It's jock art. It's a jock story. That's what makes it good. Similar to whenever I first picked up Batman and the Joker, the Deadly Duo, I picked this one up for the pictures. I may or may not have read the words yet. I'll probably read the words at some point, but it's worth it for the jock pictures. So Batman One Dark Knight. Check it out. And also, if you do buy it in the original issues, it came out in the traditional DC Black Label format. So you get the art just embiggened, and that's my favorite. Check it out. It's real pretty.
Yeah. And I will say that back to my initial comment about how, one thing that people do well nowadays is come up with awesome visual representations of the Joker. I think Jocks is one of the best. I don't know if you've ever seen, Last Comic Shop fans, the wonderful drawing that Jock did, where it's basically Joker's face made up of all of the bats. That's just so awesome. It's just wonderful stuff, honestly. And speaking of wonderful stuff, my recommendation this week is not a Batman book, but I feel like it's super timely and does come out of DC. It comes out of DC's old Black Label, aka Vertigo. And this is a series that I have to thank my nephew for getting me involved with, because he was the first one to actually read it. And he said, Uncle Andy, you got to check this out. It is called DMZ, and it is by Brian Wood, with art by Riccardo Burchielli. If you're looking for this in your local comic book shop, I would start with Volume 1, On the Ground. It was written a while back by Brian Wood, I think post 9/11, and it's simply put a story about what if there was a second American Civil War. It takes place about 5 years after the war starts. New York City has turned into a brutal no man's land, and the main character, an up-and-coming reporter named Maddie Roth, starts the whole series by being shot down in the middle of the DMZ, this war zone in the middle of New York City. His entire group is killed except for him, and he basically makes his way through Manhattan and the 5 boroughs and meets all these folks that are living in this war-torn, devastated New York City by the Civil War. And although he wrote this many, many years ago, I feel like with the current political culture out there in America, this is way more timely now than it ever has been. Like, there were people that way back in the day were like criticizing Brian Wood for not explaining enough about why there would be a civil war and why there would be these militias popping up and trying to take over the United States, and why the United States would fight back and drop bombs on cities with civilians and stuff like that. And I feel like, again, this is the world we're living in right now. Damn it. And so it's very, very dark. It sometimes hits way too close to home nowadays. But I feel like as a series, it's one that more people should read right now. Don't turn away from this. Stare into the void. Stare into the abyss. Read DMZ. It'll speak to you. Maybe not in the ways that you really want to as a series, but that's what good fiction does.
You're one of those guys that pushed Contagion to the top of the download list, aren't you, during COVID? You're like, I'm stuck inside with this possibly dangerous disease covering the world. I'm going to go watch Contagion to see how Matt Damon dealt with it.
Well, as I said, maybe it's therapeutic, maybe it's, dealing with but it's a really good series, and it's filled with interesting characters. And I mean, J.A., you should probably like this because you loved Brian Wood's Northlanders. He did that Viking series that you loved and recommended on a previous show. So this is, again, dealing with more like current event kind of stuff. So, and this comes out of Vertigo, which is something else you love.
Because you're all about reliving the horror that you're experiencing at the moment. So yeah, I'll have to check it out.
And we hope that you check out more episodes of The Last Comic Shop, especially for the rest of DCember. That's right, we've got 2 more DC comic books to finish off 2023, our 3rd season. We've got Human Target by Tom King and Greg Smallwood next week. So we've been looking forward to that. Champing at the bit for that one. And then to wrap up 2023, we've got Catwoman Lonely City. So both of those episodes coming up in the next 2 weeks. Make sure that you're sticking it here to Last Comic Shop all the rest of December, and you can do that by going out to our website, www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, and rate, reviewing, and subscribing on any of those myriad of podcasting platforms that you can find our show every single Tuesday.
And while we may be the Last Comic Shop podcast, we don't want to actually be the last comic shop. So we encourage everybody to get out there to a shop near you and pick up some of the books we talked about or recommended this week, including but not limited to Batman, the Deadly Duo, and every other Batman story. J.A. brought in Court of Owls. He brought in Hush. He talked about Dark Knight Returns. He talked about Killing Joke. He talked about Death in the Family. We talked about the Death in the Family Simile edition where Jason Todd lives. He's alive! Batman says as he clutches the broken, blown up body. Oh, don't trust Jason Todd's mom. Anyway, we also talked about Jacques' One Dark Knight, which featured Batman. And then Andy was tired of Batman, so he decided to go DMZ to remind you of the terrible world around us in which we all live. All that and more waits for you at your local comic shop.
Does Matt Damon save the day, just like he does in Contagion?
Find out and more.
There's not any Matt Damon in DMZ. I'm just...
Aw, dang.
Spoilers. Anyway, you can also head back to our website where you can find links to all the action, links to our social media accounts, and links to our merch store where, Jay, what are we featuring this week?
Black utility belts.
Oh, yes.
So cool. So cool.
I know. They look sweet on that gray. It looks so much better than even the yellow. They should just adopt it.
I was not a fan of the Silvestri Batmobile, though. I feel I was let down there.
Yes, and the Silvestri Batjet looked very much like the Silvestri X-Men Blackbird.
Oh, yes. How about this for a hot take? I have never liked any of the Batmobiles. Never. I'm not even the Lincoln Town Car. Like, I think they all look stupid. Like, they all look dumb. Like, even
shut your mouth. The 1989 Batmobile from the 89 movie, that is the best.
You've just broken my heart. Batmobiles in general, they're good every time, almost. Another Bat book we didn't talk about, Sean Murphy. What's his book?
White Knight. Yeah, you should go.
But he draws the cave with all the Batmobiles in it. And it's awesome because it has all the Batmobiles.
All right. Another good one is if you don't want Batman this holiday season, but you want a Batman-related book, I would recommend Gotham Central by, oh gosh, who does that? Ah, crap.
Michael Lark is on the art. It's not Brubaker, is it?
I think it might be Brubaker, honestly. There's that one. There's also Grayson, where Dick Grayson becomes a super spy instead of being Nightwing. That's good, too. Like, oh, there's so many good Batman books that aren't this one. Let's talk about those ones. But we'll be back next week with more Last Comic Shop. Until then, I was the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith and J.A. Scott, as always. And until next week, we hope that you stay safe, stay Batman-y. Like, do something Batman-ish with your free time this holiday season. Climb up on the roof and jump off into a snow pile. Get some flat tires from the Joker, and
Robin's laying eggs. I was going to say, that should be our holiday mission, is for folks to turn their winter coats into their own personal utility belts. See how much stuff you can cram into all those pockets of those winter coats you've got going out there. Maybe you need some string or some sprays or shark repellents.
Comic Shop was a 2023 Black Angus production.
Hey, it's Mikey Wood, frequent Last Comic Shop guest and collector. And as a collector, I'm always in need of boards, bags, long boxes, and more to house all those comics. That's why I use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off my orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get me a discount on BCW's already low prices, but I know using LCSPOD at checkout is another way I can show my support to the Last Comic Shop podcast in their continuing mission to bring fans together under that big comic book tent. So if you're in need of comic book supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's LCSPOD.
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, it is now time for more of the Last Comic Shop podcast.
That is right. We are opening up the shop to newbies to help them find their way underneath this giant comic book tent.
And we're leaving lights on for the oldies and the moldies that are wondering, what are all these kids talking about these days? What's that book everybody's been trying to scoop up there?
And why is Batman so big?
That's right.
He's thick.
There you
ever
go.
see the movie The Great Outdoors when John Candy has to eat the old 96er? Yeah, that's Batman. I've been talking about it for years. He's a big hunk of steak. And Absolute Batman, which is the book we're going to be covering this week, the first 6 issues. And I don't know if I'm going to call it a Year of Chad book. It's kind of a Year of Chad book, right? Like you were super pumped this first drop, Chad, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was something different. It was something exciting. It was a change of course for DC. And it is just bonkers. Just absolute bat guano crazy. And I love it. I love it. I love it. But we'll talk more about that as we go.
Right. And by the way, I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson. I am joined by Chad Smith, who picked this wonderful book for us this week, as well as J.A. Scott and Ethan Larson. And we brought Ethan on today's show not only because I thought this book would be right up his alley, but also it's been a long time since we've done some blind rankings. That's right. I don't know if Gen Z is still into this, Gen Alpha, they care about this at all. But we're old fogies, and we still see some of these reels, and we're like, all right, well, let's just keep doing this. It was fun the first time.
Yeah, we did it once. It was good.
Why not? You know? Yes. So my brother Ethan is going to be the host for this segment. I think he has 5 of these blind rankings. Now, before, again, we start, just in case there's somebody that's never heard of this before, what is a blind ranking, Ethan?
I'm just going to give it to you straight. This is going to be all DC-related blind rankings for this week because we're doing a DC book. DC launched their all-in new multiverse thing, which Absolute Batman is certainly part of. And so we're going to do some blind rankings. What that means is I'm going to throw out a subject, and I'm going to give you 5 different choices, and you guys have to rank them, but you don't know what's coming next. So that's let the chaos ensue. You're going to rank them 1 to 5.
All right. Well, I've got my DC thinking cap on, so why don't you hit us with that first one, Ethan?
All right. So I'm going to need y'all to rank these Batman writers.
Ooh.
First one that we're going to start off with is the writer of Absolute Batman, Scott Snyder.
Gosh, he's good. I mean, he wrote Court of Owls. He's written Absolute Batman. Is he an all-time writer? Like Denny O'Neil?
I'm going to say 3.
3?
Right in the middle.
Yeah, 3 sounds good. Yep.
I was going to go 4, slightly lower, but
I just don't want Bob Kane to be anywhere on the top 5 unless he's 5.
He didn't even write it. He didn't draw it either. But
Exactly.
All right, so we're putting him in at 3. Then what's next?
All right, second person is going to be Grant Morrison.
I don't like Grant Morrison as a Batman writer, to be honest. Like, I just never got around to him as a Batman writer, so I would put him at 4. Honestly, I can understand why people like Grant Morrison, but like Batman of what is that?
Zurinar. No, I'm with you. I really like Damian as a character, and that's all because of Grant Morrison. But then there were others that were a little too far out there for me, so I'm okay with the 4.
Didn't he write the main story in Detective Comics 1000 where he brought everybody in from the time warp, or is that?
No, that was Tom King that wrote that story.
No fans of Batman Incorporated, I see. Okay.
Oh, I did enjoy Batman Incorporated. That was good.
Too late, it's season 4.
Yeah, still 4. All right.
All right, so the next person up is Tom King.
I mean, I can't put him at number 1 because there's a lot of people that have written Batman over the years, whether it's Gardner Fox, whether it's Bill Finger, whether it's Miller. Yeah, 2. Because I can't put him at 5. I don't want to put Tom King at 5. He had that issue with the double date. That's worth a 2.
Yeah.
I really like that issue, and there's that. There's also the Batman Elmer Fudd crossover, but there were also a lot of meh.
All right, so we've got a 2 from me, and it seems like a 5 from Chad. Jay, you're the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think the stuff that sort of stands out are the one-offs and the not like real Batman stories. I gotta agree with Chad. I'm putting him at 5, and hoping that we don't come back and bite us in the ass.
Didn't he marry Batman though? He tried
Batman? To, which was awesome. He also did the One Bad Day series with all the villains. Like at least he wrote the Riddler one, which was the best one. The entire series. But he's at 5. Let's move on. What's it?
He killed Alfred.
2-1. What do we got here?
All right. Next up is Frank Miller.
Oh,
that's one.
Yeah.
Even over Denny O'Neil.
I would not say that, sir. I would put Denny O'Neil over Frank Miller, but I don't know if we'll get Denny O'Neil. So
name 3 great Denny O'Neil Batman stories.
Did he do Laughing Fish, or was that somebody else?
That was Marshall Rogers and Steve Englehart.
What about the Raw Ghul?
Didn't he do Nightfall? Wasn't that all? Regardless, Frank Miller, fine. Number 1. Who's at number 2, Heath?
All right. Well, number 2 is Denny O'Neil. So you guys missed the bullet there if I putting because you would have had Denny O'Neil at 5 if you didn't.
No, Denny O'Neil put a lifetime worth of work into Batman and the Bat Office, and his influence is impossible to deny. But Frank Miller's that guy that just came in like lightning, has 2 mic drop Batman stories. And then that one with Jim Lee, but that's Jim Lee's.
All right. So recap it here.
So just the recaps. We got 5 Tom King, 4 Grant Morrison, 3 Scott Snyder, 2 Denny O'Neil, and number 1 is Frank Miller.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with those rankings.
Yeah. Are you happy with them? Leave us some comments. What's number 2, Heath?
All right. So I'm going to need y'all to blind rank these Superman villains.
Ooh,
we're going to start off with Parasite.
Wow. 5? No. Come on. In terms of pure power, like I get it, Doomsday, Lex Luthor's probably on this list. Not only do I like Parasite's power set because I feel like he can actually, fight Superman.
I was going to say, I agree, Ed. He's the suckerfish of Superman villains.
Yeah. He's got that purple cool outfit with no mouth. It's just...
He's better than somebody. 4.
Yes, exactly. He's got to be better than somebody. So 4 it is.
All right. So the next one up is General Zod.
Neil before Zod.
Before Zod.
Maybe 3. I still feel like there's better Superman rogues.
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna say 5 on that one.
He did get beat by a cellophane cape,
but what's his face snapped his neck in Man of Steel.
So, like I said, 5.
Yeah, he is a bit vanilla, to be honest. This guy came from Superman's planet. There's not a lot of backstory. They always try to give him backstory, and it's always bad. So
think of the guys that are still out there. There's Brainiacs, there's Luthors, there's Doomsdays, there's Lois's Time of the Month. Right. Like Superman has all these other villains he's got to face down.
All right, he's a 5.
And he needs a squad. I mean, you guys didn't mention that.
That is true. He does. He does need like the big tall dude.
Next up is Bizarro.
Oh, I like Bizarro. I really like Bizarro.
So tell me what the difference is between General Zod and Bizarro.
Bizarro's got a better name.
Better shtick. Like, the anti-Superman. We've always said it on this show. You want a good villain, give the anti-version of the same character. You got the Spider-Man and the Venom. You got, Flash or Reverse Flash or Professor Zoom or whatever the hell his name is. And then you got Bizarro and Superman. And he's like one of the OG.
Plus, they never made a Seinfeld episode about General Zod. They did make a Seinfeld episode about Bizarro.
But they don't say Neil before Bizarro.
They don't, because you have to say it backwards. You say Bizarro kneels before you.
I'm gonna go 3. There's so many heavy hitters, but I may not respect Bizarro. No, wait, I do. I'm so confused. Anyway,
so here's our top 2. Who we got?
All right, the next person up is Brainiac.
Oh yeah, he's number 2. Unless we don't get Lex, I mean, he could not give us Lex. Even if he gives us Doomsday, I would put Doomsday over Brainiac just because he killed Superman. Like, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Would I put Toy Man over him? No. But like, I doubt that we're getting Toy Man. So I'm okay with 2. And we'll hedge our bets. And hopefully we'll get Sexy Lexi.
Is that how you guys showing number 2?
Yeah, number 2.
Yeah, he's number 2. Yeah, Brainiac is definitely 2.
Y'all done messed up because number 1 is Toy Man.
Oh, well.
Can't win them all.
We just burnt this one down. Can we start over again? Toy Man number 1. You know what? Didn't he make that giant like half Batman, half Superman mech in that one story, Chad?
Don't try to
The composite, yeah.
The composite Superman Batman mech guy. No, we missed. Heap shame on us.
We got number 5, General Zod. Number 4, Parasite. Number 3, Bizarro. Number 2, Brainiac. And number 1, the greatest Superman villain of all time, Toy Man.
All right, I can't live with this shame. I got to get this bad taste out of my mouth. Let's move on to the third one.
All right, so I'm going to need y'all to blind rank these DC continuity reboot events.
Oh, jeez. Can we just say they're all 5 and move on to the next one?
You know what? Even when you're looking at trash, some trash is shinier than others. Some of them are like, you get a blind rank like this, you get a free bowl of soup. Looks good on you.
Yes, we're going to start with Infinite Crisis.
The Blue Beetle one.
But isn't that the one where like Batman shoots Darkseid in the face and Darkseid's a hobo?
Yeah, and I got really confused. I think this leads up to Flashpoint.
There's a lot of stuff it leads. I was not a fan of this one. I'm going to rank it 5. There's got to be better events than this.
Yeah, that was Grant Morrison that lost me. There's Grant Morrison that I really like, and there's Grant Morrison that loses me. The countdown to Infinite Crisis is when they started taking out the JLI. So yeah, I'm with you on 5.
What Infinite Crisis ultimately led to New 52.
We're a little harsh on New 52. I can put that at 4. There were some good ideas that came out of New 52 in retrospect, much more than Infinite Crisis, right?
I would even go as high as 3, because New 52, it was a swing. It was a big swing, right? But that Wonder Woman run that I love is New 52. Court of Owls was New 52. There are lots of great stories that came out of New 52.
Yeah, but the reason why Batman New 52 works is because New 52 Batman is the same as regular Batman.
Well, that was Grant Morrison just ignored it. He's like, it's Batman incorporated with a slightly different chest symbol. It's fine. It's fine.
All right, you know what? We'll take a stab. We'll put it at number 3. Chad convinced me.
Plus, you know what? If we didn't have New 52, we wouldn't have one of the best books of all time, All-Star Western. Come on. All-Star Western needs one of these compact series. I'd buy that in a heartbeat. All right, next one up. When they just said, we're going to take this New 52 and we're just going to dump it right in the trash and go back to everything going back to normal. Rebirth.
I did actually like Rebirth more than New 52, so I kind of have to think that's 2. I can't put it at 4. It was better.
So, yeah, here's the thing. You've caught me right in the middle of a fever where, like, I've been catching up on Rebirth books, like the Superman as a dad. Like, those books are great. Super Sons with Damian and John Kent. Those books are great. Josh Williamson Rebirth Flash Run. That is awesome. With Godspeed and all this other stuff going on. Those are the books that I'm actually hunting, like, right now. I actually have a soft spot for Rebirth, only because it's right now. I'm sure if you talk to me in a month, I'll be like, yeah, whatever.
Well, I gotta say 2.
Yep.
Let's go with 2. All right, what's next?
All right, so the one that started it all, Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Oh, that's
got to be number 1.
Yeah.
That's the granddaddy of them all. No
right.
question. Just move on.
So the only spot y'all have left is number 4, which is going to be for Infinite Frontier. Anybody want to mention anything about Infinite Frontier?
That was killed in its crib before it got to be anything, right?
Yeah, that's true. It really did.
The Tom Taylor Nightwing was out of Infinite Frontier, right? Or am I making that up?
It's so hard to keep track of, though. You're right. There probably were good books that came out of this. The fact I'm struggling figuring out what those books are.
What was the event before it that was supposed to be the big change in DC where they're like, no, we're not going to actually change things?
Future State?
Future State. That's the one.
Begins after the events of Dark Knights, Death Metal, Generations, and Future State.
So,
well, I doubt Infinite Frontier is going to be super remembered. I do think it's the part where DC started to get back on track, where they're like, no, we need to put good creators on good books. You know, we need to get Mark Waid back. The steps in the right direction. So I respect it, but not too much.
Good solid 4. So what's that ranking, Ethan?
So we got number 5 is Infinite Crisis, number 4 is Infinite Frontier, 3 is New 52, 2 is Rebirth, and number 1, of course, is Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Yes. So we've got 2 more on this segment.
All right, so I'm going to need y'all to blind rank these Lois Lane actresses.
Ooh.
And we're going to start off with Kate Bosworth from Superman Returns.
Kate Bosworth. 5. I mean, I think she was fine. Like, there has to be better.
No.
Terry Hatcher's on this, probably.
Yeah, Terry Hatcher's got to be number 1, I would say.
Oh, no. Over Margot Kidder?
Yes.
I mean, looks-wise, yes, but Margot Kidder that's like one of the iconic Lois Lanes. That's like up there with...
Yeah, just because she's the first doesn't make her...
No, she wasn't even the first. What about the
Jay, we'll upload him later.
Put her at 5. Let's move on.
All right, so the next one up is they have Erica Durance, who is in Smallville.
Didn't watch a lot of Smallville, so...
Yeah, I'm bad at TV.
4.
Moving on. Slightly better than this other person.
Yeah, no fault to Erica Durance. We just...
She lasted more than like 2 hours, right? Like she had a whole show.
Yeah, she was in multiple seasons, I think.
Exactly. So better.
But she's not the girl you thought of, because you think of that Missy one, but that was actually what's her face? Not
the one who got arrested for being in a sex cult.
No, that was her buddy. All right, next one up is Amy Adams, Man of Steel. Donna
3.
She's not Pam.
Yeah,
she's just close, but not quite Pam.
I feel like we might mess this list up. I do like Amy Adams. I like a lot of movies that she's in. I put her at number 2, but I don't know. There's got to be better Lois Lanes out there. Moving on.
All right, so next one up is, of course, Terry Hatcher. Adventures.
So they're saying number 1.
Yes.
Number 1.
With a bullet.
With a bullet.
She's the top package.
Let's have them mess up this list when we get a better Lois Lane at number 1. I'm going to say Margot Kidder.
There is no better Lois Lane.
Margot Kidder. She shot JR. No, she shot Christopher Reeves. She was crazy.
The only answer I would accept over Terry Hatcher, and I don't think Ethan's going to throw this one out, would be Jennifer Jason Leigh. As I've had people describe, The Hudsucker Proxy is the best Superman movie. Like the newsroom scene with Jennifer Jason Leigh and Bruce Campbell as the editor and a Lois stand-in. I love me some Jennifer Jason Leigh, but
she's a snack, that's for sure.
But Terry Hatcher is number 1.
Okay, what's number 2, Ethan?
All right, so number 2, of course, is Margot Kidder. So
yeah, I'm happy with that.
Somebody who was originally on my list but got bumped for Erica Durance. It was Dana Delaney, who did the voice.
Animated.
I just like her from China Beach.
There you go.
All right, so got 5 is Kate Bosworth. Number 4 was Erica Durance. Number 3, Amy Adams. Number 2, Margot Kidder. And number 1, Terry Hatcher. I'm happy with them. Because I know Margot Kidder is like the iconic Lois, but like Terry Hatcher, come on, man. Like you can't.
She's smoking. No, I don't.
I don't on a lot of lists, okay?
Last blind rank of this episode, Ethan.
All right, so of course I saved the hardest for last. As you guys know, as I got you with the 90s comic book, I need y'all to blind rank these Vertigo comic series.
Vertigo comic
start
series.
Off with Y the Last Man.
5.
5? Everybody was talking about that series at the time. Like everybody. Like it was Sandman level.
Yeah, but I don't think it's aged as well.
Yeah.
It was enough to get an FX show, even though that only lasted for a season. But like still, I gotta say at least a 3 or a 4. It's gotta be like right in that middle area.
The other Vertigo titles we've got.
A lot of good Vertigo.
4. Yeah.
Let's put it at 4. Let's go.
I like BKB, but 4.
All right, next one up is Doom Patrol.
Oh, the Grant Morrison Doom Patrol. Kind of weird.
Really weird.
But also really, really good at times. I'm as a fan of Doom Patrol, I would probably put it at least at a 3. Not close to like Hellblazer or Swamp Thing or Sandman, but yeah, 3.
Next one up is Hellblazer.
2? We're starting to run out of numbers, right? He could throw out Swamp Thing and Sandman, at which point we're kind of screwed.
At which point, well, no, we can put Sandman in a 5 and justify it because the guy's a fucking sex deviant.
The shine has come off.
Oh.
The shine has come off. All right, so we're putting it Hellblazer at 2. We already have a justification just in case.
Yeah, don't forget, there's still Preacher out there too. I mean, you guys are sleeping on Preacher.
I never liked Preacher. I'd put that at 5 if you gave me that one.
Oh, I bought all the Preacher. I just haven't read it yet. I need time to read Preacher.
Preach!
All right, guys. Next one up is Saga of Swamp Thing.
Yeah, that's Vertigo.
And I put it at number 1. It was with Hellblazer the title that started pretty much this whole hullabaloo. Like if they didn't have Swamp Thing, you wouldn't eventually have had Sandman. So yeah, no, I'll put it at 1. In the
you don't want to, but you guys don't want a Toyman situation here.
I think we have our justification. Should you throw us out that and say like, sorry, the guy's an asshole. So what's number 5, Ethan?
Astro City.
Sure. Why not? I liked Astro City, but it's not.
That was Vertigo?
It eventually, I think, came over to Vertigo eventually. It started independently, but it came over. But regardless, I feel good about this list, Eth. Recap it real fast.
All right, so number 5 is Astro City. Number 4, Why the Last Man. Number 3, Doom Patrol. Number 2, Hellblazer. And number 1, Saga of Swamp Thing.
Yes.
We went OG Vertigo.
That was clutch. I like that a lot.
OG Vertigo represent.
Yeah. And you know who else nailed it? It was Scott Snyder and Nick Dragotta, because they did this Absolute Batman series, and that's coming up right after these commercial breaks.
Looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture bric-a-brac, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it give you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCSPOD at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD. Cheers!
In a world where there's often 60 plus years of history to worry about, how can you quickly get into a new comic character or franchise? If you're like me, then you turn to video games. But how well does that work out? In some cases, pretty well. In others, it's a giant disaster. But how can you know which games will set you on the right path and which games will just leave you more confused than you were before? Play Comics is the show for you. I'm Chris, and each episode we take a look at video games based on comic properties and how well they stick to that source material. So listen in and get the scoop on which games are worth your time over at playcomics.com or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our Read Pile review. Yes, where we hope you break out the A1 steak sauce, because we've got Meatball Batman. You know, it's great when you say something so often that when you're driving in the car and your son asks you, what book are you reading this week? And I said, Meatball, and he just goes, Batman.
You put A1 on your meatballs?
Why not? It's delicious. You've never put A1 on meatballs? Wonderful stuff. You should put A1 on everything. It's got raisins in it.
That just sounds all kinds of wrong.
One thing is, that doesn't sound wrong is, again, the folks that worked on Absolute Batman, the first 6 issues. And Ethan, who did that?
Yes, so Absolute Batman was written by Scott Snyder. Artist was Nick Dragotta. He drew issues 1 through 3, and then 5 and 6. And then on 4 was Gabriel Hernandez Walta. Letterer was Clayton Cowles, and colorist was Frank Martin.
I don't understand why it's Absolute Batman Part 1 of 5, and then suddenly it's Part 1 of 6.
Villain.
There was a villain entry, yeah.
Yeah, there was, yeah.
It was Gabriel Walta. Which, when that came out, people online were pissed.
Yeah.
They're like, this art is garbage. And I'm like, yikes.
Poor Gabriel
This is
Walta.
the guy from The Vision.
Right. He ain't no spring chicken. Now, again, there was a fill-in issue in issue 4, but it still kind of follows a good storyline here, J.A. Why don't you unpack with a 10-cent synopsis what happens and why is it so absolute-y?
So, the Absolute Batman universe, Batman is a blue-collar civil engineer named Bruce Wayne, who operates at night to fight crime as a vigilante Batman. When he's not going to poker night with his buddies, Killer Croc, Harvey Dent, Riddler, and Penguin, or hanging out with his bestie, Selina Kyle. Dad was killed, but his mom is still alive, and she's the deputy mayor, and the mayor is Jim Gordon, and so it's Batman, poor, but still has some gadgets. I don't know how he's making the gadgets. In this universe, Alfred is a super spy with some very stylish man beards who is protecting the Batman from this mastermind Roman Sionis who has this gang called the Party Animals that wear these masks that look like ape skulls but give them cryptocurrency for committing crimes. And then there's this talk that they're a giant conspiracy and it's all over the world, and how he's going to take down the servers that are serving up the cryptocurrency, and so it's all the same characters. They're just all sort of been rearranged on the board. And Batman's not rich, but he still has all the bat shit.
Right.
But his Batmobile is a giant dump truck.
I was hoping
dump truck.
You needed to save that. That was my in. That was the best part of this. Not just a dump truck, but one of those industrial ones you see I don't know,
mining
slag
truck.
pit, like a slag
it's like
pit.
a mining dump truck.
So yeah, if you didn't think if you thought Batman didn't have enough of a dump truck in his posterior, he got the dump truck as the Batmobile. That's it. I mean, that dude's got BBLs for days, my brother.
That's right. That's right. But you are absolutely correct, J.A., that this is like the Batman equivalent of one of my favorite Bob Dylan songs, which is Desolation Row, where he talks about the fact that he, rearranged their faces and gave them all other names. The names are the same, but the faces are completely different. It's like taking the Batman universe, kind of putting it in a blender and just saying, let's mix this up. Let's have fun with this.
Well, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about the Absolute Universe in general, which is Scott Snyder is the dude in charge of the Absolute Universe. And the basic premise was there's Darkseid energy, like Darkseid was destroyed. And basically in this new universe, it's taking away all the advantages that the superheroes had. So you get a Batman without wealth. You get a Wonder Woman without the Themyscira, Wonder Woman who's born out of hell in this time around. But the whole premise is basically you're taking away some of those essential elements and trading them out with other things. But in Batman's case, his whole rogues gallery, he's having sleepovers with those guys.
So real quick, so the Superman that I saw in the back of the book, the Absolute, did they take away hope? Is that what it is? Is that what they took away from Superman? Because he's all dark and he's like an American rebel or something, Superman?
Yeah, so that one I had only read the first issue or two and then decided to go elsewhere, but I've heard good things.
And he arrives on Earth as an adult. He's not a baby, so he doesn't grow up on Earth.
Oh, okay. So he doesn't know our culture, basically, as
He's true. He's a true alien, I think, is what they're trying to go for. It's not like the alien that was raised among us. It's like, no, dude, I'm just different. And I'm here So deal with it. But Batman's here, and you got to deal with him as well. And I got to say, I had been saving this book for a really long time. I read issue 1 when it first debuted, and I knew that this was going to be a comic we were going to cover on the last comic shop. So I said, no, I'm going to set it aside. I'm going to wait like a fine wine. I'm going to let it age. I'm going to build it up to 6 issues. And by the time it's coming out in the first trade paperback, which is out this week, by the way, that's why we're doing this episode. So you can pick it up in your local comic book shop. But I said to myself, I'm going to read it now. And I'm so glad that I waited, because this was a series which at the end of every issue, I had to pick up the next one. There was no question. I had to pick it up. I have not felt that way about a comic book series, especially an ongoing, in a long time. And I know that Scott Snyder has gone out there saying that that's what is needed in comic books now, is this idea that, like, even though you may have a continuing story for 5-6 issues and eventually put it in a trade, you have to get people to not only want to read that individual issue, but then want to pick up the next one to see what happens next. And I think he did that in spades with a character that, oh my gosh, we've talked about it so often, right? Batman is water. Batman is water. You pour him in a glass, he fills the glass. This Batman isn't just water. This Batman's liquid death.
I was going to say, he's not a glass, he's a pitcher. There's a lot more water.
He's the one thing I want to bring up, and it's actually one of the issues that's slightly beyond our coverage. But in issue 8, the original plan was to have a panel where it's Batman going up against the new version of Mr. Freeze, which is this weird monster guy who has his parents frozen and everything. But there's a panel where it's knock, knock, motherfucker, and that's what this Batman is. Now, in the regular published book, it was just knock, knock. But Scott Snyder posted out there on the internet, it's the knock, knock, motherfucker panel, and that is absolute Batman. This is Batman takes a little stick and pulls the bat symbol from his chest and turns it into a battle axe that he uses to chop off the hands of all these motherfuckers out there fucking around and finding out why you don't mess with absolute motherfucking Batman.
That's a lot of belief. He makes a deal with this mastermind who's going to give him all this money, and he says, yeah, I took all your money so I could make a massive bat signal with it and burn it all up.
And it's so much of the branding in this. Like, every opportunity he has to just go big, go huge. There's such an energy in this book. It's, that manga influence. When I first saw the images of Nick Dragotta's Batman, it looks dumb, right? It's this big, grotesque Batman, and I was like, that looks so stupid, it's going to have to be awesome. And it is. It is so awesome. But, like, Batman has, like, tendril spikes. At one point, he takes his bat ears, pulls them out of his head, and throws them as knives. And then at another point, he turns them sideways and headbutts somebody and puts the bat ears right through their skull. Ah!
His cape grows spikes and it sticks some guy, and the guy is like, I'm gonna get you. Help! I'm stuck on the back of Batman. Get me off of this guy.
I think you gotta sum it up. There's an issue, right? Well, because Alfred is not his friend at first. Alfred's like, what the heck's this guy doing? Like, sooner or later, this guy's got to retreat. Like, that's the thing. He keeps on saying, like, you got to retreat. You got to regroup. That's what the smart thing to do is. You can't just keep on pissing people off and making more and more enemies. And he's like, nope. That's what this guy does. Like, it's just one long charge forward, and the action never stops. But the moment I smile the most is when he's on that big dump truck, right? And he's like, oh my gosh, this thing is like so huge. You're going to, all the attention going to be on it. I hate this Batman. And then he hits a button and it turns into like this sleek, like super powered, like jet engine Batmobile that we're used to. And he's like, I love this Batman. And that's what I thought. Like, I was like, I love this Batman. It's so hard not to smile. I mean, Ethan, you're not a comic book reader. You agree, right?
As soon as I was done, I texted you and I said I sent you the famous Dave Chappelle meme of the guy scratching himself for the next fix. Like, that was me after this last round. When Joker finishes it off and says, "Bring me Bane," I was like, I have to read the next issue. I don't care what it takes. I have to read it. It was just so awesome. Batman is basically the Punisher. I love the Punisher. He's a fantastic character. I love Batman, and I love this version of Batman who's basically the Punisher but doesn't kill anybody. It's awesome. It's so good. And I also want to just throw this out there just because I wanted to say, how terrifying is that Edward Nygma's AI brain computer that he ends up talking to? I don't know if that's going to be the basis for the next Batcave or whatever, but that thing was scary, dude. Like, I think I've written that point where I'm a little shaky on this whole AI thing, and just seeing that thing as like a physical construct of it, I was like, okay, I need to turn this page as quickly as possible.
Wow. Yeah. The one question I had for everybody here, and maybe it's not a question that any of us can ask, but like, on this podcast, we have 4 dudes, right? This is a dude bro book, right? Like, this is like, put on heavy metal, go in your garage and start, I don't know, lifting those weights that your brother left behind before he left the college. Like, he's like, I'm going to bench press. Like, it's that kind of mentality. Like, but I got to ask, like, I think that there are some moments in this that will appeal to folks that aren't just all about the amped up, yeah, let's go, let's do this, right? There's the fact that they give Batman a mom in this, I thought was incredibly refreshing. That he's not a millionaire, that he has these moments where he has these friends and he has to go to his friends who are the bad guys and ask for help. Like, I think there are some moments in which you feel for this Bruce Wayne. Not to get too touchy-feely, because
I think I have to push back on that a little bit, because I think if they were going for that vibe, they would have had him suffer more. What you see at the end of issue 5, chained up, and Black Mask has him, and he ends up burning the money. He gets the crap kicked out of him at that point. But that's the only time that you actually see him, other than his suffering through his dad dying and dealing with all of that you actually see this man fail at anything that he does. I don't
think you get a lot of Bruce Wayne at all in this book, to be honest.
I would tend to agree with that. I just don't think you get any type of humility. I don't think you get a lot of Bruce Wayne. It's awesome for the people that appreciate this kind of stuff, but I'm I don't know.
There might be depth here, but it is hidden under 10 layers of awesome.
I do want to bring up the elephant in the room. We haven't talked about it at all. When you start reading this, it's supposed to be part 1 of 5, and suddenly issue 4 is different artist. It's a fill-in issue. Friggin' 4 issues into this comic book, they already had to put in a fill-in issue. So instead of being parts 1 of 5, it turns out to be parts 1 of 6. Okay, yeah.
Suck it up, Buttercup. It's fine. You had Vampire Batman.
To be honest, I didn't even note it. I kind of sort of noticed the story.
I totally noticed, because there's no friggin' story to it. It's just this.
It was an origin story issue. They were telling us.
I don't know. Was the art okay?
Do you really need another origin story for Batman? I mean,
you do in this universe, because again, he's got a mom. Alfred's not his butler. I did actually want to see some of this backstory that led to where this Batman came from.
I'm with you, Andy. I really enjoyed this one. I thought this is Batman the engineer. This is Batman the plotter. This is Batman figuring out what works and what doesn't. And you never really get to see that outside of Batman Year One, right? The Batman we all know today is always such the world's greatest detective and the world's greatest this and the world's greatest that. This Batman's maybe vampire teeth are a bad idea. Then he throws them out and finds something else for the next go-around.
So you're saying Batman plus time equals bridge.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Right, but it's true, J.A. So often in comic books, it becomes that cliche that Batman plus time equals win. But sometimes you just take it for granted. You don't get an actual story that actually shows Batman taking, in this case, a decade plus to set all this up, to set all these wheels in motion, to think about this, to go back to the drawing board, to say like, nah, that's not going to work. This is going to work. And so that was refreshing to actually see Batman plus time does equal some sort of payoff in the end.
The silicone teeth, not a good idea.
No.
I guess if you're going to not have him have the luxury of having money, you have to see him fail and pick himself back up, or else it's unexplainable the rest of the... I mean, it's still unexplainable. 9/10 of what he does. Dump truck, the inventions. I don't know where
explosions that turn the building into a giant Batman mask. I mean, he is like a marketer's wet dream. He is just on brand the entire time.
It's all about the branding, baby. It's all about the branding.
And even Alfred, sexy Alfred, says like, this is a little on the nose, but you're committed to the bit, and which I appreciate it. Like, you call Batman out on his nonsense, on his on-brand marketing style. Let's go for it, man.
Yeah.
I was just going to throw it out there real quick. What do you guys think about the other ancillary characters, about the mixing up the villains as friends? I mean, it's not a stretch to see Commissioner Gordon as mayor. That's certainly not. Martha is still alive, fine. I think outside of her being his mom, I don't think I necessarily cared about the character. If that's, I think I'm being unfair probably, but half the time I thought it was just Jim Gordon's wife, and I was like,
bit of flirtation there.
What I liked is the fact that, like, by making him his friends, right, you realize that Batman spends more time around his rogues gallery than anybody else. Like, to make him his friends actually is kind of natural. Like, not only has Harvey Dent always been his friend in all the other media and things like that, but I kind of like, the Penguin being kind of like the shifty dude, and Edward Nygma being the nerd guy that doesn't really get along with people. They're all broken people, just like Batman's broken in this. Like, Batman is the time.
He's not broken, he's broke.
But you know what I mean? Like, Batman's one bad day from being a member of the Rogues Gallery most of the time. So
I think we buried the lead here. Commissioner Gordon can be his stepdad. How crazy would that be?
that's true. So he saved him from the Bat Cave when he was getting attacked by bats. So that's a particularly thing to do, man. The other thing I wanted to throw out there is like, what's up next? Like, obviously at the end of this, it's Bane. So we get Bane. We saw Joker. We haven't really seen
was that
yet.
Joker? I didn't. That's that panel threw me. I mean, why is he covered in babies and why?
That
legs?
was the weird babies thing. I was like,
it was a little disturbing and creepy.
Yeah, and his legs were skeleton legs. They were just bones. I didn't understand that. With the babies feeding him? Wait, what was going on there?
Yeah.
It was weird.
I thought the Black Mask and the girl were Harley Quinn and Joker, like, for a couple issues until they actually revealed themselves to be Black Mask. Like, that one kind of flew over me. I guess it was Black Mask, a more recent villain.
He was created by Doug Munch and Tom Mandrake in 1985.
Oh, okay, so I guess he's not that new. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, in Batman years, that's pretty new, but
that's true. What about Absolute Robin? Do we get Absolute Robin? Is he coming?
I don't think for a while. If he's just teamed up with Alfred, I think we've got to let this simmer at least for a couple years before we get Absolute Robin. I'm sure sooner.
When are we going to get Babs involved?
Yeah, I mean, she was already introduced, so she's coming.
It's a possibility.
I guess what I was going back to, Andy, I know that you said that Batman's one bad day from being a rogues gallery, but he does have humility to him, where it's like he has grounding characters, Alfred and Robin. So that's why I brought up Robin. I'd like to see him show up sooner than later to get this Batman grounded, because I think eventually, like, we got to see this Batman get his ass kicked more than once. Like,
this is not a Batman you want grounded. Like, this is your back guano crazy Batman. Like, grounding's the exact opposite. You want him driving his motorcycle off of buildings.
But I go back to Andy's question, like, does this appeal to anything outside of Dude Bros and us? Like,
no, it doesn't have
to. Most comic book readers nowadays are Dude Bros, unfortunately.
I was just going back to the way Andrew brought it up. Does this relate to other people? And my argument is no, but it doesn't have to.
But that's the best thing DC is doing right now, is they're not trying to be everything to everyone. I think that's a problem with Marvel, is they're trying to cast too wide of a net, and this is taking a stand. Like, it's a step in a direction that I really appreciate. It's not a half-assed thing. I don't know. So many times, like a lot of the New 52 stuff, I thought you had a lot of like Jim Lee clones and stuff like that out there. It was a lot of half-assed stuff. This is whole-assed. This is quite the ass.
You know what? We've got ratings to get through. We got 4 dude bros that are going to throw out some ratings right after these commercial breaks for this, as well as some recommendations. So stick around for that.
Go on record. Not always a dude bro, but there's a time.
Hello, friends. Do you like the 80s and Transformers? We are the Autopod Decepticast, and we started our podcast doing a minute-by-minute breakdown of the 1986 classic animated feature, Transformers the Movie. We've since moved on to an episode-by-episode review of the G1 series and just started Season 3. We have over 180 episodes, so if you're just discovering our show, there's plenty of gold to stuff into your ears, and it is very funny and fantastic. I'm not biased. We are on every podcast aggregator you could possibly stomach: Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, Google Play, and our web presence is autopoddecepticast.com. We are at APodDcast on Twitter and all of the things. Autopod Decepticast, friends, for all your animated Transformer needs.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
All right, we're back with more Last Comic Shop, and it's now time for ratings, where we hope that you have finished off your 10-pound Batman steak and are now moving on to dessert, which is a 1 out of 4 scale from J.A. Scott. So, J.A., what do we got this week?
Well, how big is your sub going to be? Do you want 1 meatball on it, 2 meatballs, 3 meatballs? Or are you going for the full 4 meatball sub?
These are big grandma meatballs.
Yeah, these
like the kind Adam Sandler gets as a tip in Billy Madison.
Oh, wow. That's a throwback. Any case, Ethan, how many meatballs you giving this back?
How many meatballs you got in that? How much bread you got? 5, 6, 7. Throw them all in. Give me extra meaty. Make it as meaty as possible. No, this is a solid 4, man. I love this thing. I loved it with all my heart. I was amazing. I'm a dude bro to my core, so of course I appreciated this in spades, brother. So give me that, solid 4, or if I can go 5, I can go 6, I can go 7, 8, 9. Give me all the meatballs!
Oh, yeah!
Gotta ask the question, Ethan. Is this gonna be a series that you will become a Wednesday warrior for?
I might have to. I might have to start because I really want to read issue 7. I mean, it hooked me, and Scott Snyder did his work. He did a job well done, sir. I salute you.
There you go. Yeah. Be forewarned. Another artist change for issue 7 and 8. You have the Marcos Martin art, which is splendid in its own right, but it's different.
All right, Chad. Well, why don't you follow up with how many meatballs are you giving it?
I don't particularly ascribe to the dude bro mentality a lot, but this is fun. This is something where it's something comics have been missing, where somebody has a strong artistic direction that they want to take things. Everything is flowing in that right direction. And would I want every book that I read to be like this? Absolutely not. But for this book, does it work? Yes. Absolutely. So give me all the meatballs, 4 meatballs. Each issue is better than the next, crazier than the next. I'll take it.
Yeah. No, I'm going to give this a 4 as well. you can't do this with every single comic book character. I'm not going to go out there on a limb and say everybody should follow the absolute Batman, shtick. Like, they should all change everything that goes on in their universe. They should mix everything up. They should make it totally chugging Red Bulls and running down the street and punching a lamppost. Like, that's not going to work for every character. But it works for Batman because Batman is, at his heart, the whole notion of vengeance, tapping into those primitive parts of your brain. They're like, oh yeah, get him, Tex. Knock his teeth out. There you go. That's what you want to see sometimes from Batman. So it does kind of tap into that awesome pleasure center. Now, my only concern with this long term is like how long this is sustainable. Because, like, sooner or later, to Ethan's point, you do kind of want to see him get his ass kicked, or otherwise there's no stakes. Like, if he just keeps on coming up with more and more, crazy ways to defeat people, eventually that's going to get old. And so that's my fear. But for right now, right out of the gates, can't beat it. I think you should read it. It's a great, great time. So, yeah, it's a 4. Meatballs. J.A.?
Yeah, I don't know if I can say it's 4. And to Chad's point where every issue got better than the last, I was not a fan of that fill-in issue. I thought, yes, it's an origin story, but it also felt very much like a fill-in issue, which it was. So, does that knock it down like half a meatball or a quarter of a meatball or even like a smidgen? Maybe like a little piece of ground pork or beef just sort of fell off the corner of that last meatball, maybe? But it's a great universe, and if that's going to set up my recommendation based on it. How long can it go? I just wonder how long the entire Absolute Universe is going to go, because at some point, you think they'd have to tie it up. I mean, it is DC. They do crazy things. So, but then you've got regular Batman and you've got Meatball Batman, regular Superman, and Bizarro Superman who's not Bizarro Superman. It's interesting concept, and that's the biggest thing. It's just a fun read, with the exception of that fill-in issue. It's 3.95. I gotta ding a little bit of the meatball.
Wow. It's fair. It's fair. He didn't like the one issue, and that is 1/6 of the entire book. So, like,
you know what I don't like? I don't like because in issue 1 it's 1 out of 5, and then suddenly it's not 1 out of 5, it's 1 out of 6, and they just act like that was the whole plan, and it wasn't the plan.
Absolute Batman changes on the fly, buddy. He's got to adapt. Criminals are a cowardly and superstitious lot, and sometimes you got to zig when you thought you were going to zag.
Now, you know what I liked also in closing? I like the fact that they gave Joker all the money. Doesn't Joker have all the money in this universe? He's the one that's out in front. He's like, yeah, I got all the cash. That's where it's all building to, right? Like, that's where I feel like the train's going to go off the tracks eventually. You're going to introduce the Joker, and it's either going to make or break that series. That's the next big thing. That's the build-up. That's the bad guy on the horizon, which we got to...
I'm not looking that far ahead. I'm just enjoying the ride on this one.
Well, one thing we always like to look ahead on is to what other books you're going to pick up at your local comic book shop with recommendations. So in addition to Absolute Batman, which you can pick up in single issues, it might be a little bit tough because they were selling like hotcakes, but you can definitely pick it up in a trade. First 6 issues, it's available this week at your local comic book shop. But these are some other comic books that we hope you enjoy. And we're going to go ahead and start off with J.A. Scott. J.A., what do you got this week?
Yeah, I'm going to recommend the entire Absolute Universe. 6 books right now. I mean, there's a bunch of other stuff like related materials in one shot, but ongoing series besides Absolute Batman, you've got Absolute Wonder Woman, Absolute Superman, Absolute Flash, Absolute Martian Manhunter, yes, and Absolute Green Lantern. And all of it is existing within this Absolute Universe, all set up by Scott Snyder, and, just taking characters and as we did with the Batman, sort of amping them up a bit, changing them a bit, making them not quite what you would know, and just, it's fun. It's a fun series. If you're big into DC, it's sort of a fresh take on all that is these great characters.
Well, Ethan, what do you got for us this week?
So I'm going to also sing the praises of DC, and also, I guess you guys have talked about these before, but these little books, they're so good. The compact comics, these are fantastic. I love these things. When I went out to get the Absolute Batman issues that were needed for this run, I picked myself up 2 of these little books, one of them being another Scott Snyder story, Batman, the Court of Owls saga. So they're only like $10. I got mine with a discount because I bought 2 of them at my local comic book store because I got Static Season 1 for my daughter, and she plowed through this book in like an hour. So she loved it, and so I can't say enough about these compact comics. They're the size of my takabons for my mangas, so they're perfect for me. Again, I wish they were in grayscale, but, can't win them all. But, not only at your local comic book store, but they're also at, your bookstores, your Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, even their independent dealers may have these as well. So pick them up. They're great reads. You got these along with Deceased. You got All-Star Superman. You got a Catwoman series that Andy was talking about before the show started.
And Marvel's putting out this form factor now as well.
Absolutely. Trying to keep pace with DC. They've got Born Again by Daredevil, Jonathan Hickman, Fantastic Four in those little mini books. And again, they're putting them in places where folks can pick them up, just like the mangas, so that you can also get them at Walmarts, Targets, all over the place. And again, nice little beach reads. Make sure that you snag them when you're heading out to the beach for the rest of the summer. Great little thing to just throw in the bag there. My recommendation this week is dealing with another dark Avenger looking for his own brand of justice. But in this particular case, it's justice against life itself. That's right. It is Judge Death. And for those folks that may have not listened to a previous episode of The Last Comic Shop where we covered one of the iconic bad guys of the Judge Dredd universe with Judge Death, make sure that you're checking out that in our evergreen library. This particular story with Judge Death is called My Name is Death, and it is done by longtime Judge Dredd scribe John Wagner with artist Fraser Irving. And it really tells the story of Judge Death escaping from whatever weird prison that they keep his unholy remains in Megapolis 1. And once he escapes from that city, he decides to go on a killing spree across the wastelands. So you get a little bit of that parody of Natural Born Killers. Eventually he ends up in Las Vegas, where he decides that he wants to find a hidden cache of atomic weapons to shoot them at Megapolis 1. Because again, he's determined that all life is an abomination to justice, and so therefore the only correct punishment is death, and he has to deal it. So it's good for no other reason than there's a great scene where, in order to get the codes to get into this hidden bunker, he makes a deal to become a professional boxer. So you have Judge Death in the ring against a bunch of jamokes. It's pretty hilarious, dark comedy. So check it out. Even if you're not a huge fan of Judge Death, you may be a fan of Judge Dredd. And this is a great story featuring, again, his most iconic villain. Chad, wrap us up here.
Okay. So my pick is an equal but opposite to Absolute Batman. Like, Absolute Batman is, a badass story where you're just seeing these plans come together, and it's cooler and cooler as it goes. Just out there, over the top storytelling. The book I'm going to recommend is called Out of Alcatraz. It's by Christopher Cantwell and Tyler Crook. And as of this taping, I've read about half the series here, but it is historical fiction based off of the people that escaped Alcatraz prison. And so originally there were 4 guys as part of the escape, and then 3 of them made it out. And the official party line is that they were all killed in the waters that are surrounding Alcatraz. In this particular story, two guys make it to shore, and then there's this plan where they meet up with this woman who is going to use them as like farm help or whatever to pay off whatever they needed for their escape and all the plots and plans. But things just keep going worse and worse, and the plan keeps getting messed up, and it's further down the depths of depravity as it goes. But yeah, it's really interesting. If you are a true crime fan, like a Brubaker fan, I feel like this would appeal to those folks out there. It's called Out of Alcatraz from Oni Press. Hopefully by the end of the summer, it should be wrapped up. If not, it'll be wrapping up soon.
Very cool. And it's time to wrap up the last comic shop for this week. Make sure that if you are missing out on hearing our charming and wonderful voices, that more episodes are only a click away. That's right. Go out to www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, rate, review, and subscribe. And while you're out there, check out our back catalog of episodes. Over 240 episodes available for your ear holes to ingest. And it is great stuff with not only other awesome books featuring the Caped Crusader and Batman, but other books featuring, just a bevy of other DC characters. Just this year alone, we had Shane the Changing Man, we had the Superman review. If you're still, fired up for the Superman movie, it was only a couple weeks ago. Make sure that you're checking out our Red Sun review as well as the Superman movie review. But yeah, you can do all that over at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com.
And you can also find us out there on the socials, especially Blue Sky, where you can find things like Golden Age covers to put you to bed at night, various comic conversation, buck bin pickups, all that other fun stuff. And remember, while we might be the last comic shop podcast, we don't want to be the last comic shop. So we encourage everybody to get out there and support your local comic shops. Absolute Batman has been getting people into stores, and hopefully you'll continue that trend. And then you can also find those other Absolute DC books that Jay was recommending, which Chef's Kiss, Absolute Wonder Woman, I think I might like even more than Absolute Batman. That book is just fantastic. And also, don't forget about the DC Compact series. Ethan was talking about Court of Owls and Static Shock, or Out of Alcatraz from Oni Press. You can find Judge Death, My Name is Death. All that and more waits for you at your local comic shop. So check those folks out, and then circle back to www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, where you can find what else, J.A.?
We have a link to our merch store. We sell t-shirts, hats, tote bags, coffee mugs, and this week, a special shirts with spikes.
I was really looking for a retractable cape. That's what I need. I need the cape that can make into spears, and then also take out the knives of your head. And
well, you know what you can get? You can get the tank top. So if you want to go out there in Muscle Beach, you want to show off the guns like Absolute Batman does, you can do it. Just buy a really tiny tank top.
I feel like Batman's tank top would actually turn into a tank somehow. You press the button and it's pulled out, and let's go.
These shirts would be perfect for lining up at Comic Cons. You're sick of that long line at artist signings. You just press the button and people start getting pushed out of the way.
And just like Absolute Batman did to a bunch of goons' faces, I want you to smash that 5-star review. Get in there, get us subscribed, get us on the top 10. We want to be on the top list of all entertainment podcasts, and we can do it with your help. Please rate, review, subscribe. It's very important. If you love what we're doing, please give us a 5-star review. And also, if you need bags, boxes, any other types of collecting supplies, please go to visit bcwsupplies.com. Enter our promo code at checkout, LCSPOD. Save yourself 10% on stuff you're going to be buying anyways. It's football season's coming up. You got your football cards. The Magic had their big Final Fantasy crossover. That was huge. The guy at the comic book store talked my ear off about the Magic Final Fantasy crossover. Big series out there. I know that the Pokemon cards are flying off the shelves. You need stuff to store all those valuable cards. So you can find all those and more at bcwsupplies.com and use our promo code LCSPOD at checkout to save yourself 10%.
Yeah, they don't sell steaks there. They don't sell those 96ers.
You know what? Just like Absolute Batman's on brand, I'm on brand. Dang it. bcwsupplies.com.
That's right. Save yourself some money so that you can then spend it on some delicious steaks elsewhere. That's right. Save your pennies with those comic book supplies so you can buy those massive meatball Batman size steaks. I'm hungry as it is. I'm going to go grab me one of those. And until next week, I was with most Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith, Jay Scott, and the wonderful Ethan Larson. And we hope that you stay safe. Stay cool because it's still the summertime, folks. Get out there, grill, chill, do all that great stuff.
Well, I thought when you said chill, you're going to go joke chill. I'd be like, hope nobody murders your dad.
That's horrible.
Got really dark really fast.
Yeah.
Comic Shop Podcast was a 2025 Black Angus production.
BCWSupplies.com has everything a comic collector could need. Boards, bags, long boxes, and so much else for our ever so increasing collections. And you can save 10% on your total order by using promo code LCSPOD at checkout. Not only does this take 10% off BCW Supplies' already low prices, but it supports my favorite podcast, The Last Comic Shop. So get all your collecting gear at bcwsupplies.com and save 10% on your order with promo code LCSPOD at checkout. That's LCSPOD at checkout. Happy hunting!
Countdown to the last comic shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Meanwhile, at a Gotham City comic shop.
Is that you, Sugar Bumps? Who the hell are you?
It's me, Sugar Bumps.
Jack! Oh, thank God, you're alive. I heard you'd been...
Fried? Is that what you heard? You set me up over a woman! A woman?! You must be insane! Don't bother.
Your life won't be worth spit!
I've been dead once already. It's very liberating. You should think of it as, therapy.
Jack, listen. Maybe we can cut a deal.
Jack? Jack is dead, my friend. You can call me Joker! And as you can see, I'm a lot happier!
Welcome back to the Last Comic Shop Podcast. That is my cousin, J.A. Scott, who I saw Batman 89 back when it was first released, and I think your feet stuck to the floor because it was so covered. Old popcorn and stuff, you couldn't move, but it was still wonderful.
They didn't mop the floors in that movie theater. There was thankfully it wasn't carpeted. Oh man, yeah, that was one of those old ones. No stadium seating in this. It was if you sat right behind like a really big tall guy, and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna or this is the '80s, a girl with a big poofy perm. You're like looking through her hair to the screen.
Just kind of comb it to the sides like you're coming out of the Amazon rainforest. Wow. We also have Chad Smith on today's show.
Hey.
And he helped. I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson, and I've got my wife, Nicole Larson, also on this week's show, as it is, again, part of Movie Mayhem. And if you haven't guessed, we are celebrating the 35th anniversary of Batman 89. Boy, we are old. We are old.
So confused. I don't remember it being called Batman 89. The movie didn't have 89 in the title.
But it was released in 89, and then since then they came out with all these other Batmans, so we have to, like, differentiate this Batman from, like, Batman 66.
Isn't it just Batman?
Yes.
It's so confusing.
Yes. Just like Batman 66 was Batman, Batman 89 was Batman, Batman the Animated Series was Batman the Animated.
Yeah, that's called TAS.
And then there's the Batman, the in front. So it's actually, maybe in 20 years it'll be the. Did you go see the other day? Oh, wait, is there a the?
The makes him a little bit more emo, though, than most other Batmans.
Oh, lordy. Chad, do you remember seeing this in the theater for the first time?
Oh, my goodness. That summer was built around Batman. Everything was building up to this Batman movie. When it came out, everybody went to see this movie when it came out. My 9-year-old brain was blown. I was like, I had no idea what was going on. But I knew that it was awesome.
That's great. See, I have been super pumped to do this episode because not only did I see it in the theaters with JA, then like it came out on VHS, and I think we just like destroyed that tape because we watched it so many times.
But for Kim Basinger?
Oh!
And for Kim Basinger.
I actually don't think Kim Basinger is as hot as Michelle Pfeiffer is in Batman Returns. Like that's who I prefer, honestly. But no, we were watching it for Eckhart and yeah, he's drinking Drano, and it was a great movie. But it's time to get to the review because we're also doing a comic book on our movie mayhem for this week. So we're going to talk first about the movie, Batman 89, to kick things off. J.A., who was involved with this project for those people that may have been living under a rock?
All right, so Batman, the 1989 version, was directed by Tim Burton on a screenplay by Sam Hamm and Warren Scarron, with a story by Sam Hamm, obviously based on the DC Comics Batman character, created by Bob Kane and Bill Finger. It starred Jack Nicholson, not as Batman, but as Joker. He got top billing because he's Jack Nicholson. Michael Keaton as Batman, Kim Basinger, Robert Wool as the great Alexander Knox, Pat Hingle as a really pointless Commissioner Gordon. We're going to get to that in our review. Billy D. Williams, Michael Gough, and the always great Jack Palance.
No one-arm push-ups in this one.
He craps bigger than you.
Lots of fiber. Any case, we're going to get the 10-cent synopsis now from my beautiful wife, Nicole Larson. Now, I know that you took a lot of notes when we watched it just a couple days ago.
Not a lot of notes.
Enough.
I got a few comments.
You got a few. See if you can get some of these comments
into my 10-cent synopsis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So there's this dude, Batman. And we don't know who he is, but Gotham's a mess. You got this lawyer guy that becomes the DA. You've got these criminals. Batman throws the one criminal into a vat. He turns into a Joker.
As one does.
I'm liking this.
Then you've got Kim Basinger, who wears a lot of white. There was a lot of white clothes, man, and this is a dirty city. I don't know how she kept that shit clean. And so she is a photographer who somehow goes from these worldly things that she goes to photog, and she ends up in Gotham trying to take pictures of the Batman with this reporter dude.
Yeah.
And somehow they all are trying to figure out who's who, but then she figures out that Bruce Wayne is Batman, and they bang on the first date. Pretty funny for someone who wears so much white. And then the Joker goes after her and takes her up a bell tower, and then they all fall off, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Boys, would you sleep with Bruce Wayne on the first day?
Not the Michael Keaton version. I'm sorry. I grew up with him, but, I mean, Christian Bale, come on.
Yeah, listen, haven't been to Bruce Wayne's house, you do what you gotta do.
Speaking of other people who have a lot of money, obviously the Joker is quite a good mobster business guy, because man, they got that branding up quick. Man, he had his whole, all his dudes in the makeup. They were all wearing the puffy jackets that were like embroidered with his face. They've got cars that are painted green and purple. They got the helicopter with his whole face on the side of it. I mean, how did they pull that off in like what seemed like maybe a week in the movie? I mean, that was really impressive.
You'd be crazy not to. It's a great branding opportunity.
I forgot in the 10-cent synopsis, there was a big parade with a lot of gas-emitting balloons.
Yeah.
And they destroyed an art museum.
You said in your notes about the balloons that there were like 2 of them.
Oh, yeah. In some scenes, the parade wasn't very impressive. There weren't that many people, and there was only like 2 balloons. And then all of a sudden, when Batman's like taking the balloons away with his Batmobile flying thing, there was like 10. And I'm like, how did they happen? There were only 2.
Still one of my favorite parts is like, he stole my balloons! How come no one told me he had that thing?
But also, can we comment on how at the very beginning, the entrance of Batman was very dramatic? I mean, he's standing there all stoic. He doesn't make any facial motion because I guess the helmet thing was like really rigid and couldn't move. And then he's like spreading the wings up and then put them down and then spreading them up. It was very dramatic, I thought.
Very theatrical.
That's the synopsis.
So you can see how much I actually genuinely did enjoy watching Batman with my wife. These were the comments that I was getting for the full 2 hours. So I hope everybody else enjoyed them. I'm going to start off our review with talking to J.A. real quick about how long had it been since you watched this movie last?
Not so long. I watched it a couple years ago. I don't know if it holds up as well. Some things hold up well, some things don't. I think the advent of the Heath Ledger Joker kind of casts a bit of a pale over the Jack Nicholson Joker.
Oh, really?
Yes, because one's done a lot better. Same with Commissioner Gordon, who's just a pointless character in this movie. A bit more an active Lieutenant Gordon, or, a Gordon that actually has some agency. I mean, he tries to push that bell out of the doorway for all of 5 seconds and says, no, we can't do it. Let's go away.
That's Pat Hingle. Have you ever seen him? The only thing he was pushing was a box of ho-hos. Come on now.
I mean, so Heath Ledger's Joker obviously was amazing, but I think Nicholson is the OG, and I think for what he was given to work with and the limitations of the time, I think they're pretty close. I mean, I don't even know if you can really compare them. They were just such different eras in movie making, I feel like.
Chad, is Jack Nicholson the OG, or is that Cesar Romero?
Well, I was going to say it was interesting because you could tell that the Jack Nicholson Joker was pulling from the Romero Joker, and then it was pulling from, the mob boss. It was the unique Jack Nicholson composition. And so as much as I love the Heath Ledger Joker, there's definitely room in my heart for the Jack Nicholson Joker. That guy was just chewing it up and having fun and getting ready to make some money.
See, I am going to go out of my way in defending the Jack Nicholson interpretation of the Joker, because just as a comic book fan, I find the mobster Joker much more interesting as a character than crazy, anarchy-based Joker who does crazy things. I don't know how that character keeps going chaos for chaos sake, and it's just my favorite Joker of all time, which is the Mark Hamill Joker from the Batman the Animated Series. It's an homage, or it's a takeoff of the Jack Nicholson,
yeah, but that one made
Joker.
sense. Nothing the Jack Nicholson Joker does makes a lick of sense.
What I do like about the Joker from the movie is the way they make it clear that, Batman and Joker are intertwined. They created each other, and they are 2 sides of the same coin.
Yeah, that's extremely important for any sort of Batman mythology, just simply because they are. At the very base, they represent order and chaos or whatever, and they do create each other. I always thought that was kind of bullshit, I'll be honest, that Jack Napier killed his parents. That was kind of stupid. Yeah. I do like the idea, though, that they create one another. Because Batman exists, that's the reason you have all the super criminals in Gotham, because Batman upped the ante. And he was here I am, so now you need a better class of criminal. So then here's your better class of criminal. And therefore then that pushes Batman to be even more Batman-y. And then that pushes more criminals to be even more crazy. And they just kind of feed off each other like fish eating its own tail. No, that doesn't right. Snake eating its own tail.
But I will say that the Batman 89 was the first comic movie nerd moment to be like, that is not accurate to the comic books. Joe Chill, in fact, is the person who has killed Thomas and Martha Wayne. And it really did grind my gears that they had the Joker cast in that role. And then the actor that played young Joker didn't even ham it up. Like, where's Christian Slater? He built a career off of doing a young Jack Nicholson impression. He would have been the perfect guy.
Oh, Lordy. We've been talking a lot about Jack Nicholson. What about Michael Keaton as Batman? Can we talk really quickly about that? I feel, in my own personal opinion, that the Michael Keaton Batman has aged extremely well. I think that it just keeps on getting better and better with age in terms of like his intensity and his let's get nuts. He's a little out there. He's a little crazy. He doesn't look exactly like as debonair as some of the other folks do. So I was just like, yeah, I believe this guy was Batman. What do you guys say?
He was boring. Michael Keaton was Batman, right? Because that's what we all first saw. And I didn't know the comic stuff, so whatever. I just didn't think there was much depth to him at all. He was like, I have to hide my identity. But then he's like going out and sleeping with people and whatever.
His hair had a lot of depth. Yeah, I spent half the movie wondering is that a perm? Is that his natural hair? When did Michael Keaton have such curly hair? Man, I missed young Michael Keaton. It's the 80s.
I will say, like my husband, he does look better with glasses on, though.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. I genuinely, as I've gotten older, appreciate how weird his Bruce Wayne was. Batman as a character is a damaged character, and you don't always see that with the debonair Bruce Wayne putting on airs. This was a super awkward Bruce Wayne. You could tell this guy was messed up from a young age. The dinner at the long table where they're just sitting there eating soup, staring at each other. There's so many weird parts of Bruce Wayne that comes out from Michael Keaton that you genuinely believe this is a guy that would build his own latex suit and Batmobile complete with cocoon with little bombs that squirt out. But that was the crappiest part of the toy, by the way. It was a little plastic cocoon they gave you with the Batmobile. It was made out of like cellophane.
The shields.
Yes.
So that reminds me, one of the weird things about Michael Keaton's Batman is that when he's in like Batman mode, he doesn't say anything.
No,
I mean, like he's driving the car and like weren't they like crashing or something? He didn't say anything. He didn't say like get out the way.
Yeah,
I did. And when he did talk, he's the one who came up with the whole I'm going to lower the register of my voice when I speak as Batman, which then Christian Bale did to great effect and also great comedic timing.
I wouldn't say great effect.
Yeah, I think, Chad, you nailed it with the whole like aspect of here's a kid who's lost his parents and has been raised in this massive mansion by an old butler dude. The other, like the Christian Bale Batman, is very much the playboy Bruce Wayne, but I do like the sort of I'm a rich kid who doesn't know how to handle myself. Give this guy a grant and let me have video cameras set up behind all the mirrors. There is a lot of weird. Some of that's got to be Tim Burton. Tim Burton's bringing in his whole. Where was Helen and Bonham Carter, by the way? Where was she in these movies?
Not enough corsets, right? If this is a Tim Burton movie. Yeah, but you're right. This was a Bruce Wayne that was not suave. He was not cool. He was not debonair. And I think that even came out in his Batman a little bit, where maybe that's why he didn't talk much, because he's just like, I'm not a really good conversationalist.
I like to dangle people from buildings.
That's fine. What do I have to talk for?
He didn't really beat anybody up. I mean, that was the thing too. I mean, the bell tower, he literally was like walking up the stairs. Now I know he was a little injured or whatever, but I mean, you think that like he's taking your chick up the stairs, you'd run.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't he have like a grappling hook? Like, why didn't he use the grappling hook and just fly up there immediately? No, like he's got to get his steps in for the day or something. It was bananas. Like that whole scene in that bell tower is just like super weird. But we've got a lot more to talk about on this show. We think it's time to get to ratings so that we can talk about the comic book that we often do on this show. So, J.A., what's our rating scale for Batman?
1 out of 4 sugar bumps.
Never rub him another man's rhubarb. Yes. I think I will go first. I'm going to give this a solid 3. I sat down, I watched it. I think it was the first time I'd watched it in maybe 5 to 10 years. And I enjoyed it just as much as I did when I was a kid way back in 1989 whenever I saw it in theaters. Is it a perfect movie? No. Is it a perfect Batman movie? No. But it's fun. It's campy, but in a good way. I love the scene at the museum and the where do you get those wonderful toys. Again, there's something at that last scene with the bell tower, it being like a castle, that makes it into some sort of like Wagnerian opera. Like, nothing makes sense. Like, nobody would build like a cathedral like that. Nobody would, I don't know, spotlight it. No, none of this would happen in real life. It's a play. It's a stage play almost at times. But it works. I think that's because of the direction of Tim Burton. Tim Burton can make weird things seem somewhat normal. And then you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to take this. So it's a 3. Still my favorite Batman, still probably my favorite Joker. I still like the Jack Nicholson Joker the most. I just hate Kim Basinger. I think that's the only detriment to this movie. That's why it doesn't get higher than a 3. Because, boy, I don't think there's a movie out there with Kim Basinger I actually like. Yuck.
LA Confidential?
No, despite her in that movie. Chad.
This is really challenging for me because I don't think this is a good movie. I think it's overlong. I think it's filled with contradictions. You have this wonderful Danny Elfman score, and you're going to supplement that with Prince? Like, God! It's like peanut butter and ham. You know? All throughout the movie. You have Joker is this gangster. His big plan is to kill everyone with gas and then dance with Kim Basinger. You have these Joker goons that are super supportive and then at the end of the movie become like, oh, I'm a hyperactive ninja guy. Like, what? Where was that the whole time? There's nothing that makes a lick of sense about this movie. But at the same time, it is beautiful in so many respects. This is the movie that at 9 years old, whenever it came out and Batman fever had swept the country and there were Batman posters everywhere and Batman t-shirts and Batman cereal and Batman this and Batman that. You know, this is the thing that got me to trade out my baseball cards. Because let's be honest, Topps baseball cards peaked in 1988. You weren't going to do better than those designs. You had the Don Russ rated rookies and stuff, but it wasn't as good. But this got me to swap out my baseball card collection for comic books that I was like, I can collect these and I could read them and I can draw the pictures and all that other fun stuff. The Batman 89 holds a super important part of my own personal comic book origin story. And for that, I'm forever grateful. Was I so excited when Batman takes the extra minute to drive the Batwing up to get the bat symbol in the moon? There's no reason he would do that. I mean, he did just unleash a giant chemical disaster into the atmosphere with all those Joker balloons.
Yeah, he didn't care that those balloons would, like, drift over and maybe the poor parts. He's like, who cares?
Yeah, killing millions of people.
What's your rating?
I guess I'll say 4. It's got to be a 4. It's beautiful. It's so stylized and doesn't make a lick of damn sense. And I love it, I love it, I love it. Thank you, Batman 89.
Oh, there you go. J.A.?
Yeah, I think we have a lot to thank Tim Burton for making this Batman, because it did turn what had been the super camp 60s Batman as the main screen Batman for a lot of people, and took a very different turn from it. And because of Tim Burton's take, then we got the Christopher Nolan take, and all these were built really off of the foundation that Tim Burton and design team and the look and feel of Gotham and the look and feel of Batman. And everyone likes to make fun of that suit. But I remember when we first saw it, everyone was in love with the thing because it didn't look like a man in pajamas running around with a cape. It looked like a superhero for the first time. This looked badass superhero with a utility belt that actually looked like a utility belt, even though it had these little weird capsule-like pill pouches. I think it's a 3.5. The Danny Elfman score is iconic to this day. The Prince songs, I mean, they're great Prince songs. I don't know how they hold up in the movie setting so much. That whole art gallery scene is so bonzo crazy. Watching it now, I was like, Who decided to put this in? Let's go into an art museum and destroy all the art for chaos sake, except for that one. Leave this one. I kind of like it, Bob. And his top henchman is named Bob.
Bob the Goon.
Who then gets killed because Batman has a bat wing.
He is my number one. Yeah.
So, yeah, 3.5.
All right. Wrap us up, dear.
It just dawned on me that Jack Nicholson's name is Jack, and his character's name is Jack, too.
You think that was on purpose?
It just dawned on me.
I always thought that was on purpose. They were like, we'll write it into the script that your name can still be Jack.
Yeah, Jack.
Jackie Jack.
So interestingly, I do not have the core memories that y'all have. I mean, I remember it, but like you're quoting all these things that you and Jay used to say, and I didn't remember really any of the gangster stuff. I just remembered him turning into Joker and the whole bell tower thing and whatever. I'm not going to be as sentimental and deep as you guys, but it was all right. It was all right. I mean, it's old. 30 years old, you said?
Yeah, 35.
35.
Yes, we're all old people. Like, way to go.
It's old, but I'll give it a solid 3 sugar bumps.
Yeah, 3 sugar bumps. That's actually better than I thought. I thought you'd give it like a 2.5.
I thought I was going to rip it apart.
I mean,
it was entertaining.
I don't know.
Clearly, it was entertaining. I was like thinking, I was wide awake for the whole thing.
Okay.
Almost. I felt almost at the end. Well, and I did make Andrew start it at 6 p.m. because I knew if we started it later in the day, there was no way I was going to make it through a 2-hour movie starting at 8 p.m. Nope, I'd be out. So we started at 6, right?
Yeah, it was a nice late afternoon movie.
6 p.m.'s not afternoon. But anywho, we watched it, and I was awake, and I was entertained, and I was making little quips. That's pretty good for me.
Yes, that is, actually.
That's pretty good.
And it's all because of the Michael Keaton Batman.
Well, I mean, that's what I think of. I mean, that's my childhood Batman. I mean, I'd take Christian Bale any day, but...
Oh, yeah!
Okay. Yeah, with the Christian Bale...
Oh, come on! Christian Bale's way hotter!
Is he the hottest Batman?
Yes.
Val
Kilmer?
Kilmer?
Val Kilmer, yes, hot, but I mean, Val Kilmer Batman versus Val Kilmer Top Gun, no contest. Top Gun all the way. But Christian Bale, like that's the role I think of with Christian Bale.
What about the Newsies?
He was like 15 or something. Christian Bale, Batman is hot. Just saying.
There you go. Well, one thing that is hot is our review of Batman 89, the comic book series.
How do I feel like when I come on the show as the token woman that I somehow end up objectifying men? Right?
On that note, we'll be right back. Batman 89 coming up right after this.
Hey, it's Mikey Wood, frequent Last Comic Shop guest and collector. And as a collector, I'm always in need of boards, bags, long boxes, and more to house all those comics. That's why I use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off my orders at BCWSupplies.com. Not only does it get me a discount on BCW's already low prices, but I know using LCSPOD at checkout is another way I can show my support to the Last Comic Shop podcast and their continuing mission to bring fans together under that big comic book tent. So if you're in need of comic book supplies, head out to BCWSupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's LCSPOD.
When you're done listening to this podcast, check out mine. My name is Dave, and I'm the host of Beer in Front. My podcast is just enjoying the beer that's in front of you. Sometimes we forget about a classic beer while we focus on the new trendy thing. What I try to do each week is to enjoy an old school classic or have a beer that has potential to be a classic. I'll also talk about events of the day, I'll add my spin to things, and each week there are people that really annoy me, and I'll call them out as the jag-off of the week. That's Beer in Front, available wherever you listen to podcasts.
And like the bat signal in a cloudy sky, we are back to talk more about Batman 89. This is the comic book series, not the movie. And it's not the comic book based on the movie, though I'm sure Chad will bring that up because he loves it. But we are talking about the new comic book series, Batman 89, by the same writer.
So 30 years later, the Sam Hamm guy's written something Really?
Yeah.
How old is this dude?
Enough.
So hold on. You were worried about slut shaming Kim Basinger, but you're not like worried about like octogenarian shaming like Sam Hamm.
It's pure curiosity. I mean, how old was the dude when, presumably he was an adult when he made this movie 35 years ago.
He was.
How old is the guy now?
He was a toddler. He was in short.
He was born in 1955.
He's older. He's an older gentleman.
No one can do that math. That's impossible.
68.
He's a baby boomer. You know, the boomers.
All right, so besides Sam Hamm, love that name, by the way, Chad, who else worked on Batman 89?
Okay, so this 6-issue mini that came out circa 2021-22 had Sam Hamm, as you mentioned, Joe Quinones on art duties and did some beautiful covers for this one. Leonardo Ito on colors and Clayton Cowles on letters.
And Joe Quinones, didn't he get the job because like he was posting on Twitter like these awesome Batman 89 sketches or drawings he did, and so like they were like, oh, that's super cool. Like, would you like to do this?
Yes, for years he would post this Batman 89 stuff on the social medias. And apparently it got to the right people, and he got the gig.
There you go. And I'm kind of glad that he did. Although Nicole was kind of saying, like, Michael Keaton didn't look like Michael Keaton in this at all.
I didn't know he was supposed to. So I commented to Andrew. I sent him a picture as I was reading, and I said, why is Batman's hair so messed up? Because it's all dark on the top, and then, like, the whole bottom is gray, and I get the whole aging thing. And he's like, it's supposed to look like Michael Keaton. I'm like, that's not what Michael Keaton looked like. Yes, he had grayish hair, and it was curly, but he didn't have, like, this two-tone thing going on. I did not find a panel that looked like Michael Keaton until page 86.
I think they did not have the image rights for the actors, so they look similar enough that you can use your own imagination, but they're not going to be direct representations of the characters from the movie because for the image
there were some of the alternative covers or something that were like more pencil-y looking that I thought looked pretty close, but
yeah. Well, it is the entire conceit of the series, which is again what would have happened if they didn't make Batman Forever.
Which is named wrong. That one should be Batman and Robin, and Batman Forever should be the fourth movie.
Right, but
so I get so confused with these Batman names. Which one is Batman Forever?
That's the Val Kilmer, Jim Carrey as Riddler one.
Okay, what's the one with Danny DeVito and Christopher Walken?
That's Batman Returns. That is the actual sequel.
So many.
As I was saying,
I'm confused.
This is an alternate universe in which instead of making Batman Forever with Val Kilmer,
which is so funny because this talks about alternate universes.
Yes, it does. If Tommy Lee Jones played Two-Face, you still had Billy D. Williams. It's a continuation of the storylines set up in Batman and Batman Returns, where here's your 10-cent synopsis, kids. Batman stops a bank robbery and ends up killing somebody accidentally, so he stops being Batman for a little while. Meanwhile, Harvey Dent is further his political career and maybe trying to run for governorship. But long story short, Harvey Dent becomes Two-Face, and that's the big thing. The Michael Keaton Batman teams up with the Marlon Wayans Robin, and then Michelle Pfeiffer comes back as Catwoman, and they have some scenes with the kissing. That's the 10-cent synopsis.
And it picks up on so many of those threads that were originally supposed to happen either in Batman Returns or the follow-up. Like, you brought up the Marlon Wayans thing, and that's my favorite, like, comic book nerd. Did you know that Marlon Wayans was originally cast as Robin? And he got so far into production that they actually produced a Marlon Wayans action figure. But then, when they decided to cut him from the film, they whitewashed the action figure, who clearly has an African-American hairstyle, but is produced with all white skin. And Marlon Wayans collected residual checks for the next two movies as a result of getting so far in the production schedule.
Oh, wow. I didn't know the thing about the residuals. That's kind of cool. And I will say, this is the first time I've ever read this, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I think leading up to this show, Chad or somebody was just like, I don't know if it's any good. Like, I read it before. I don't know. And I was just like, what are you talking about? This is the best. This is the movie we should have got in 1993 or 1994 or whatever. This is the natural continuation of all of that stuff from Batman and Batman Returns. And you got Michael Keaton, who's a little bit older, a little bit wiser, running around. You got Robin, who's not really Robin, but kind of looks awesome, and he's driving like the Batcycle. J.A., did you like it? Come on, tell me you liked it.
No. I'll tell you what, I thought it was all right. I thought it was leaning really heavily on nostalgia and for things that we all loved about the Tim Burton Batman movies. And then I was reading some other Batman stuff, so I'd have a recommendation. And the other Batman book, the graphic novel I read for my recommendation, blew this out of the water. And it was so night and day. It was like, wow, that's actually a really good comic book. This is just meh.
Okay, my question for you is, in what order did you do things?
Movie, book, and then graphic novel, Son of the Demon.
Yeah, because for me, whenever I had read this the first time, and I'll dip into my review a little bit, I thought it was okay. The story didn't impress me. You know, the little winks and nods, as fun as they were, like Lego Batman beat them to the punch as far as having Billy D. Williams as Two-Face. So that wasn't as cool as it could have been. Billy D. Williams' Two-Face had a mustache on the other half as well. That kind of threw me. The little white mustache on the teal.
Yeah, having been burnt off with the acid, like you would think that you wouldn't be able to grow hair there.
People's skin also wouldn't have turned blue. Can we just talk about that?
Touche. But yeah,
touche. Two-Face.
Two-Face. But there were a lot of things about this, and the story itself not anything to shake a stick at. But then having watched it after the movie, I'm like, oh, this is the movie. My biggest regret was that I didn't take the time to watch Batman Returns as well, which is sandwiched, right in between this, because it's a Sam Hamm story for good and for ill, but it fit that time period perfectly. And the Joe Quinones art, which initially I was having similar issues with the likenesses, he's pretty consistent throughout for what this is. And I don't know, I'm a Quinones fan, and he does great facial expressions. He has his storytelling chops. At the end of the day, I enjoyed this a lot more having had seen the movie than I did the last time whenever I just read it cold.
I struggled a little bit with this because I don't recognize the Easter eggs, and I don't really sometimes follow things. Like, it took me a long time to realize that the dude was going to be Robin. Like, that took me a long time. Like, pretty much till he was on the bike. And then I was like, oh, he's going to be Robin. I get it. But like, it wasn't recognizable for me. Like, I was like, who's this person? I don't know. This is a weird connotation, almost like Miles Morales. And now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, obviously there's a lot of undertones of like consequences to your actions, because Batman thinks he's doing something good, but then this kid gets shot and leaves this little baby orphaned, and so then he retreats from doing the Batman thing. And I did like the Harvey Dent, how he would like talk to himself, like from each side of himself at the same time.
Yeah,
that was interesting. And then obviously there's a bit about different outcomes that could have happened, parallel universes or something, which I thought was pretty cool. But other than that, unfortunately, me, I'm not too much into the pow fight. I was very confused with all the extra Batmans.
Oh, the vigilante Batmans.
Were they good people? Were they bad people? Were they...
Yeah, was that like a nod to Frank Miller?
Yeah, I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
You had the mutants, and you had the guy with they were wearing the same eyeglasses that the Frank Miller mutants wore. And
heck yeah.
See, I took it as more or less just a social commentary with like the folks that, put on Punisher shirts, even though they've never read Punisher or anything like that, and went around being like, well, I can do whatever I want and have vigilante justice for my folks. Because there's that one scene where they break in to steal the video game system. Well, I can do it because I'm wearing a Batman thing, and even though I'm breaking the law, I'm pretending to be Batman. Like, this is a commentary on people that use symbols to just then go and do their own.
Yeah, it's the people that misunderstand Fight Club out in the street. Oh, this Batman. Oh, we can do what we want. Vigilante justice. Let's go burn this kid's garage down. Wait, no, that's not what Batman does.
Was that who started the fire? Because that was another thing I was confused on. So the vigilante Batman people that weren't Batman burnt down the thing?
Yeah, they burnt down the place because the Robin character, Drake Winston, he was the guy that stopped them from stealing the video game thing.
They burnt down the whole garage over a video game system?
Yeah, because they were pissed off at the kid. Because how dare he, protect his neighborhood and stop them from stealing and looting people's stores because they're dressed up like Batman.
Yeah, they had Batman privilege.
Right. Batman privilege.
Wow.
Well, and I will say that another cool thing about some of the character designs in this is, did anybody notice that they were taking a lot of things from Batman TAS, this animated series, like the fact they give Bruce Wayne a brown suit and tan pants, and the fact that the Two-Face in here kind of looks like the Two-Face that you get in the animated series, where in that series, Harvey Dent was African American, and his one half was like white hair and like blue face. So like they were tapping into not only stuff that we remember from Batman, Returns and Batman, but also the Batman animated series, which I feel like was the spiritual successor. It was what we eventually got and what we kind of wanted as fans.
But I didn't like the Catwoman redesign in this.
No, I thought if you look at the sketchbook at the back, that was much better done. The coloring was off in the comic. They kept making her leggings flesh, and they should have been leggings.
Right. So you're saying because they gave her like a swimsuit, thigh highs, instead of just...
even with the redesign, and I can respect Jay's point here, it does look better when it's not the flesh tone. That's not my Catwoman. My Catwoman wears a pleather bodysuit. Sounds like Eartha Kitt or Lee Merriweather or...
No, J.A., come on. That's the Catwoman. That's the Catwoman.
Yeah, no. Right? To Chad's point, it did bug me that I did not like the flesh tone on the upper thighs, and then when I saw the sketchbook, like, oh, it was just the friggin' colorist got it wrong.
So clearly, as the woman, I did not notice this, honestly. Hold on, I gotta go back. Where's the...
Says Nicole, who's objectifying the men the entire...
Our objectifier, resident objectifier.
Right.
It's our turn.
I didn't mind it. I didn't mind her redesign, honestly.
Did you like this redesign at the back? That was very bodacious.
Oh, the Babs Tar cover? That Babs Tar cover.
I was like, what is
For those
going on
folks
there?
that may be reading it in the collections, there's a Babs Tar cover that's, heck yeah.
That's Babs' wheelhouse. But speaking of Babs, I know when we talked about the Superman 78 comic, we talked about some of the additional casting and how it seemed like they had David Bowie cast as certain characters. I was curious, could anybody place the Barbara Gordon casting? Was she Winona Ryder, or who do you think Winona's was going for?
There was one of the pictures, one of the sketchy things where I was like, dude, is that Winona Ryder? Because that's exactly what I thought. Now, I couldn't say that I thought that while I was reading the comic, but one of the...
I think it was the cover. The cover to issue 4 or whatever that was.
Well, then it's official. We have 2 people that said it wasn't Winona Ryder. She was cast in there as Babs Gordon.
Right? Wasn't that her era? And Tim Burton?
Well, she was in Beetlejuice. She was one of his cadre. I mean, it's not Helen Bonham Carter. Okay, let's get to our ratings.
Hold on, I'm back to this cat suit. Yes, I agree. I don't like, it looks a little Taylor Swifty. You know what I mean? Like where it's just like the suit without the...
Let's get to ratings.
It's got to be cold out there. You can't have exposed
Well, this
thighs.
one picture, she's like flying and it looks like she's got a tail. It's...
Wait, they gave her a tail?
I don't know what it is. It's like she's really far away in the distance, but anyhow.
J.A., what is our 1 out of 4 scale for Batman 89, the comic book?
Coins.
Multiple universes.
Those are cat whips, by the way, not a tail.
Schrodinger's cats.
No. So this is all based off of Tim Burton, so it's 1 out of 4 Burtons.
Oh, there you go. Like Richard Burton's?
That could be anything. Yep.
The Elizabeth Taylor's wife, her husband.
All right, Chad. You go first.
Okay. Like I said, reading this series on the heels of the movie, I genuinely enjoyed it. I'm going to give it a contingent 3. If you have the time to sit down and watch the Batman movies and you got a hankering for more Batman, this could definitely scratch that itch. And a lot of the complaints I had early on, second glance, I actually think that they weren't really complaints. I think the storytelling is sound. The characterization is good. I got all those little nuances that, little movie nerd me remembers. Like, oh, look, they finally got the Black Robin. Oh, my goodness. Harvey Dent's finally Two-Face. Like, that's a huge deal. This is very much what it is, and that's a good thing, as long as you're watching the movies.
All right. J.A., you were not as big of a fan. What are you giving it?
Yeah, I'm going to give it a 2.5. I guess as a follow-up on the movies, and with that caveat in place, it's all right. But that's a pretty big caveat. This is not just like a book that you could give to somebody. Hey, do you like Batman? Here's a great Batman story. You've got to watch the movies first. And maybe you don't like the Tim Burton movies, or you're wondering where Helena Bonham Carter is because it's Tim Burton. And why is she not in there? Were they dating that? And then you just go down this rabbit hole of Tim Burton-ness. This is a bit like that. It's, you haven't gone full Burton yet. They're better Batman books.
Well, that is true. That is true. I think, though, I'm going to give it a little bit even higher than both of you gentlemen. I think I'm going to give this a full 3.75. I really love this book. And maybe it's because I'm a huge fan of Batman 89 and Batman Returns, and I would have loved to see a third movie. Honestly, Batman Forever is one of my least favorite comic book movies out there. I really don't like it. I don't like Jim Carrey as the Riddler. I never got Tommy Lee Jones as Two-Face. Two-Face is my favorite Batman character, and I think that you get a really good Two-Face in this. I know there's this scene where he runs in to save Drake Winston from this burning fire, and that's how he becomes Two-Face, right? And he's viewing this alternate universe where all the things work out rosy for him. He marries Barbara Gordon, he becomes the governor, Bruce Wayne is oh, you're the best, Harvey Dent. And then at the exact same time, he wakes up and he's burnt with acid. That's the moment that he says, okay, there are alternate universes, good and bad, and it's all about the coin. I thought that was fascinating as a character explanation for Two-Face. So I loved it. And so I would have much rather seen this as the movie that we got as movie number 3 in the Batman franchise instead of Batman Forever. So for me, that's it's a dream come true. Plus you got more sexy Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman, who is still always the best Catwoman. So 3.75. This is great for somebody that loves those movies. Nicole.
I'll give it a solid 3. I think it's no Long Halloween or whatever that one is.
Okay.
That's it.
I will say, Andy, if this was a movie, this would have been the best Two-Face. Far exceeding the Tommy Lee Jones Two-Face, where he was just in it for a paycheck, you could tell. And even the, what's his name, Aaron Eckhart from The Dark Knight. That movie, they shoehorn Two-Face in and never let the character breathe and be his own thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That Aaron Eckhart, he's a great Harvey Dent in that movie, but I still am of the opinion that him getting blown up should have been the end of that movie. And then you have Two-Face come back in the sequel, and that should have been the story of Two-Face. And then he wouldn't have been shoehorned in so much.
But then we wouldn't have Bane.
I give you my permission to die, Mr. Bond. All right, we got recommendations coming up right after these messages, and we're going to be quick about it, so stay tuned for that.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nick Palatichuk. I'm an independent film director and screenwriter. I'm also an independent comic book artist and creator. I want to let you know about my podcast, the St. Paul Filmcast. It's a weekly podcast where I interview other independent filmmakers and other artists from the Twin Cities area. You can find the show on Stitcher, Spotify, iTunes, and Amazon Radio, as well as distributor Podbean. You can follow the show on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. So, if you're interested in how independent films get made or the process of filmmaking, also if you're interested in other artists' process and works as well, tune into my show, the St. Paul Filmcast, where it's not over till the guests say it's over.
With more Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for recommendations, and we got to be quick about it because we did a lot of talking about Batman 89, but yeah, these are some other books you can pick up in addition to that in either a trade paperback with that sweet Babs Tar cover, or maybe you can find this with that sweet Babs Tar cover in a $1 box or something. That would be great. But yeah, recommendations. We're going to start off with J.A. because he said he had another Batman book that was even better.
No, much better. Also, the first appearance of, retconned, first appearance of Damian Wayne. And that is the 1987 graphic novel Batman, Son of the Demon by Mike Barr and Jerry Bingham. And my God, the Jerry Bingham art is incredible. Now, this is a guy who hasn't done a lot of comic books. He did some Batman stuff. He did some Marvel team up. Then he left the industry, moved to Hollywood, and became the set artist and production designer for movies. But his art on this story is incredible, and it's essentially the story of Batman when he was married, use that in air quotes, to Talia al Ghul, goes and teams up with Ra's al Ghul to fight this other person that is trying to kill the world and kill Ra's al Ghul for something that Ra's al Ghul did during World War II. So it's very much, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And then he knocks up Talia and becomes overprotective dad Batman. So she fakes a miscarriage so that he can go off and be Batman again. And then 9 months later, Damian is given to an orphanage. But it also does, it breaks up that sort of romance they had brooding. But the art is incredible in this. If you're getting it just for the art alone, it's well worth it. But the storyline's great too. 1987, so you got the Soviet Union. You have this sort of realpolitik. Gorbachev and Reagan make appearances. It's space, Star Wars satellites are going to destroy the Earth type storylines. There's some rando Tajikistan, Kazakhstan type country where the bad guys have found root.
Oh, very good. That is a great book. I have it on my bookshelf. I have yet to read it. I picked it up for like $3 in a bin or something. I was just like, I got to get this. And then I was just like, wait a second, this isn't the original Demon story. That's something else. And then I was like, this is the sequel. But still, I should read it. It's all falling up that Neil Adams stuff. It's the spiritual successor to that whole Neil Adams storyline that Chad loves, with him running around with no shirt and riding on a horseback.
Oh, yeah.
Dinner with Ra's al Ghul, and he's in his Batman costume.
There you go. Was he at least wearing the shirt part? Because sometimes he just takes the shirt part off.
And he still has
his hat on. Doesn't make any sense, but it is awesome. Carries around a sword.
Well, what else is awesome, Chad? What's your recommendation?
So if you enjoyed Batman 89, boy, could I recommend Batman 89. No, the original 1989 movie adaptation, which was worked on by Denny O'Neil on writing duties, illustrated by Jerry Ordway. If you want wonderful likenesses, check out Jerry Ordway's likenesses. He's so great. Steve Olive did colors. John Costanza did letters. They recently, in 2019, I want to say, released a deluxe edition where they will give you the line art alongside the colored pages. But this is, you talk about that nostalgic itch. I picked this up off the newsstands whenever I was 9 years old. It was one of my favorite comics to have and flip through that summer. And Jerry Ordway's art is just incredible. And it is Beat the Batman movie with a couple minor changes. And then it's like, oh, look, they changed that. Oh, look, there's Arliss at the end, hiding under things. Oh, man. Did anybody else watch Arliss? That was a great show.
Yeah, I do remember. And if you want some extra listening material, make sure that you're checking out our interview with Jerry Ordway, where we asked him all kinds of questions when we were interviewing at Baltimore Comic Con. In our archives, you can listen to that episode today if you wish.
When you were interviewing him, did you ask him why the commissioner and the police guys couldn't just push the bell out of the way? How they just gave up? That really annoys me.
They didn't even try.
Listen, it's a union gig. They weren't going to hurt themselves.
Let's go turn on some spotlights.
That's bad angle. What do you want from them?
And then when they're at Axis Chemicals, be careful up there. Be very careful.
All right, Nicole, you've got a recommendation for us?
I'm going to go tangential.
Okay.
Because we were talking about Tim Burton being a little weird and Helen Bonham Carter, which made me think even more weird. Then I kind of went to the Les Mis movie, and I was going to recommend that, and then I was like, that doesn't really fit this at all. So then it made me think, who else is weird? And you know who else is weird? Neil Gaiman. Neil Gaiman is super weird. And if you want to read a super weird comic by Neil Gaiman, you read How to Talk to Girls at Parties. 2006, written by Neil Gaiman, and Gabriel Ba and Fabio Moon did the art, so we know them from Day Trippers, and it's really weird, and the girls are aliens, and go for it.
Oh, well, there you go.
No, I'll have to check that out. It's been on my radar for years, but I've never read it.
If you thought that the Batman movie didn't make a lot of sense sometimes, well, then read this. You'll enjoy it.
Nice. Now, is this the graphic novel version? Because there's actually a short story.
Yes, this is the graphic. Yeah. Now, I have not read the short story version. I have read the graphic novel version.
It was nominated for a Hugo, the short story.
It was.
Well, bringing it back to Batman to close out our recommendations this week, I'm going to talk about something not Batman 89, but Batman 66. We talk a lot about these awesome team-ups that DC does with Batman 66. You know, Batman 66 and the Green Hornet, Batman 66 and Archie. This is Batman 66 and Wonder Woman 77. Yes, that team-up of those two awesome TV versions that are near and dear to a lot of Gen Xers out there. This was a series that was written by Mark Andreyko and my favorite, Jeff Barker, with pencils by David Hahn and inks by Carl Kessel. It really starts off with what would happen if the Batman 66 as a kid met the Wonder Woman in the 1940s when she was still fighting World War II. She shows up at a party that the Waynes are throwing at their estate. And who else shows up there but Ra's al Ghul and Talia Ghul, which is, a link to J.A.'s recommendation there. And then it's just basically what would happen if there was the League of Shadows or Assassins or whatever. Flash forward to the 60s, and they go to Paradise Island, where Wonder Woman's there, and Ra's al Ghul is trying to get to a Lazarus pit that is on Paradise Island, and they fight Minotaurs and Cyclopses and things. And then it fast forwards even further to the 70s, and Wonder Woman is still the ageless Linda Carter, so she still looks like all Linda Carter-y. But by that time, Batman is now retired because Cesar Romero killed Commissioner Gordon, shrugs, and it's now Nightwing. You should check it out. If you like all of those series, if you like Batman 66 and the Wonder Woman series from the 70s, this is like a natural melding of those ideas and a continuation of all of those stories if they just branched out. Kind of like, again, what we got with the Batman 89 series. Good nostalgia. That's what we deal with now, friends. That is our currency. Nostalgia.
I hate it. Nostalgia for nostalgia's sake is horrible. It's a crutch.
It's a crutch, but it's a fun crutch.
Yeah,
you like Crunchy from Newsies. Sell papes. Newsies sell papes.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Sells papes? The Last Comic Shop. We sell comic books because we talk about them, and hopefully then people go and pick them up at their local.
We want you to seize the day and go to your local comic book.
That's right. We don't actually sell the comic books, so it's a popular misnomer. We're just a podcast to recommend books for you to buy elsewhere.
Wait, I missed this. There's actually a place called The Last Comic Shop?
Yes. In
Malaysia.
All right, but you should rate, review, and subscribe to the podcast. That's our thing over at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. Make sure that you're checking out us next week. We're going to be wrapping up Movie Mayhem with J.A.'s pick, The Crow, the Brandon Lee movie, as well as the original Crow comic book.
And while we are the Last Comic Shop podcast, not the actual Last Comic Shop, we always recommend that you guys get out to your local comic shop so you could participate in all this nostalgic fun. Whether it's things like Batman 89 movie or the book about the movie or after the movie or after the other movie that came after this one, but not the other one that came after that. But that's anyway. Or you can read Batman 66 Meets Wonder Woman or the Batman 89 official movie adaptation or Batman Son of the Demon or Neil Gaiman's How to Talk to Girls at Parties. All that and more waits for you potentially at your local comic shop. And then you can check back at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com where you can find our links to social medias and our merch store. J.A., what's the specialty today in honor of Batman?
Well, obviously we always have t-shirts, coffee mugs, tote bags. This week,
a special on giant rubber suits that you can't move when you're heading. So you've got to turn sideways. I always loved that scene when he's on the catwalk at Axis Chemicals, and he doesn't see the cops coming until he turns.
But see, I think that added to it because it made all his movements very deliberate. I don't have to look over. I'm going to like turn my body. So like the cop's like, what the hell's going on? Like this is freaking me out just by this guy just doing this. Jeez. Nicole, where can people find bags and boards and boxes and all kinds of other bric-a-brac that they can keep their stuff in?
Head on over to BCW Supplies to grab your comic book long boxes and stuff that y'all use, and put in the promo code LCSPOD to 10% off your order. That's awesome.
Yeah, I know, right? That's what you really should do. I mean, it does help us out too, but 10% off, that's cash in your pocket.
Yeah, go get yourself some stuff.
Yes,
comic book stuff,
and it's good for other things like trading cards and collectibles and all kinds of stuff.
Sounds great.
It does.
It does.
You can sell it. Thank you, Vanna.
Like, don't pull this shit on me last minute, man.
All right, and until next week when we hope to give you more movies matched up with comic books, I'm the host of the most, Andy Larson. I'm joined by Jay Scott, Chad Smith, and the wonderful Nicole Larson. And until next week, stay safe, stay Batmaning. Yes, that's a thing. Remember,
whatever you do, don't dance with any pale devils in the moonlight.
The moonlight is pale, not the devil.
The white devils in the moonlight.
That moon should get more sun. Like, it should stay out there. It should not be so pale.
Where the Joker's wiping off the paint, but he's really just putting it on his head.
I love that scene. I'm melting. I'm melting.
The Last Comic Shop podcast was a 2024 Black Angus production.
Looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture bric-a-brac, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCSPOD at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD. Cheers!
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, break out the M80s. It is now time for more of the Last Comic Shop podcast.
That's some bombast.
That is right. We are opening up our shopping podcast. That always throws me when you say podcast because it's shop. Anyways,
thrown them already.
We are opening the shop up to newbies. We've got stacks of soda in the background.
There you go. We're keeping the lights on for the oldies that enjoy those things that are timeless, whether it's fair amount of sugar or aspartame or dumbass part of me, whatever it is.
Either if you're going to the pharmacy or if you're going to the local 7-Eleven for the biggest gulp, 108 ounces of freedom, we're bringing it to you live and in style with our greatest matchup yet. In our biggest year yet. Remember, this is the biggest year ever for this Last Comic Shop podcast.
That's true, Ethan. Remember. I am the host with the most, Andy Larson, and I'm joined by my wonderful brother, Ethan Larson, who is coming back for a third straight year here with my co-hosts J.A. Scott and Chad Smith for another Captain America comic book. That's right. Not only that, though, but Ethan, we've got another fantastic tournament all for our Last Comic Shop fans, right? What's on the agenda this year?
Well, first, this whole tradition started with eating chicken and reading comics, and then there was door dashing chicken to people from across the country.
Ethan knows how to celebrate America. He kicked it off right by sending us chicken.
Then we took all the chicken shops. We ranked them. It was great. Go back. All the episodes are evergreen. Then we had burgers and Winter Soldier. And then we said, what's more American than burgers than obesity and diabetes? Because we're bringing it straight to you, folks. Okay, we're taking all those sugary concoctions and we're battling it out to find out who is in the final four of
the Last Soda Shop. That's right. We're on brand again this year, folks. We've got 16 of the greatest sugary drinks out there, and we're going to put them head-to-head. We're going to break it down to a final four, which we're going to put out on our social media so that all of you can do your patriotic duty in voting for the eventual winner. Yes, that's right.
I should note that I am going with the zero sugar option most of the time because of the diabetes and the obesity. But anyway, carry on.
Yeah, but whether or not you vote for the zero sugar version or the regular version or the aspartame version or whatever, we just hope that you vote.
That's right. We know you like Ike, but what do you like with ice?
Yeah.
What's your drink?
That's right. Before we get into the sodas, right? We all agree that like soda is better cold, right? It's kind of like beer. Like warm soda is kind of the worst.
Is it warm soda or is it cold flat soda? I think I'd take warm fizzy soda over cold flat soda.
Oh, no, because the fizzy soda, when it's warm, it burns. All the bubbles burn.
But here's the thing. You can come back from a warm soda. There is a thing called ice cubes. You can't come back from a flat soda. There's no...
Yeah, there's a thing called depression.
All right. We got to eventually get to the Captain America book, which is Captain America / Batman or Batman / Captain America. Regardless, got to get to this tournament, guys. We got the 16 teams. So you guys ready? With the first round, it is the 2-7 matchup of 7-Up / Sprite. That's coming in at a number 2 versus the number 7 of RC Cola. That's right. For all of you hipsters out there that enjoy a cola that is very hard to find. I don't think I've ever had an RC Cola, the Royal Crown.
It's just your basic bargain soda that has a better PR campaign. It's essentially the Pabst Blue Ribbon of colas.
So you're talking it's like Sam's Club Cola? Is that what we're talking about here?
It's like, you know how the Juggalos go crazy for Faygo? It's the same thing.
I see.
7-Up
it's straight trash. Come on. You know, Sprite and 7-Up, as everyone knows, has no caffeine. So you can drink it any time of day and you still go to bed at night.
Now we got the Starry soda, which was a rebrand of a rebrand.
I think it was Slice.
Yeah, Slice, then Sierra Mist.
Sierra Mist. That was they're all bad. But but can we just take that off and just use Sprite and 7-Up and don't worry about Pepsi's bastard version?
Because nobody can tell the difference between 7-Up and Sprite anyway.
That is true. That is
like my son says Starry's a little bit fizzier. I just think
no, but there's like that nice, crisp, clean taste of a good 7-Up. Plus, if it hadn't been for 7-Up, I wouldn't have one of my favorite drinks to order at a real true mixer, and that is a 7 and 7. I really do enjoy a 7 and 7. So my vote is for 7-Up. Marketing be damned on RC Cola.
Yeah, and also if you ever need to take the paint off your car, you can get the Sprite from McDonald's. This tastes like the static fuzz that used to be on TV stations back in the day. But yeah, give me a Sprite.
Yeah, Jay, I don't have a good argument to stand up for RC Cola. It's got to be 7-Up Sprite.
There we go. Unanimous. It's going through.
It is unanimous. So the number 2 7-Up Sprite is moving on. Going over to the other 2-7 matchup, we've got root beer Coming in at number 2, the solid favorite. Many a float been made out of it, and it's going up against a dark horse, but potentially one that the hipsters might enjoy, sarsaparilla. If you're in the olden west and you want a sarsaparillas, it's going to, again, and I think both of these drinks come from pretty much the same thing, the sassafras root. Or before we get to the voting, interesting little side note for all those folks out there, the actual root that root beer is made out of, a carcinogen. Actually, any root beer you drink has absolutely no sarsaparilla root in it. That is like drinking asbestos. So, we're going to start off with J.A. because he was the one that suggested sarsaparilla based on a regional drink in his area.
Yes, sarsi, which is, I guess you could say it's sort of the Philippine equivalent of root beer or sarsaparilla. It's very sweet. Like a lot of things in the Philippines, they like their sugary drinks.
Yeah, I haven't had that one, so I'm going to say root beer. Never had a Sarsi float.
Ethan?
I lost Andrew when he started this. I have no idea what sarsaparilla is. I've never heard of it in my life until this very conversation. So what do you mean bark says bite? Gotta go root beer.
Yes. And the best root beer in America that you can get a Sprecher root beer out of Wisconsin, made from real Wisconsin honey. Man, that stuff is good. It used to be a brewery. They started selling root beer for the kids, and that became their number one bestseller. So root beer is moving on to the next round.
What all is root beer? What's
That's what I'm saying. Nobody actually has drank root beer in like 100 years. It's all just like what we think it is. It's a facsimile of a facsimile of a thing.
They just use since the 60s, not 100 years, since the 60s when it was banned.
But there was no big sarsaparilla to keep it around and put Joe Camels on it and make it cool for the kids.
That's right. So moving on to the 3-6 matchup, and this one, boy, I'm pulling for a dark horse in this one. We've got the number 3 of Mountain Dew, Do the Do, versus the number 6 of Squirt. And I'm not trying to sell it, but that wonderful grapefruit flavored soda, which I used to have a t-shirt of, man, I love me some Squirt. That's going all the way, baby. Going away to the Final Four if I had my way. Squirt.
So caveat, is Fresca considered a Squirt variant?
I think we could allow Fresca in there.
It's the grapefruit, right? That's
it's your grapefruit flavored sodas.
And if you're gonna throw in my boy Fresca, you gotta give me a line. I'm ready to join the bridge game. I'm ready to play canasta. Let's go Squirt.
So here's a little bit of fun facts about Squirt. In 1983, Diet Squirt, which was a thing, was the first soda to be flavored with aspartame.
Ooh. Look at you throwing out.
Interesting.
Are you voting for it, though? Or are you the Code Red baby over there?
No, I'm going with Squirt, of course.
So I was going to say, before you guys finish this up, I have to chide you a little bit because Squirt is not grapefruit flavored. It's grandma flavored. Every grandma,
like Fresca,
has those 3 cans of Squirt in the fridge from Lord knows how long. Listen, if you're going to pick up a soda, you're not picking it up because you're making good decisions with your life. Mountain Dew is the way to go. The Baja Blast, the Code Reds, high flying, rootin' tootin' Mountain Dew.
There was a magical summer when they came out with the Mountain Dew with the real pure cane sugar, and they put the Snuffy Smith guy back on the label, and I was like, all right, no, we're not kidding around, man.
I see you, Dew. I see you.
I see how you doing, Dew. But still, Squirt's moving on. Dark Horse knocking off Mountain Dew, moving on to the next round with 3 votes. On the other side of the 3-6 matchup, we've got the Dr. Pepper. That's right, the only soft drink on our list that has his doctorate, versus the always reliable cherry soda. That's right, the cherry flavored sodas of the world. So your cheer wines, your Fanta cherries, your Big Red. I think Big Red is
that's the cinnamon gum.
Now, does this also include like the homemade cherry Cokes where you get the actual cherry syrup and then they add the Coke and the fizziness.
Sure, why not?
Like
It's cherry flavored soda. So I guess you could put cherry Coke in here if you want to defeat Dr. Pepper with a cherry Coke. Chad, you're going to start us off. What do you say?
As much as I love cherry Coke, nothing beats Dr. Pepper. Andy and I have a mutual friend named Nate who lives and is fueled solely on Dr. Pepper and rage. And
the problem I have with Dr. Pepper is arguably the best drink to make when you're in college was the flaming Dr. Pepper, but it doesn't have any Dr. Pepper in it.
That's true. That's true.
It's got the amaretto. It's got the rum. It's got the beer. Where's the Dr. Pepper? No,
listen,
no, sir.
Dr. Pepper.
No. If the best version of Dr. Pepper is one that doesn't include Dr. Pepper, then there's you got to worry about it a bit.
Nah, this is the KFC of sodas. It's got those 11 herbs and spices. Nobody knows what it is, but it's put together by a doctor. Damn it!
Listen,
Dr. Pepper needs to take this.
I'm gonna side with the cherry sodas just because first off, I do love cherry Coke. It is like by far probably my favorite soft drink out there. But also Cheerwine is really, really good if you've ever been down south. And to be honest, Dr. Pepper has some of the worst impersonators out there. Like Mr. Pibb didn't even get his doctorate. How dare he? I think the Walmart brand is called Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder? That sounds like a really bad supervillain. I'm sorry. Dr. Pepper may have the most interesting secret formula out there, but no, it's going to lose to the cherry. Ethan?
Well, you know what the best version of Dr. Pepper is? Dr. Pepper with cherry. So if you already have to add cherry to make Dr. Pepper better, then cherry automatically wins.
Yes. Cherry soda moving on despite Chad's impassion.
I was gonna say, I'm filling out the rest of this bracket under protest. You guys don't know nuance.
Oh, Lordy. All right, we're back. We're now at the 4-5s, which I've got to say are probably the most difficult of the first round. We're going with the 4-5 matchup of ginger ale, you know, that good old-fashioned drink that reminds you of Price is Right and being sick and laying on your couch, versus, I think it's a throwback to last year's last burger shop when we said the burgers with flair. This is the craft sodas. That's right. Any and all craft. Your Joneses, your, what are some other craft sodas?
Jones. Your Jones sodas.
J.A. specifically wanted the craft sodas on here, so he gets to vote first.
I wanted the craft sodas on here so we can just denounce them.
Wow.
as a bunch of hipster crap. They're usually over-sugared or not sugared enough. They cost way too much money. They are often found in gentrifying locations in cities that have no business being, and people usually use them to make crap mixed drinks. If you're going to make a mixed drink, just go with ginger ale. It's been good enough for a lot of people for a lot of years.
I'm actually shocked by JA's rant on this craft soda, given how just overly pretentious he is and everything else in his life.
If it doesn't come on vinyl, JA ain't buying it. You're right. We thought that craft soda would be his bread and butter.
I'm original. Original.
Original. You know, there's a certain clientele that drinks craft soda. It's like the people that love the craft beer, but like one level under. Like they, you know, I'm going to put them in this category. They're either 14 years old and drank something on a dare, or this person that says, well, you know, I denounce the corporate America of soda, blah, blah, blah. Shut up. I just want to drink a soda, damn it. I'm already making a bad choice in my life. I don't need to justify it by saying I'm going to support a small business by making a shitty decision in my life. And I'm going to cure my illness with a good glass of ginger ale.
Are you guys Canada Dry or Schweppes Dry?
No! If you're going to drink ginger ale, there is only one choice. It is Verner's. Verner's got the bite. That's the good stuff. Man.
The Canada Dry is not too sweet. Anyway, yeah, I had a period of time in college where I romanced the Jones sodas, some of the fancier things, trying to be a hipster, but it wasn't real. It's got to be laying there with a blanket, some saltine crackers, and a nice cold ginger ale.
All right, ginger ale, moving on to the next round. Going over to the other 4-5 matchup, I think this could cause some civil wars here in America. It is the orange soda versus grape soda. Which flavor do you prefer? Do you like Orange Crush? Do you like Grape Crush? I'm going grape all the way. It's purple. I never understood it because when I was younger, all the grapes I ate were green. It should be green if it's grape.
No, I think if you can drink anything that's derived from grapes, you should be drinking wine. And that's either red or white, baby.
There you go.
Unless you're drinking rosé. And I'm not even going to go there.
Are you sure craft sodas work for you, J.A.?
We might have to revote. I associate grape soda with being 10 years old and getting antibiotic that I couldn't chew. And so the only way that would make anything palatable was to drink it with what we had on hand, which was grape soda. So now every time I think about grape soda, I get that horrible medicine taste in my mouth. That's no good. So, yeah, orange soda all the way, baby.
That's the saddest story I've ever heard. Yeah. I will say there's a chance you might find an orange soda in a vending machine somewhere. You're not finding grape out there. The orange all the way.
All right.
Chad has lost the will to live after his Dr. Pepper was bounced
Yeah,
early.
I can't believe that.
His bracket is busted.
Seriously.
Well, we're up at the top with the final two matchups of the first round. It is the big guns. We're talking about the two most popular sodas in the world. Number one, Pepsi versus a real dark horse, because I don't even consider it a soda, but I guess people thought it should be included. It's the carbonated water. That's right.
What is another name for carbonated water? Club soda.
Flavor. Nor does it have the sugar, nor does it have anything in it. It's just, it's genuinely, it's seltzer water with flavor nowadays, but it's very popular.
Can't make an egg cream with Pepsi.
You can't make an egg cream with eggs. Doesn't even make any sense.
And this will probably tip off the way that I'm voting, but you can actually get Liquid Death. The flavor water actually has 4 grams of sugar, so you get a little bit of kick of sugar while you're drinking carbonated water. But yes, any good millennial, I love me some carbonated water, baby. Like, I live on it. It's my go-to drink. I'm sorry, Pepsi. You were once my love. You were like my high school sweetheart. But now I have to be an adult. I have to grow up. I have to give away the sugary drinks, and I have to go carbonated water all the way. Number 8, let's go.
All right, Chad.
So I, too, when I was younger, really enjoyed Pepsi. I grew up, I was a child in the 80s. Michael Jackson was lighting his hair on fire for Pepsi, and Madonna was doing sacrilegious things for Pepsi. All the cool stuff was happening for Pepsi. But for reasons I don't understand, I really enjoy fizzy water. And no one in my house does. And so it's wonderful. I can buy it. I know it's all for me. I don't have to share with anyone. It's kind of gross, but I love it.
You know what? I'm standing up for Pepsi. Pepsi was cool even after they changed the can. That's right. I enjoy the old school cans. Like, they were white with like the red and blue logo on it, and that was it. Then they changed the cans to blue, and I was just like, I don't know what this is. And I never forgave them for changing the cans, but I still enjoy a Pepsi. It is probably the only soda I actually enjoy drinking warm, just simply because my grandma, that's all she had. She never put any of the sodas in the refrigerator, so all we had was warm Pepsi. So I got very used to drinking warm Pepsi. And I still drink it and think of my grandma. So warm Pepsi for the win.
Scratch Ethan's story. Your story's the saddest story I've ever heard. With your warm soda? Oh, God, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry the world did this to you.
So I, like everyone else, had my Pepsi back in the day. It was the cool thing to do. You get all those Pepsi points, you send away, they send you some crap t-shirt or a Harrier jump jet, or maybe not. You have to sue them. They forgot to put a little asterisk thing in the legalese at the end of the commercial. And then decades later, they had a commercial where basically the way to end protests is to drink a Pepsi. God, I mean, seriously, who is green lighting these things? Horrible. Seltzer water all the way, baby. I'm going to make myself an egg cream.
Pepsi getting knocked off here. Wow. Crazy. Sparkling water moving on to the next round. Finally, on the other side, arguably the most popular soda in the entire world, Coke, Coca-Cola, however you want to say it, versus the number 8, which I've just got to say is probably the grossest name for a soda ever. It is cream soda. Cream soda has that same nasty pseudo-sexual connotation that the word moist. I don't know anybody that can say cream soda and then walk away with a straight face and not going, ugh. Anybody else gonna not vote for Coke?
Andy, this is the 4th of July show. Can you play a little bit of taps right now for our humble servant, the cream soda? Nobody knows exactly what you are, but you will always be with us.
It's one of those sodas where you get it once because you're like, oh, did I used to like cream soda? Was that a thing? And then you have it. You're like, yeah, no, I never liked it. And then you forget. And then 10 years later, you forget your experience. And it's one of those, you go back to the well every 10 to 15 years for that one drink. And then you're like, yeah, I'm glad I just bought one can and not the whole case.
There you go. And the Larson's weird uncle would come over with cream soda in his trunk and some methamphetamine. And they'd have weird picnics out there and wherever the hell you were. And whatever.
Our Coke is moving on to the next round. It is now time to get to the next round. So we've got the matchup of 7-Up versus Squirt. Like it did with Mountain Dew, is it going to knock off 7-Up? Would you rather have lemon lime or nice grapefruit? Chad.
I'm going to say 7-Up suffers from being too accessible. You don't always see Squirt. And whenever you do see Squirt, it's like, Squirt. This is gross, but I like it. Squirt.
No, I'm going the opposite for the exact same reason. 7-Up Sprite, that's always the go-to if you don't want the caffeine and you're ordering at a fast food place. It's either Coke or Sprite, right? Or Diet Coke.
Yeah. And usually the Sprite option, you can press the side button and get soda water, which is even better. So I'm going to go Sprite by association.
And you just said you don't like the sound of cream soda. Well, what does Squirt sound like?
Squirt sounds like fun.
You don't say.
It sounds like a great time on a Saturday night.
Not if it follows Hershey.
No, I refuse to let you destroy Squirt and my visual interpretation of the wonderfulness of that yellow can with like that cool logo. It is one of the best logos in sodas. Squirt is moving on for me, so it is the first tie breaker. That's right. We're going to flip a coin and Chad gets to call it in the air.
In the spirit of the Hershey Squirts, tails.
It is heads. It is heads.
Yeah.
So 7-Up Sprite is moving on to the finals.
Obey your thirst, baby.
That was cool. I did love that old Cool Spot video game for the Genesis. That was the
that had the best music.
It really did. All right, moving on to the other matchup. Got Root Beer going up against the Giant Killer. That's right. The one that destroyed Dr. Pepper, that is cherry soda. So root beer, cherry soda. Oh boy, this is tough because I like both of them. But as I said earlier, cherry Coke, arguably my favorite soft drink out there. So I'm voting cherry soda. Chad?
I don't care on this one.
Chad's voting RFK Jr. That's what he's voting. I'm gonna go cherry soda because I'm a Larson, so I like cherry sodas. They also are my favorite because Andrew and I are basically the same person. So
all right, let's see if JA will force Chad's hand back into the ring. What are you voting for, sir?
Going root beer.
Oh,
like
Chad?
myself a root beer float. A&W.
Chad, I want to try to sell you on something right now. Remember what I said? Go back in the way back. I said that one of the best versions of Dr. Pepper was cherry Dr. Pepper. So I'm bringing your lifeline back here. You can't get a Dr. Pepper root beer. You can get a cherry Dr. Pepper, and we can save America.
I'm right in Lipton Brisk.
All right. Cherry soda is moving on to the final four. Okay, now we've got the next matchup of sparkling water versus orange soda. That's right. It's orange soda. If I lost my grape soda, orange soda's moving on because it's actually delicious. Unlike sparkling water, which I could just drink tap water and blow bubbles into it.
And you don't know what you're missing, bro. Gotta go sparkling water. I want to see this out to the end. We have the Cinderella story here. This is the first 8 seed that's gone this far, so we gotta let it go all the way to the final 4, baby. I can't let my people down.
So here's the problem I have with Fanta. Every so often, I have a craving for a Fanta. Once you have that one Fanta, you feel like you need to drink 5 or 6 things of water to cleanse your system from the Fanta.
You have the Fanta shame.
I need to exorcise the demon.
Yeah, and even if you get like Fanta Zero, like you can still like taste it hours later for some god unknown reason. So
wow. It's so gross.
I'm going with the water.
You can get the lemon kind, and then you get the little squeezy lemon juice and put a little extra lemon in there. Oh, mwah.
Good. So it's just watered down lemonade. Great. I give up with you guys. You're never going to sell me on this carbonated water, Jazz. We got the final matchup, which is Coke versus ginger ale. What are you drinking if your tummy is upset? Because I have heard that people do drink Coke when they're not feeling well, too.
Wasn't it originally a medication? When it came with the cocaine?
It is true. It has such a myriad of uses. And as I said, Cherry Coke, still the best. Coke is a version of Cherry Coke. I'll vote for Coke all the way, baby.
Yeah, and it's the only soda that you can drink when your tummy aches and then pour it into your toilet and clean it. So, of course,
there you go.
Did
you hear about people clean their car engines with Coke?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it helps if your battery terminals are going crusty.
That's all going in your stomachs. Enjoy. Plus, I don't want to piss off all of our Southern fans, all like 7 of them. So we gotta keep, that's any soda in the South is Coke. So
yeah,
we can't eliminate all soda.
It's the default soda. I will say, when I was younger, I was a Pepsi kid. But as I've gotten older, I'm not as sweet as I used to be. I dare say I'm a little bit more bitter. I'm a lot more like Coke. Coke's taking the win.
All right. So that is our final 4, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 7-Up, Sprite, cherry soda, carbonated sparkling water, and Coke. Those will be your soft drinks that you can vote on in the last Soda Shop Challenge, which will be out on the social medias later this week. Coming up next, right after these commercial breaks, is our Captain America book, because we still do read comic books and talk about them. It's Captain America and Batman. Stay tuned.
I think that Dr. Pepper got done the dirty. There's no way the cherry soda should be higher than the Dr. Pepper.
I agree.
Hey, it's Mikey Wood, frequent Last Comic Shop guest and collector. And as a collector, I'm always in need of boards, bags, long boxes, and more to house all those comics. That's why I use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off my orders at BCWSupplies.com. Not only does it get me a discount on BCW's already low prices, but I know using LCSPOD at checkout is another way I can show my support to the Last Comic Shop podcast and their continuing mission to bring fans together under that big comic book tent. So if you're in need of comic book supplies, head out to BCWSupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's LCSPOD.
Hi, I'm Kevin DeCristofano.
And I'm Sean Flanagan.
And we are the Ninja Turtle Nerds, your weekly podcast covering the Ninja Turtle comic book series one issue at a time. Plus the video games, the cartoon show, the VHS tapes. If it's Ninja Turtles, we'll cover it. Ninja Turtle Nerds is available wherever you get your podcast.
Woo! I got a bit of a sugar rush. Oh, now my head hurts.
Stop drinking all that Sarsi.
Can you get a Sarsi float?
Of course you can get a Sarsi float.
Oh, perfect.
One thing you do want, we're cooking up this week in terms of comic book, Batman and Captain America. Who did this?
All right, so Batman and Captain America was a joint Marvel and DC production. It was released in 1996. It takes place through DC's Elseworlds, so non-canonical tales out of time here. But it was written and drawn by John Byrne, with Patricia Mulvihill on colors, and Jameson did the color separations.
Now, quick question, Chad. There were some other references in the book to some of the other people that worked on it or were influenced by it. I think in the epilogue, they referenced Roger Stern. I'm not super familiar with him. And then there was a full page in the Batcave right after Batman and Captain America met each other that also gave a shout out to, was it a particular artist? Did they actually draw that panel or what?
Yeah, so it was Dick Sprang is the man in question there. And you can tell throughout this book that John Byrne, this is a labor of love, shouting out the creators of these characters. You'll see notes and streets and buildings named after people like Joe Simon, who created Captain America. You'll see Sheldon Moldoff get a bodega in there. Dick Sprang was a famous Batman artist. If you think of like the 1960s style Batman,
okay,
you're picturing like the more squat, smiley Batman. He influenced generations of Bat artists. And then Roger Stern, a wonderful writer. He's known for a ton of work. I think Andy was talking before about his Hobgoblin run, but also Roger Stern, who suggested the epilogue, worked with John Byrne on their Captain America run. But yeah, Byrne's pulling from influences from all over the place, with love and respect in this one. So when you see those names, that's just a creator that's helped pave the way.
Okay. Now, also, Chad and Andy, did this come before or after that terrible Marvel versus DC, Captain America and Batman became like an amalgamation?
The amalgam, I think this was after. I mean, this was still while they were playing nice with each other. And in fact, one of the things that I want to throw out there is this comic book up until recently was a little bit hard to get their hands on because, again, it's all of those crossovers with Marvel and DC are a little bit tough because the collectors like those because they're less often reprinted. But for those folks that are going to be purchasing that Marvel DC crossover omnibus that will be coming out in the next couple of weeks, the story is included.
And then you'll have the amalgam crossover or omnibus, which has all those amalgam, which you may want to skip.
That's actually, when you guys said that we're going to be reading this, that's the first thing I thought of because I did read that back in the day. I read the whole battle and then the issues afterwards where they're in the sewers for long periods of time. I don't understand why, and it was all bad. I'm sorry.
No. It was a neat idea. They did the whole fan vote thing for who would win certain fights. But this was actually released in that same time period where Marvel and DC were doing a ton of crossovers. And John Byrne did one of the amalgam books combining Storm and Wonder Woman. I want to say it was called Amazon?
Right, so what happened in Batman and Captain America by John Byrne, Ethan?
Well, it's set in the 40s, 1945, right at almost the end of World War II. A Joker has been hired by a questionable, shadowy figure to help steal an atomic bomb. Captain America is sent back to the U.S. to figure out what's going on. He stops that person, and they think Bruce Wayne is an accomplice of the Joker. The U.S. government is stupid, apparently. They Eventually, they figure out who they are each other, and then the Red Skull is involved. Joker has a hero redemption arc for no reason, and and they stop the atomic bomb and go on with their happy lives. So,
I might be a bad guy, but I'm an American bad guy. Yeah, I mean, that's straight up stolen from the Rocketeer movie.
Oh, yes. You know what? I didn't think of it at the time. It was corny and cliche, but you're absolutely right. It is Paul Sorvino delivers that awesome line. Also, another comic book we covered on the last Comic Shop. Go listen to our
You guys are
review.
burying the lead. Batman and Captain America dropped the atomic bomb. I don't know who they blew up or where they blew it up.
They're just getting in practice. Didn't Batman drop the bomb again when he flew out and pretended to kill himself in the Bane movie?
Yeah, there you go.
No, the real lead is, I think, to Ethan's point, the fact that, like, Joker has a redemption arc and ends up being the good guy. Ultimately, Joker's the real hero. Like, Joker wins. Like, he's the guy that ends up stopping the Red Skull. But you know what? It actually kind of makes sense. I think I've commented on previous episodes of the last Comic Shop that my favorite type of Joker is not like the anarchist, crazy Joker. I like the gangster Joker, like a psychopath, right? But he's also like very crafty and comes up with his own schemes. And I don't know, he fits in that like kind of golden age mold of a lot of criminals. So like, it kind of makes sense in some ways that he would be like, hey, don't step on the United States of America. Hey!
But he's a serial killer. If he knew what the atomic bomb was, he'd get the biggest hard-on ever. And come on, man. Like,
not unless he got to pump some Joker gas in there, some Joker venom to make everybody smile as they were incinerated.
That's probably the thing that turned me off the most about this book. I love this book. Otherwise, I think it was very charming in a lot of parts. I like that the fact that they went back to the 1940s and set the story, though. A lot of questions still remain, like why wasn't Robin drafted in the war? Because I guess he had money.
He lost his parents in the circus. Isn't that enough? Leave the poor boy alone.
I don't know. J.A., you're a huge fan of Batman. Is this the kind of Batman you like? I mean, this 40s version?
Story-wise, it was all right. I really struggled with the art because it's John Byrne, and I see John Byrne, and I'm instantly transported to Bronze Age comic books. And this is not... It was jarring. The story's set in World War II, but everything else looked like it was from the 70s.
See, I don't know. I'm going to argue here for Byrne because his Batman is definitely not a 70s Batman. It's the 50s Batman. It's the Dick Sprang Batman. Byrne's Captain America is the 1980s Captain America.
Yes. I mean, we say Captain America's a man out of time. I thought this comic book is a comic book out of time.
Mm-hmm. But that's why this was the perfect comic book to team up with our soda bracket, because this book, it's saccharine. It's just sugar sweet. It's meant to be there as that nice tip of the cap to the nostalgia. Setting Captain America and Batman, back in World War II and having the story play out that way. And then you get that awesome epilogue.
Yes.
Where it's the son of Batman and Dick Grayson has assumed the role and they're discovering Captain America coming out of the ice. And I don't know. There's just so much of this. It's sweet is what it is. It's sweet in the kindest word. Even the Joker isn't a bad guy in this. He's like, yeah, I'm American. So he's not the malicious, ruthless killer. I mean, the Red Skull is, but he's a Nazi, and they're bad.
The ultimate evil. Yeah, they are terrible.
Yeah,
remember, kids,
bad.
Nazis are bad.
Nazis are bad.
I agree with you, Chad. I thought this was candy, and I ate it up. I would have loved to seen an entire series with Captain America and Batman. I would have loved to seen what happens after they get Captain America out of the ice, and does he join whatever group is going on now? I love the fact that anytime they allow Batman to pass the mantle on, for anybody that knows me, I really do love that nostalgia. I love that escapism that you sometimes get with comics. This was as cartoony as a comic book can get. I don't know. like people use the word kid friendly, right? I didn't think this was really kid friendly. I think this was all ages, but all ages in the good sense of the word. Like anybody can read this. Anybody can enjoy this.
And if you're the type of person that's going to be excited about Captain America talking to Sergeant Rock, this is the book for you.
That's true.
You know, he meets up with Easy Company. How cool is that?
Great book for the 4th of July. Like, it makes you feel very patriotic. And honestly, like, I didn't know that this was released in 1996. It felt like a throwback, like somebody trying to write something in, like, I don't know, 2018 that aped the 40s. Because just a lot of the stuff, obviously, is pertinent now. I mean, you compare this to, like, A Secret Empire where, you know, he becomes a freaking Nazi. Then you look at this and it's like the most anti-Nazi thing that you can possibly read. It's a great, you know, message to continue that we said Nazis are the worst enemy out there. So it's a good reminder to people. And I think that it's good that we're reading it. And I think it's important for people to read this and remember, because a lot of these memories are fading, unfortunately. A lot of these stories like about World War II and things like that are starting to fade from consciousness. And I think anything that we can do to bring back anything that reminds us of that era, I think it's good. And it's timely, I will say.
Yeah, I like the good guys are good, the bad guys are bad. And it's simple and breezy, and it is what it is. And I will say, too, when it comes to John Byrne, if anybody tells you that John Byrne and Chris Claremont's X-Men are not the best of comics, they are either a fool or a liar or both.
Right.
Like John Byrne, Terry Austin, Chris Claremont, those comics on X-Men are wonderful. And even through John Byrne's work on Superman at DC in the 80s, like John Byrne was the thing. But there was some point in the 90s when John Byrne, I don't know if it was him taking over more of control of his own work or whatever, there were just certain tastes about it that weren't as appealing to me. And so, like, any John Byrne post-1992, I'm like, it's okay. This is 1996 John Byrne, but it was good. It was fun. It was joyful. So I'm glad it's out there. This is something that I could have easily skipped over and not picked up, and I'm happy that I did, because it's nice to have some more modern John Byrne stuff. They're like, no, he still had something in the tank. It's just that tank was a 1945 terror tank rolling down the...
That was cool.
Oh, wait. How about Captain America jumping out of the airplane, but he has to wear his shield on his back so he can't have a parachute? I was like, what?
He needs his hands, man. He needs his hands.
I mean, it's great. It's just... I mean, I did struggle sort of with the juxtaposition in the art, but I love those, like that terror tank. That was a great, with the massive swastika. It's just one of those. I could see that terror tank like in the back matter of a comic book where they would show you all the different, like the cutaway version.
Yeah, no, that's a DC staple, the terror tank. And so to see it pop up here, like good old Nazi punching fun.
And actually, the full panel of the terror tank actually reminded me a lot of like a manga art, where they like did this huge amount of detail in one panel, where you could see like all the intricate gears and stuff. So I thought that was really cool.
All right. Well, we've got to get to ratings of Batman Captain America, as well as recommendations to finish off our 4th of July spectacular. So stay tuned for more Last Comic Shop right after this.
We're all familiar with the Golden Age, Silver Age, Bronze Age, and Modern Age of comics, but we can't still be in the Modern Age after almost 4 decades, can we?
We don't think so. And that's why we started the Iron Age of Comics, a critical re-evaluation of comic books from about 1985 to 2000.
On this podcast, we go beyond the chromium covers and the grim and gritty cliches, and take a deep dive into one of the most vibrant but divisive periods in comics history.
That's the Iron Age of Comics, with new episodes every first and third Wednesdays of the month. And look for us on social media, where the handle is @Iron Age of Comics.
All right, we're back with more of the Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our ratings, where we don't prove that we have a rocket in our pocket. We all let those rockets off. They're over there. Look at them. They're beautiful. Yeah, that's how we blow all of our cash here at the Last Comic Shop. These fireworks spectaculars. Yeah.
What the heck are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking
Cue
about.
the music.
Okay, we got a 1 out of 4 scale for Batman and Captain America, which again, if you like this show, I mean, go back in our archives. We've got tons of these DC Marvel crossovers, including like Batman, Incredible Hulk, and Superman, Spider-Man. They're all available and evergreen. But J.A., what do we got for this team up?
1 out of 4 atomic bombs. We're gonna drop a bomb on it.
Where did they drop that bomb?
The same place it got dropped in the Bane movie. I'm telling you, the Chesapeake Bay or something, right? Because Gotham's in Jersey, so I guess
There's so many people.
Jersey
that live
Shore.
Yeah, the Jersey Shore. That place is toxic. Why not?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, apologies to our Jersey listeners, both of them.
Any guess? We're going to start off with J.A. because I think he was, I'm not going to say the most critical because it seemed like he liked this book, but still, he might give the lowest grade. J.A., what did you think?
It was fun. It was a wholesome read. It was very sweet, almost too sweet, maybe at times. The art threw me a bit, and maybe that's just my thing, having grown up with Claremont Burns' X-Men, because his art style is so recognizable. When I see John Byrne's art, I'm either thinking about 80s Superman or 70s X-Men, and not 40s Captain America by way of the 80s.
It's Elseworlds, baby. All the rules are off.
Apparently, all the rules are off.
These are the types of comic books my parents thought I was reading when I was 10 years old. Instead of like, is that Elektra's boob?
Yeah, so I guess I'll give it a 3. 3 atomic bombs. It was fun. There was a lot of stupid stuff. I don't know if that was by design. We mentioned Captain America jumping out the airplane and explaining for a couple of panels why he couldn't have a parachute to have his shield on his back because he needed both hands.
What about the panel where Captain America and Batman simultaneously grab guys by their butts and smash their faces together back to back?
Yes.
That was pretty dumb, but also kind of fun.
That's some bro love right there.
Yeah. Also, I mean, the fact that Bucky and Robin were so interchangeable that they switched their partners for half of the book, and it didn't make a lick of difference. They did exactly the same thing. It sounds like I'm being hypercritical, and I'm not, because it's a fun book, but it's a 3.
I'm going to come to this book's defense. I might say that this is probably the best Captain America book we've done on the last comic shop during these Captain America shows.
You would be wrong, sir. You would be wrong.
Come on. This is like a 3.95. It is not a 4 because I could not put it in the same category as like Watchmen. But boy, this is the comic book that reminds me why I like comic books. It is so saccharine sweet, but so filled with escapism. It takes me back to just being like a 10-year-old kid sitting there, drinking one of my soft drinks, reading a comic book, watching good guys punch bad guys, meat steaks, giant war tanks, all kinds of great stuff. Plus, man, that epilogue. Roger Stern should be given an award just for helping John Byrne come up with that idea. Because the fact that, like, Bruce Wayne Jr. and Dick Grayson find Captain America on the ice and free him, man, that just sings. It makes me want to read even more. So, yeah, it's like a 3.95. It is a great comic book. Lots of fun. Looking forward to it when I finally get this omnibus in a couple weeks.
Wait, better than Brubaker Cap?
Yeah, I did. I told you that there were parts of Brubaker Cap I wasn't a huge fan of. You know that.
Better than Secret Empire?
Much better than Secret Empire. Ethan.
Come on, man. That's a cheap shot to my boy, Secret Empire. And Nick Spencer's my man. But anyways, yeah, it's probably one of the better, I would say, Captain America books that we read. I wouldn't say it was the best. And also, if you're a fan of women, do not read this book because there's like 2 of them in the entire episode. It definitely does not pass that test. One woman doesn't talk to another one at any point in the whole book. So for me, it's kind of echo what J.A. said. It's a 3. Don't think about it too much. Definitely don't think about the Joker redemption arc, which was a horrible idea. and that he was ultimately the one that saves both Batman, Captain America, the United States, and, questionably the world. Mass murderer stops a weapon of mass destruction from being dropped on Washington, D.C. Not plausible in the least. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I could consider giving this a higher grade, but they killed New Jersey. Batman and Captain America, and they just walk free. How could Commissioner Gordon let this happen? No, this book is what it is in the best way. It's fun. It's frivolous. It's not meant to be taken seriously, but at the same time, it's a sweet homage to the people that came before it. So I'm going to go 3.01. It's slightly better than a 3, but not much. It's still 90s John Byrne. No, it was fine. It was fun. I enjoyed it. It's not the best of comics, but as a nice can of soda out of the back of Andy's grandma's car.
All right. My poor grandma. In any case, we've got recommendations and we've got to make it fast because we're running out of time on this week's show. So here's other books that you can pick up in addition to Batman, Captain America, which again, you can possibly find. Maybe they'll bring it down in price now that they're going to be reprinting it. Or again, you can get it in that sweet omnibus. Can't say enough good things about that omnibus. Man, I am so stoked. I don't think I've been this stoked about a comic book in years. I'm going to buy that first day. Any case, other books you may want to buy first day include J.A.'s pick, which is...
Yeah, I'm going back to the Golden Age with Golden Age Captain America Omnibus Volume 1. This collects the first 12 issues of Captain America comics by Joe Simon and Jack Kirby on the first 10 issues with a beautiful, really beautiful cover by Lee Weeks. So if you want proper Golden Age Captain America, that's the one you go with.
There you go. Go punch some Nazis, kids.
Chad?
All right, so mine, I'm going to go slightly forward in time. I'm going to go with the Epic Collection. It's Volume 9 for Captain America. It is called Dawn's Early Light. So it contains the 9-issue run by Roger Stern and John Byrne that was cut short on Captain America, where you get Batroc the Leaper, you get vampires, Captain America runs for president. It's one of those things where Roger Stern understands the essence of Captain America. He sees the hopefulness, but also is able to add a little bit more nuance than you would get out of the story we read today. And the back half of this epic collection contains some of the J.M. DeMatteis and Mike Zeck Captain America stories, which are also a treat. And so if you can find it out there, the collection is called Dawn's Early Light. It actually contains issues 247 through 266. Which I think the first 9 of those are the Stern Burn. But yeah, it is definitely worth your time.
Oh, I love that. Stern Burn. I got to get that on a t-shirt. Like Stern Burn 24. Yeah, that was pretty good. No, and I can't disagree with that recommendation, Chad, because I love that Roger Stern, John Byrne run. He fights Machine Smith in one of the issues, which is awesome. John Byrne draws Machine Smith like every other John Byrne bad guy, slightly bald, weird hair thing going on, but also giant robots. Great stuff. And he becomes an artist again, which is super cool. Any case, my recommendation goes along with the summertime. And what is one thing you think about with summertime but Hollywood blockbusters? And one of those blockbusters that we never got to see on the big screen, but you can get in comic book form, is another crossover that happened with Batman, and that is Batman Predator. That's right. Batman Predator is awesome, especially the first one with Dave Gibbons writing and the Kubrick brothers, Adam and Andy, on art. Again, it's nothing more than the Predator comes to Gotham and just starts killing everybody, and Batman has to put on a super suit of armor and beat the tar out of him. But you get that Batman, you give him time, and he'll beat anybody, right? Like, usually I really frown on the Batman plus time equals win thing. But in this particular story, it works. And it works in spades, and it worked enough for them to put out a sequel to this. Dark Horse and DC did, as well as a third chapter. And you can get it all in one big collection, all 3 of the crossovers. But really, if you can only find one, read the original, Batman Predator. It's super neat. Ethan, wrap us up.
All right, good. My recommendation is going to be a little bit out of left field, so I apologize for that. But when you think summer, you got to think summer vacation. And when you think summer vacation, you think the classic arcades of the 80s and 90s that we grew up in. And so what I'm going to recommend is these books by Hardcore Gaming 101. This is Volume 1 and this is Volume 2, The Guide to Shoot 'em Ups. So any of your Shump fans, if you 1cc any games in your past, pick up these books. The Volume 1 deals with all the ones that you've heard of, like R-Type and all these cool shooting games, Blazing Lasers and Thunder Force, games I've never even heard of are in here. And then if you want even more games that you've never heard of or just played it to casually pick up Volume 2 and read this. I've probably read these books 6 or 7 times over, but they are my go-to comfort reading, which is exactly what you want in the summer. So if you're a fan of video games or you're a fan of classic arcade games, I recommend these for anybody.
Is Galaga in there?
It's not that old. So.
See, those are my shumps.
Yeah, see,
those are my shumps, baby.
They do have Zexivus.
I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it, but I have played that game.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Any case, one thing that doesn't suck is more of the last comic shop. We hope that you enjoyed our last soda shop challenge. We hope that you get out to our social media this week and vote on the eventual winner. Are you going to vote for Red Cherry Soda? That should be the winner. I don't even know, because it kind of trumps Coke.
Yeah, but it's
no, it doesn't.
Because of Coke.
Because you
Coke
add
is the
it
base.
to Coke, and then it's better.
But it's not soda you're adding to Coke. You're adding syrup. So you're saying that it's an ingredient of the other one, but the other one is the base. I'm sorry, you can't.
I would dare say vanilla syrup superior to cherry syrup.
That didn't even make the tournament. Any case, make sure that you're voting and make sure that you're listening to other of our past tournaments, whether that's the last chicken shop, whether that's the last burger shop. We had a tournament about the best barbarians in pop culture. We had one about the best Halloween candies. All available out at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. Just find those episodes. Listen to them. They're evergreen and awesome.
And you might learn something. Kit Kats and coffee.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
All right. And so while we might be the last comic shop podcast, we don't want to be the last comic shop out there. So we encourage everybody to get out to those comic shops near you where you could find potentially Batman and Captain America, or maybe you're holding out for those new Marvel and DC omnibuses, the amalgam version or the crossover version. All those are going to be wonderful. Or you can go with our recommendations this week. We had the Golden Age Captain America by Kirby and Simon. We had Captain America, the Epic Collection, Dawn's Early Light. We had Batman Predator, the first one by Dave Gibbons and the Kuberts. And then finally we had The Guide to Shoot 'em Ups.
Volume 1 and Volume 2 by Hardcore Gaming 101. I don't think you're going to find this at your local comic book store unless they're really cool.
There you go. Relive some classic games, games that I hadn't heard of. But anyway, and then you can circle back to our website, www.lastcomicshoppodcast, where they can find what else, J.A.?
Oh, we've got a link to our merch store. T-shirts, tote bags, coffee mugs, and this week only parachutes. Don't jump out of an airplane with a shield on your back, kids. Wear a parachute.
Plus, we've got that awesome Last Comic Shop Summer Edition, right? Summer's still going on, even though a lot of people think after the 4th of July, summer's just downhill.
Yeah, go neon, baby. Go neon.
Yeah, and Andy and J.A., what do you think about a limited edition Last Soda Shop shirt, like our last burger shop and chicken shop? Limited edition. So we only have it out.
Put it out, J.A. We have the logo. You did a great job of it. Might look good on a t-shirt or a coffee mug.
And you know what? Smash, boom, pow, that 5-star review. Can't even believe Last Chicken Shop was 2 years ago now. It's been a lot of fun, and I just can't wait to do whatever the next one, Last Pizza Shop, or whatever we decide.
Oh, pizza's a good one.
Yeah, that's so regional, though. Man, that's going to be tough. Any case, one thing that we hope is not tough is coming back to the Last Comic Shop. Until next week, we'll have more awesome episodes for you. I was the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith, J.A. Scott, and the bombastic Ethan Larson. And we hope that you stay safe Stay celebrating. That's right. Find a cookout. Drink some soda drinks. And remember that punching Nazis, always a good choice.
Comic Shop Podcast was a 2024 Black Angus production.
Hello, Last Comic Shop Podcast listeners. It is George from Shortbox Summary. The only thing I like more than reading comics is collecting comics, and the only thing I like more than collecting comics is taking care of the comics I've collected. And there is no better place to get bags and boards for your favorite, heck, even your least favorite comics than BCW Supplies. You can get all the bags, boards, boxes, frames, and more that you need to help keep your comic collection in its best shape. Listeners of this podcast can enjoy 10% off their order with code LCSPOD. That's LCSPOD for 10% off your entire order. Keep it tuned to the Last Comic Shop Podcast for the best in comic stock and the best in comic book supply savings, courtesy of BCW.
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Never start with the head. Victim gets all fuzzy. Can't feel the next. See?
You wanted me. Here I am.
I wanted to see what you would do. And you didn't disappoint. You let 5 people die. Then you let Dent take your place. Even for a guy like me, that's cold.
Where's Dent?
Those mob fools, they want you dead. So they can get back to the way things were. But you know the truth. There's no going back. You've changed things. Forever.
Then why do you want to kill me?
I kill you? I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you? Go back to ripping off mob dealers? No. You complete me.
You're garbage who kills for money.
Oh no, don't you talk like them. Don't talk like one of them. You're not. Even if you'd like to be. To them, you're a freak. Just like me. They just need you right now. But as soon as they don't, they'll cast you out like a leper. Their morals, their code, it's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. You see, I'll show you. When the chips are down, these, civilized people, they'll eat each other. See, I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve.
All right, that is right. We are back with the Last Comic Shop Podcast. Welcome. That was some wonderful dialogue, ably done by the host with the most, Andrew Larson, and Chad Smith playing Christian Bale, his favorite character. I'm waiting for the Christian Bale meets Venom. Anyways, this is J.A. Scott. We are talking Joker this week. We read some Joker books, and we saw the movie that is out. Joker part, I don't know, it's in French.
That is true. Yeah, you're right. I don't know how to pronounce it. Folie, I think, or something like that. But Gaga in the Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah, you're right. We watched that. But as you know, in the last comic shop, we don't just watch movies that involve the comic book characters. We try to educate the myriad of other comic books available to you at either your local comic book shop or your local bookstores that may feature some of the characters in the movies that you may go and see, and then you're excited about it. And boy, howdy, there's a lot of Joker books, right? I think before this show started, we were like, throw out a Joker book that we're going to read this week. And J.A., what was yours?
I suggested The Sign of the Joker, which was originally from Detective Comics 476, published in April of 1978. That's right, something modern.
That's going to be your recommendation later on in the show, so we'll just save all that for then. But Chad, he recommended also something, right? What did you want to read?
I was going to go with The Batman, The Man Who Laughs by Ed Brubaker, Doug Mahnke, Patch Searcher, and Aaron Sowell.
Ooh, that is a good one. I'm hoping that's your recommendation as well, because I enjoy that book a lot. But we didn't go with that. Instead, we went with somebody that we really, really enjoy here on the Last Comic Shop. Not to say that we don't enjoy all these other creators that made these other things, but this year particularly, it's all about J.M. DeMatteis. That's right. Go back in our Last Comic Shop archives. You can hear our awesome interview with this wonderfully legendary comic book writer. It's a great interview. And during that period of time, in the research leading up to that interview, I found out a lot about J.M. DeMatteis that I didn't know. And one of the big things that I found out was that originally the Craven's Last Hunt was pitched as a Batman story. That's right. It was supposed to be a story about what would happen if the Joker finally killed Batman. And as a result of that, the Joker went sane. Something happened, and then ultimately, at the end of the day, he switched it around a little bit. He took it back over to Marvel, and he did Craven's Last Hunt, which we all know, and also covered on the Last Comic Shop. But eventually, he did get his wish in telling this story, and that is what we're reviewing today.
But I think you're burying the lead here on this one. Because not only did we talk to J.M. DeMatteis, we also talked to Joe Staton way back when. And both of them brought up this story, this Going Sane 4-issue arc, as one of their highlights, as one of those things that they hope their fans would check out.
Absolutely. Joe said this was his crowning achievement when asked, what is your favorite project that you ever worked on? He mentioned this, in a heartbeat. He just said, you got to read Going Sane. And that's what we're doing today. It's a 4-issue story arc that came out of the Legends of the Dark Knight series, which was kind of an anthology of a variety of different Batman stories. Back in the day, we read another one from that series when we interviewed Russ Braun, his work on Batman Venom.
One more tidbit about the Legends of the Dark Knight. It was originally published in issues 65 through 68 in November 1994 through February 95. But this came off the heels of Night's End, the end of the Breaking of Batman's Back, that trilogy of stories. That actually wrapped up in issue 63, so this was 2 issues later.
All right. Well, without further ado, J.A., why don't you talk about who did this particular series?
As mentioned, J.M. DeMatteis was the writer, with Joe Stanton on pencils, Steve Mitchell providing the inks, Willie Schubert did the lettering, and Digital Chameleon with the colors for this 4-issue run.
Why don't you do the 10-cent synopsis, too? What happens in these 4 issues of the Legends of the Dark Knight?
So this is very much a Joker story, and that's the nice thing about it. I mean, he's in the first issue, and then he disappears for about 2 issues. Joker thinks he's killed Batman, and so now he has no more reason to be the Joker, so he becomes normal and tries to lead a normal life. Finds a woman, gets a job, watches old movies, listens to the radio, complains that everything new and modern is crap. He's basically a middle-aged man. Batman, on the other side, is not dead. He gets fished out of the river by a doctor who nurses him back to health. Doesn't know who he is. I don't know how you don't know who Bruce Wayne is. It's not like she even went to college in Gotham. Come on. That was a little bit far-fetched. Nurses him back to health. He comes back really obsessed to find the Joker acting more crazy than the Joker is. It ends up that they both need each other to coexist, as we sort of alluded to in our opening. There can be no Batman without Joker. There can be no Joker without Batman. And that's sort of what this series is. It's like, what happens if we take them and separate them and each thinks the other is dead?
Yeah, bottom line, Batman screws it up again.
That is true, Chad. I'm glad that you let off with that, because honestly, it seems like the Joker problem was solved. He becomes this Joseph Care. He settles down. He's not killing anybody. He's not doing anything. And the only thing that causes the Joker to become the Joker again is because Batman raises his head. And there's a point in this story when Batman could have just stayed with this doctor who he ends up getting along like a house on fire with, settling down and raising a garden, being a middle-aged man himself. But he's like, nope, got to go back there, got to find the Joker, got to do this. And so, hoist with his own petard, as they say, creating his own misery is Batman. And, he can just stop doing the Batman thing. It's fine. He could do that, and everything would be hunky-dory. There wouldn't be any more Jokers. It kind of goes along with that whole long-standing thing where Batman raises the ante in Gotham. Once you have Batman, then you have all the super criminals. If you didn't have Batman, then it would just be, gangsters, the Maronis, the Falcones, just people that are normal crime, I guess.
New Jersey.
No one would buy the comic books, though, because, honestly, who wants to read about the Garden State?
Hey, Bruce Springsteen comes from there. Come on now. But I did want to kind of pose this question to both of you, which is, I personally am not a huge fan of the Joker. It's kind of weird in comic books nowadays that when I originally started reading comic books, I was just like, I'm not a fan of Superman. And the more and more comic books I read, I'm like, you know what? I actually like Superman a lot. He is not as one-dimensional as I once thought. The opposite trajectory happened with the Joker, which was, before I read a lot of comics, I was like, the Joker is so complex, and he's chaos, and he's the antithesis of Batman, and the other side of the coin, and this. And the more and more I read of Joker, I'm like, he is one note, and he is not very interesting at times. And so this was a little bit of a more interesting Joker. What do you guys think?
You're not entirely wrong. I think the Joker a lot of times is played as a one-note character. It's just that note changes. Whether he is the crazed mob boss Joker, or whether he's the agent of chaos Joker, or he's whatever Grant Morrison made him into, peeling his face off Joker. There are different ways you can play that note. And it does get frustrating at times as a Batman fan how often the Joker comes into play. And I don't know if it's necessarily the Joker's fault, but I think there are just so many other colorful characters in Gotham that people would love to see. It'd be great to get a movie with a decent Riddler out there, Clayface, and the Penguin, and all these other bad guys get their due. But the Joker is the default villain for Batman, so he's the one that always shows up. It does get tiresome at times.
I think what I like about the Joker is, like Batman, it's really sort of down to the writer. He's so broad. You can paint him in so many different ways. Simply choose your own adventure a bit, as long as you're following a couple of guidelines. There are things you can't do with Batman or with the Joker. I'm sure DC has some sort of Bible you have to follow. But I think a lot of writers get plenty of latitude. The book I'm recommending is out of this giant tome of the greatest Joker stories ever told, and each one of those is very, very different characterizations, and it all still works. What he's doing in that story isn't very complex, but when you put all the different bits of Joker together, it does make for a complex character.
He's the Bruce Lee. You pour water into a pitcher, it becomes the pitcher. You pour Joker into a crazy man story, he becomes a crazy man. You pour him into a story where he loves Benny Hill and old-timey movies, then he becomes that guy, you know.
Well, the other question that I had is I led off this particular segment talking about how this was originally a pitch that J.M. DeMatteis had a long time ago, and then he eventually modified that pitch and it became Kraven's Last Hunt, which is arguably the most well-known, if not, it's the most well-known Spider-Man arc, I think. I think that's fair.
Yeah, Spider-Man doesn't have a ton of standalone stories that you could put in a trade, and that's one of them.
Right. And we covered it here on the last Comic Shop. So I guess my question to you guys is, like, I'm not going to say better or worse, but, like, take us a couple seconds just to contrast and compare the two stories. Like, are there similarities between these two things, or is it no? Like, this is how did this story become Kraven's Last Hunt?
Well, I think what's interesting is here you have Batman and Joker. You know, this is A and 1A of the Gotham DC Batman universe. Kraven is not that to Spider-Man. Green Goblin, maybe, yes. Doc Ock, maybe. Kraven is a B-lister at best, and I think that's what makes Kraven's Last Hunt so visceral, is you've got this B-list supervillain. Maybe he's just brushing the top tier. That's where the interest and sort of the tension comes from in Kraven's Last Hunt. It's not a Green Goblin story. It's not a Doc Ock story. This, I think the interest is that it's a Joker story, but he's not being Joker. And those are the interesting bits. Or Batman when he's gardening and she doesn't know that he's Bruce Wayne.
Right. No, you have to work harder when it's Kraven as opposed to when it's Joker. And so Kraven's Last Hunt, there's a poetry there. I know DeMatteis loves his William Blake, and so that comes heavily into play. And there's the whole Russian tragedy of the thing. I feel like there was a lot more poetry at play there in that particular story, whereas this was putting the Joker in a rom-com.
Yeah, I prefer Kraven's Last Hunt a lot more, just simply because of one real aspect, which is the fact that Kraven takes this opportunity to kill Spider-Man, who he's really wanted, and then he becomes Spider-Man for a little bit, right? Remember how, like, in that story, Kraven's Last Hunt, he becomes the Spider to complete his metamorphosis. This person bested me so many times. I've got to prove that I'm not only better than him, but I could be a better Spider-Man than him, and so forth. You don't get that complexity here. You don't get the Joker killing Batman and then saying, like, I'm going to be a better Batman because I can do it better. No, he's just like, I don't need to do anything. I can just be a person now because Batman doesn't exist, which is, I don't know. I feel like that's the drawing point of Kraven's Last Hunt that makes it a more interesting tale, at least for me.
Well, I think you're comparing apples and oranges here. Just remember, Kraven's Last Hunt ran through all three Spider-Man titles because the editorial couldn't justify this going on in one title while something else was going on in Web of Spider-Man. They gave that story the seriousness and the gravitas that it needed to be successful. This was published in an out-of-continuity one-off Legends of the Dark Knight. It wasn't even in the Batman book proper. Here's an Elseworlds. The Elseworlds doesn't really matter, and there are no stakes, and where there's a finality in Kraven's Last Hunt that's brutal and emotional. You know, this one, the finale is just like, back to status quo.
And the next issue he'll be fighting off sharks.
Yeah. Do you think there's anything with the whole notion of you can't go home again here? He was supposed to write this story, then he went over, he wrote Kraven's Last Hunt. So much pathos in that story. Then he's coming back and he's like, okay, I'm going to tell this story again. That was originally supposed to be the story that eventually became Kraven's Last Hunt. And for me, like, this is also coming after his really awesome run on Spectacular Spider-Man, which has a lot of pathos in there too. Maybe I feel like he writes Spider-Man better. Like, can I say that? Can I say, like,
you like Spider-Man better?
Well, I just think that, like, there was a little bit of retread with some of this that happened in Going Sane versus some of the other J.M. DeMatteis that I've read elsewhere. I felt like there's just a little bit of retread. Like, I'm like, there's pathos, there's melodrama, there's good writing here, but it's just like some of it I was like, I kind of saw this before, right?
For me, it comes back to the big difference between the Marvel characters and the Marvel soap opera and the DC characters, where Marvel characters are humans with these human problems and these human expectations and these human failings. And DC characters are legends. They are gods. They are forces of nature. And at the end of the day, you're going to read a story about somebody being affected. It's going to land harder when it's about a person as opposed to vengeance and the night and agents of chaos that'll always exist and be intertwined and blah, 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 blah. So I think you're projecting things onto this story that are a little unfair just because they're coming at it from two different perspectives.
Fair point. Well, let's go ahead and get to ratings because we do have a movie review to get to. So 1 out of 4 scale coming from J.A. Scott for Going Sane from Legends of Dark Knight. What we got?
1 out of 4 Turner Classic Movies.
Yeah, it plays a huge part. He finds this girl. They just listen to old radio because I won't lie. He turns on the TV for a second and it like ends up triggering him. And I thought those were some of the more interesting bits where he's like struggling and waking up screaming at night, and his girlfriend at the time is like, "Yeah, there's something not right about him, but I'm real lonely. Like I want to be married. Like I'm 35. I don't know. I have a lot of options." I don't know what else to say. So I'm going to go ahead and start off with my rating of this. It's obviously a J.M. DeMatteis story, so I can't give it less than a 3 because he's a great writer. And he could write, I don't know, a menu for Burger King, and it would probably be great. But this is a 3. I have read better J.M. DeMatteis stories in my time. I did really enjoy the Joe Staton art. He should be very, very proud of the work that he did on this. The layouts, the penciling was excellent. So good job, Joe. But at the end of the day, it just didn't hit like Craven's Last Hunt or his run on Spectacular Spider-Man. When it comes to that gravitas, it just didn't. It's almost
those
like
are 2 of the best stories out there, man. Like,
well, what do you want from it? It's still good. I gave it a 3. It's not like I gave it a 1 compared to these other things. Those are like 4s, though. Those are like the top tier stuff. This is a little bit lower. I think you should still read it if you want to see an interesting take on the Joker. I don't know. Maybe didn't age as well as some of those other stories. I don't know. There's just something was off about the whole thing. It seemed like a little retready to me. A 3 for J.M. DeMatteis. It happens. J.A.
Yeah, it's not as good as Craven's Last Hunt, but it's also not a Spider-Man story, and it's a Batman story and a Joker story, and it's a really good Batman and Joker story. And you get this interesting, different take on Joker when he's not trying to be the Joker and fighting his demons, and you get a little bit of like what if or what could have been. And with the one exception of the Doctor not knowing Bruce Wayne, that really bugs me. I didn't really think that it bugged me that much, but I guess talking through this review, it's really bugged me. I enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Does it suffer because it's out of continuity? I don't know. It's a good story. It's obviously made to be trade material, isn't it? Let's have a 4-issue arc that we can slap together into a trade paperback and sell. Make all the monies. I'm going to give it a 3.25. The art was serviceable. I wasn't a super fan. I wasn't not a fan. I just thought it was all right art. I've been reading a lot of old Batman, and Robin is just, he's really useless. Sorry, Chad. I know. When I was looking for a Joker book to recommend, I had to pass a bunch of them that had Robin in it. I was just like, no, that's just creepy because it's a Batman book.
I honestly think this book is a little bit of a victim of the time in which it came out, simply because this was before J.A. people wrote for trades, although this would have made a nice one. This was on the heels of one of the biggest Batman stories ever, where Batman is trying to find himself. He's been broken down. And what do you do here? You break the Joker down. I just think it was too much, too soon on the heels of that. And as far as the art goes, I think the art is really great. I think the coloring lets it down. I really wish this had come out 5 years earlier, on that newsprint, or a little bit later after they had worked out some of the more digital coloring aspects. Just there are times where the coloring here just seems a little bit garish, and I don't think it does the art any favors. I will say, when I first opened it up, the lettering, the lettering drove me crazy.
But the different thought balloons for the different characters.
Yeah, and I was like, if this story is going to be 4 issues of this, I am not going to make it. Unfortunately, it shifted. They were playing with the lettering and giving you different characters. And, Batman gets those thought balloons that match, the Miller Mazzucchelli Batman Year One style. The Jokers were just really rigid, and it was hard for me to read sometimes. Like, what's that letter? I don't like it. Don't like it. But fortunately, like I said, it shifted off of that. So there are some just like craft things about this that I wasn't crazy about. And as far as the story goes, it was 3/4 of a great story. I think the ending was a little bit rushed.
Yeah.
I could have seen them stretching that out a little bit for it to have more of an impact. I did enjoy it, though. It humanized the Joker a little bit, and that's really tough to do because he's not a human. He's an agent of chaos, and Batman is vengeance, and he is the night, and all that other baloney. And so at the end of the day, for a Batman story coming out in the mid-'90s, I think it's great. At the same time, for Batman stories coming out in the mid-'90s, they weren't all that great because it was a rough period for those sorts of things. Originally, I was going to go lower than a 3, but I think at the end of the day, they were trying something different, and I like the swings that they took. And I do think comparing it to some of the other JM work that's more in my wheelhouse is unfair. So 3 sounds reasonable. 3 out of 4 old-timey comedies from the TCM network.
There you go. In any case, we'll be right back with more of The Last Comic Shop with recommendations, so stay tuned for that.
LastComicShopPodcast.com is the destination for all things shop. Plan your week with upcoming show schedules, the latest books, recommendations, and chatter from the crew. Subscribe to the show on all major podcasting platforms from one convenient location. Show your support and browse the merch store. T-shirts, tanks, hoodies for the fam, coffee mugs, magnets, totes, and more. Check out exclusive content through the show's YouTube channel and follow the pod on Instagram, Blue Sky, Threads, and others. All this and so much more at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com.
Have you ever been reading through a stack of comics and thought, maybe I should see what that Arkham Asylum game is all about? Or been playing Marvel vs. Capcom and felt like you were at a real disadvantage since you didn't know who half the characters were? Well, Play Comics is the show for you. I'm Chris, and each episode we take a look at video games based on comic properties and how well they stick to that source material. So whether you know the comics and want to know how all those games work, or you know the games and want to find out where all this craziness came from, go check out Play Comics at playcomics.com or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Alright, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for recommendations. Yes, that time of every single show where we make you wait for a movie review. Because we're bastards like that. Serious. I don't know why we don't always just go to the movie review right now.
That may be our Folie due.
Oh,
but
yeah.
We'll make wait for you.
You know what? It's generally because we are a comic book podcast. We want people to check out comic books like Going Sane, which you can find in buck bins. And I do actually believe they eventually released this in a trade called Going Sane. Has Joker laughing on the cover. I think it was in the late 90s, early 2000s that they did. It's probably harder to find now than those 4 issues in the buck bins. But here's some other stuff that you might want to check out, all featuring Joker or Joker-esque characters. We're going to start off with J.A. He teased it at the top of the show. Let's hear it.
Here's something that I hope you could still find in a buck bin. It's from 1978. 2 issues from Detective Comics 475 and 476. Steve Englehart writing with Marshall Roger pencils and Terry Austin inks.
Hey, buddy, you're not getting Marshall Rogers and Englehart Batman books out of the buck bin, pal. Just so
No. If you are, find them and keep them because they didn't belong there.
Let us know where you're buying them so we can come.
Those Marshall Rogers issues in particular, man. Oh, they go for some scratch. You're looking at start in the 60s for a decent copy and go up into the 250s, 300. You find that in a buck bin. You let me know.
We're talking pinnacle late 70s Batman, the high horns and the blue cowl that can go shirtless should you need it to be. Essentially, the Joker is angry at the Trademark Commission because his Joker fish, he can't get them copywritten and trademarked. So he starts to kill the commissioners who won't trademark his Joker fish. And Batman's brought in to help protect these commissioners. It does not go so well at the beginning. Batman does the classic switcheroo where he dresses as the commissioner and puts the commissioner in the Batman costume. But a cat comes in holding a Joker fish in his mouth. It taints the cat. The cat jumps up on Batman, who is actually not Batman, but the commissioner, kills him. And then what evolves into Batman trying to figure out how the Joker's going to get at the next commissioner and save him and also stop the Joker at the same time. And the Joker then also considers that trademarking fish maybe is not the answer because people will just stop eating fish. Maybe he needs to make a Joker beef.
A smiling cow?
Smiling cows. But a great fun story. I got it out of the Stacked Deck, the greatest Joker stories ever told, expanded edition, but you can humbly find it also in back issues somewhere.
Oh, speaking of graphic novels or trade paperbacks, that was one of the first trade paperbacks I remember picking up when I was 9 years old. They had the greatest Batman stories ever told, and then the Stacked Deck was the Joker one. But so many great things in those books.
Yeah.
That's why they ended up in the greatest stories ever told. But my story is a pretty good story that was told. It is going to be Batman, the Man Who Laughs by Ed Brubaker, Doug Mahnke, Patrick Zurcher, and Aaron Sound. Basically the Batman Year One version of Batman, where we still have Captain Gordon, and it is his first encounter with the Joker.
I can't remember.
Batman, the Man Who Laughs, not to be confused with the Batman Who Laughs.
Correct. Batman, the Man Who Laughs. The cover of this is an homage to the Conrad Veidt, the Man Who Laughs movie vehicle, which comic aficionados will know is what Jerry Robinson based his original Joker designs upon. And so you get the Batman Year One Joker in here. You get some wonderful Doug Mahnke art. You get Ed Brubaker, and I think this may or may not have contributed to him winning an Eisner for Best Writer in 2007. The trade I have is based on stories that ran through Detective Comics, and then Batman, the Man Who Laughs one-shot. And so it is definitely worth your time if you need more of that Joker fix, and you just want to get some people smiling and looking creepy and freaking you out and haunting your nightmares.
That is a linchpin. I know a couple years back, I went through a project in which I was trying to find all of the stories that were kind of Year One-esque, right? Like if you were to start off with Year One and then you wanted to follow the career of Batman, so you'd have this, and then you'd have Matt Wagner's Tales, Batman and the Monster Men, and then Batman and the Mad Monk, which kind of tells some early stories about Batman after he starts his career. And then from there you get into this story, then eventually you get into Long Halloween, and you get Two-Face, and then in Dark Victory, and eventually ending with Batman Year Two. I even think there's actually a one issue called The Gauntlet, which I threw in to this collection that I was curating.
That's the Robin one with
where basically Batman puts this is the final test for Robin to become Robin. I was like, ooh, that would fit really well right after Dark Victory and stuff. So, hey, I might post that sometime because I think it's fascinating. I spent some time putting that all together. So maybe the Last Comic Shop folks will enjoy it. Man, that should just be my recommendation. Go read all those Batman stories. They're all awesome. Batman and the Monster Men. That's like the first appearance of Hugo Strange in like the Batman Year One. Then the Batman and the Mad Monk. I mean, Matt Wagner just writes the hell out of like Golden Age awesomeness, whether it's Batman or Green Hornet or the Shadow or all those characters. Zorro, I think he even did a Zorro's book at one point. So, yeah, man, let's do that. That's my recommendation. Just find all those Year One books. I don't need anything else. Thanks, Chad, for doing my work for me.
There you go.
Any case, we'll be right back with more of The Last Comic Shop right after these commercial breaks with our review of the new Joker movie. Stay tuned.
Hi, it's Carlo Calantuan, Last Comic Shop podcast listener and comic book tragic here in the Philippines. Mabuhay! When I'm in the US, I'm always on the lookout for a good deal on boards, bags, boxes, and all other manner of comic book related supplies. And that's why I love to go to bcwsupplies.com and use the promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off of all my orders. Not only do I get a discount on everything I buy at BCW, but I'm able to support the podcast when I use LCSPOD at checkout. So if you're in need of comic book supplies, head over to bcwsupplies.com and use the promo code LCSPOD. Oh, and guys, I'm still waiting for that Tressie review. Come on, when is it?
Hey all, I'm Frank. Join me and my friends as we talk about all things geek. Here at Geek Freaks Podcast, we go over the weekly news of everything in geekdom, from movies to TV, to video games, and comic books. We also have a growing YouTube community. Join us as we go over everything in your geek life and share in the love of geekdom.
We're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our movie review. J.A. has decided to ditch us for this part of the show.
He's been recast for somebody that can sing.
That is true. We've got the wonderful George from Shortbox Summary, who has a set of golden pipes. George, would you like to serenade us with some of your favorite standards from the 1950s?
I will not do that, but I will tell you a story. That senior year of high school, I was on the bus with a girl, and I lost a bet with her. And because I lost the bet, I had to join show choir. Oh. And we won state championships that year.
I can tell just by looking at you, buddy. You've got the music in.
Name at least one song you sang that year.
It was a Queen medley, so every song we sang was a Queen song. Skin-tight black jeans, sleeveless white t-shirt, and I had a giant, like, Tina Turner-esque wig on during the performance.
Wanted to break free.
That was the song we sang, absolutely. All we hear is Radio Gaga.
It's Lady Gaga. Come on, man. We got to keep up Joker Folie,
which I think means madness for two. I think that's what translates into English. But that is our movie review for this week's show, and we all saw it. And George, who worked on this particular movie?
Well, this movie was directed by Todd Phillips of, I believe, Old School and The Hangover fame. Yeah. Big comedy director back in the day. Also did Due Date and Road Trip, two very inappropriate movies. It was written by Scott Silver with Todd Phillips, based on characters by Bob Kane and Bill Finger. I think we can safely give him credit for that, right?
Yeah, it should be Bill Finger and Bob Kane. But
yeah. It stars Joaquin Phoenix, who won the Academy Award for Best Actor for his portrayal of Arthur Fleck in Joker in 2020. Lady Gaga as Lee Quinzel, Brandon Gleeson as Jackie Sullivan, the prison guard, Catherine Keener, who stole my heart many, many years ago. She was so incredible on Seinfeld. I think that was my first time seeing her, where she was Jerry's girlfriend who wrote a letter to get him back, and it turns out the letter was from a movie, and then Jerry got super upset that he found out that the letter was from a movie. Zazie Beetz returned in this version of the Joker. Steve Coogan showed up, which I did not know he was going to be in this movie. I was like, oh, I love that guy. This is great. And then Harry Latte played Harvey Dent. Lee Gill played Gary Puddles. And I think that's every character of significance who showed up.
So that being said, Chad is going to first and foremost give us the spoiler-free 10-cent synopsis / review. So if this is the only part of the show you listen to, I mean, this is what Chad thinks of this movie. So Chad,
spoiler-free review, was one of 9 on hand to see the new Joker movie. More original than the first Joker movie by 100 times. Honorable Judge Marty Scorsese Pastiche presides over the trial of the Joker, where Joaquin Phoenix and Lady Gaga exude as much psychotic energy as the hundreds of cigarettes they smoked. They sing a bunch, too. I was uncomfortable the entire time. Good job? I don't know.
I forget what a great writer you are. To be very blunt, even at say 3 a.m. after we got home from this movie, you still were able to craft such wonderful prose in review form.
Shucks.
But it is a spoiler-rific review of the Joker. So let's go ahead and expand on that 10-cent synopsis a little bit more, Chad. What happens in this story?
And there were a couple of things where I still haven't wrapped my brain around it entirely. So when you have the Joker falling into these moments of madness, it turns into a musical, and he sings and he dances, and the stage lights come up. On the opposite side, your new Harley Quinn, your Lady Gaga's, she is a much more reality-based character, or instead of the psychotic psychiatrist, she is basically a star chaser. She's after Arthur Fleck because the TV movie was super popular, and she wants to get close to him. And so she is trying to manipulate him and all those different machinations there. You have this exploration of, what the Joker did in the first movie, and was it Arthur Fleck? Was it the Joker? And it's one of those movies where you're waiting for something to happen, and nothing ever really happens, but you were waiting the whole time.
Hold on, there was a bomb. There was a bomb that went off.
Yeah, I had already died of boredom by then, but it was... there is a bomb that goes off at the end.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere, by the way. That was a breath of fresh air. It was like stuck in a single set for 2 hours, and like they blew the door open. I was like, oh, that's nice. It's nice to get outside a little bit, stretch your legs a little bit. It's Gotham. It's nice to see what Gotham looks like.
So a lot of my review, though, is based off of my absolute hatred of the first Joker movie.
I thought the first Joker movie was absolute garbage, and I don't understand how that movie made $1 billion.
Joaquin Phoenix has a masterful performance in there. And like the sacrifices he made, like I can respect Joaquin Phoenix, but all it is a college film student's tracing of Martin Scorsese scenes from Taxi Driver, The King of Comedy.
King of Comedy, yeah.
But not done in any way that's original or value added at all. Whereas this one, I think because it was more musical based and I don't have the background in musicals, it didn't feel as ripped off and stitched together from other pieces. I'm like, well, at least this is different in that regard. And as far as having a tone, like if you want to be miserable and uncomfortable for 2 hours and 20 minutes or however long the movie runs, this is the movie for you. But yeah, I still have yet to figure out why. Why would they do this?
Well, I think both Joker 1 and Joker Folie do. The sum is not greater than its parts. Like everything about these movies is like absolutely incredible, right? Like the actors in it are great. The costume design is impeccable. The set design is astounding. Props department absolutely kills it. Like getting those old cars, like they really make it feel like it's taking place in the 70s. And then like the worst part about these movies is like watching them. Like I'm trying really hard like to be like positive because like this is time and effort that people dedicated to making something to be theoretically enjoyed, right? I'm trying not to be like a cynic and just saying like they're trying to make money. And I feel like they made this movie because they were afraid people took away the wrong lessons from the first movie, that like everyone's just like, oh, this was incredible, Joker's such a sympathetic character. And I feel like they made this movie to be like, no, Joker sucks. Like Joker's a piece of shit. You're not supposed to identify with the Joker. So like let's put him through the absolute ringer in this movie. And like I'm not gonna pretend I'm the most familiar with musicals. I've seen probably 20 in my life. Like I was a film major in college. I had to watch a lot of everything. It's not a musical, man. Like it's a movie where they break into song. Like they sing like Carpenter's songs, like it's That's not a musical. That's a sing-along. Like that, there was no originality there. And like, I think what's most interesting about this movie is that it takes place on 3 planes of reality, right? Where it's what's actually happening, which is like the courtroom drama, and then there's like the Joker's surreality, where he like breaks into song in the middle of situations where it's just like, this is who I wish I could be. And then there's like the actual stage productions that he goes into, and he's like, this is who I want to be. Like, that feels like such like a casual distinction between want and wish, but like, to me, like, it really is like, in an ideal world, I'm this. In a better world, I'm this, you know?
Right.
I didn't think it was confusing. I think this movie is like ultimately pointless, and I think that's the biggest problem with this movie, is that until the last like 3 minutes, he doesn't really say anything about it. And when I say him, I mean Todd Phillips, just because like he had the most fingerprints all over this movie. He doesn't have anything interesting to say until the last 3 minutes, and even then, what is ultimately said isn't that interesting. And so that was my biggest problem with this movie.
I honestly felt like musicals are so absurd. If they're going to be musicals, this is the one scenario where I could understand there being a musical, because you have this person who's descended into madness, and that's like, in real life, if you stopped traffic and got out of your car and started dancing, you're just a crazy person, you know? And so like, I thought, okay, this is a really great setup. And it's sad because they had all the parts there to do something fantastic. And you can even tell, like, it takes stones to have people singing in a major motion picture, you know, named after a comic book. But is that artful enough to make this a worthwhile experience?
So when I was watching this movie, there was one other movie that I kept on thinking about, and it had absolutely nothing to do with Martin Scorsese. It was the movie Cool Hand Luke. That's where I kept on going back to. In the movie Cool Hand Luke, Luke gets thrown into prison, right? And the entire time he's a rebel rouser. He's constantly fighting against authority, and as a result of it, all of the other inmates look up to him.
Eating eggs.
That's right. Yeah. Eating eggs, escaping from prison constantly. All the other prisoners look up to him, despite the fact that like every single time he has to do this, and every time he puts himself out there, again, the counterculture, the guy that won't follow the rules and stuff, he just gets beaten on by authority, and he keeps on being made an example of, until there's one point when he gets back, and you can tell that he's just been beaten up by all the cops and the folks that bring him back to the jail, and he lays down, and everybody's asking him, oh, what did you do while you were outside? What would you do? How'd you escape? And he just yells at him. He's like, stop feeding on me. Like, go do your own thing. Like, you don't have to keep following me. And so for a part of me thought that that's what this Joker movie was trying to talk about, was the fact, you know, Arthur Fleck, he was like this loser, this nobody. He started, you know, doing these things, you know, these anarchist things that again, people started looking up to him for the wrong reasons. But at the end of the day, they did. And he was very uncomfortable with all of it. He just simply said, like, this was a way for me to get people to like me, and it turns out it was a really bad idea. And so that part of it was kind of interesting to me. The whole notion of folks, they want to put them up on a pedestal, and when they fall down or they perceive themselves as normal or human, then they lose faith in those people, and they discard them. Yeah. And then there's somebody ready to take their place. He's like the vagabond standing at your door, wearing the clothes that you once wore. And I wanted to like this movie because of that thought idea. I thought that was an interesting... It's just that in Cool Hand Luke, he had kind of like Paul Newman, and he was eating eggs, and he was running away from the law, and there's like soapy boobs in it and stuff like that. And in this, like, there's none of that. It's just depressing. And like 3 places, like, yeah, they go into these theaters or whatever to do the dance numbers, but like the rest of it is just a courtroom drama. It was boring. Even Joaquin Phoenix is a great actor. Did I give a shit about him? Did I care about him? Did I care about his journey? No, because I was bored and depressed most of the time.
I feel like DC, more than Marvel, confuses dark and deep like a lot. Mm-hmm. Right. And so they think that by introducing this version of the Joker and like trying to make him a sympathetic character, that it's like a deep movie. And like, it's really not a deep movie. Like, I rewatched the first Joker. They conflate so many moments as important just because it's happening in a superhero movie and you wouldn't expect it to.
Right.
And so because it's happening in that, you're like, holy shit, they're taking this so seriously. It's like, actually, Shawshank Redemption's a better prison movie. Actually, A Few Good Men's a better courtroom movie. Actually, 500 Days of Summer is a better breakup movie. You know, like I don't know, man. Like the messaging was really confusing at the end about like what you're supposed to care about, what the ultimate takeaway from the movie is, like what celebrity does to be. There's so much going on here, but like I feel like they also didn't make like a declarative statement except for dude getting stabbed, because it's just like the other prison guy just feeling like let down because like his god was a false god. Like that was ultimately what happened, right? Like
right. Yeah, no. Well, that was my point about like fame and fortune and celebrity. If you aren't strong enough to shoulder the massive weight that fame brings you, there's going to be somebody that's like, if you want to be the normal person, I see a hole now that I'm going to step into. And that's what that guy did. Like I even said it to Chad. Chad's like, who was that guy? And I was just like, it could have been the Heath Ledger Joker for all I care. He's just taking the place of the original Joker to be the better, quote unquote, better one that we will know later on. But it didn't matter who he was. It was just the next in line. No,
king is dead, long live the king, right?
Yeah, exactly. I thought this movie had a message about the price of celebrityism. You can't live up to those expectations. They're too lofty, and it's a lot of sacrifice that you have to give of yourself, and some people just can't hack it. And so Arthur Fleck said, I can't hack it. Like, I don't want to be this guy anymore. I just want to be Arthur Fleck, and I'll take anything that happens to me as a result. But it's just...
No, but that felt like a bullshit response to be like because he started representing himself in court and doing like the foghorn leghorn accent, like the southern doing that
Matthew
shit.
McConaughey and
Lincoln Lawyer.
Yeah, Lincoln Lawyer.
Yeah. I was just like, Jesus Christ, Joaquin, give the Oscar back, man. Like, you don't he kind of really phoned it in here. But like that was the part that like really pissed me off. But like I don't understand him giving up on the Joker persona and like that costing him everything. Because it's like, dude, if you're guilty, you're going to die. But if you're so scared of getting beat up because you could die, like, you know what I mean? Like,
see, I took that it wasn't so much that he got beat up. I thought it was the guy that was looking up to him and idolizing him and stuff. And the guards like choked him to death.
Marching in guy, yeah.
Yeah, they choked him to death because
not Puddles,
Arthur,
that guy.
And Arthur was like, I don't want to do this anymore. The people that are following me are gonna get hurt. They're gonna end up bad. So
I didn't think that. I don't think he gives a shit about them at all. As soon as he met Lady Gaga, I don't think he cared about another person in the universe.
For me, I go back to the fact that so much of this movie, I just go back to how grounded in reality it was until it wasn't. I could see this as an exploration of psychosis. The Harley Quinn that was just the celebrity chaser made sense to me. And then whenever he's not a celebrity anymore, wants to give up that persona, I can see the disappointed, psychotic girl, cutting her hair and be like, no, it's done. And,
just a phase. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Except for the part when he starts representing himself and Marty Scorsese lawyer is like, my courtroom is not going to be a circus. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And then they're like, let's add an explosion.
But that scene where like he's with the people who view him as celebrity and he couldn't get out of the car fast enough. As soon as he had like his faculties about him, he's just like, I don't want to be here. Like, I don't want to be with these people. Like, I want to be with her. Yeah.
No, there's this sad guy who has all these terrible things going on. Like, that's not the type of guy that would be elevated or should be elevated to a leader. And when people start to do that thing, those folks they're going to cut and run. Like, that's seemed grounded in reality to me too. Like, this is a guy who's just running.
Every time he unwound in the courtrooms was like when things started getting really personal. Like when they started talking about his mother, when like Zazie Beetz was talking about like her interactions with the mother, like hearing personal stories and anecdotes about like young Arthur and like his, dumb laugh that she called it or whatever.
Yeah.
And then the idea of like honesty and like real representation in the face of celebrity, like that's what actually drives him criminally insane, right? Like that's what makes him go bananas. And the fact that he didn't, I'm like, I don't actually understand what Todd Phillips is trying to say here.
But that's a broken person with something to latch onto. Like, it doesn't matter that it's all lies. They're not thinking
but he was with the dudes who actually set off the bomb in like the courtroom, and like he was with the most authentic version of people who viewed him as like Messiah status. And then even then, like I said, like dude couldn't get out of the car fast enough when they were trying to drive him away.
But he's not after the celebrity. He's just a broken human who should have gotten help. But instead of gotten help, he got, elevated and, put in a
You say he's not after a celebrity, but like every time he was happy in the movie is when it was like a literal performance. Like I said, there was 3 tiers of reality in this movie. There was actual reality, there was a better world, and then there was the ideal world. And so like he was only happy when he would check out completely of reality and then move into the better world. And then he would die in the ideal world, because like that was when Lady Gaga would metaphorically shoot him or whatever.
Yeah, it's not sustainable. And he's not gonna be happy until he would get the help that he needs. That's why those things are these idealized fictions. He's not well. It's all an act until it's not. And he's like, wait a minute, I got to get the hell out of here. He jumps out of the car and starts running down the road. And boy, when those guys got hit by that car, that was awesome. That was the one thing I didn't see coming. I thought, wow, that was interesting for a second.
All right. Well, one thing that we got to get to is ratings for this particular movie. So we got a 1 out of 4 rating scale, and it's going to come from Chad. So Chad, what are we rating Joker Folie do as we kind of wrap up today's episode?
We're going to go with cigarettes. I haven't seen cigarettes in a movie in a long time. There were so many cigarettes in this movie. So much cigarette smoke.
There was an ash that Shelley Duvall would have been.
Oh yeah, it was like an inch and a quarter long. I was like, oh, that's yeah.
That's the whole movie. You're so uncomfortable waiting for it to drip, and then it just doesn't.
Yeah.
I think that's purposely why they said stuff in the 70s. Is they're like, what's cool? People walking into a room full of smoke. They're not wrong,
All right. Well, George, did you think this movie was as cool as walking into a room full of smoke, or no?
I give this movie 1.5 cigarettes out of 4.
Okay.
I think it presents some really interesting ideas, but I think the discussions about the movie are more interesting than the movie. And much like the first movie, I think the parts are greater than the sum. I think everything about this movie is fantastic, except for watching it. And like, I think the movie... I don't think the movie did a good job of making us stand. I think it was too ambiguous in its message. And I do feel like this was a mea culpa for the first movie, where like it was kind of just like, what if an incel was really popular? And then this movie was just like, what if an incel got his just desserts? And I still think they made him too sympathetic. And I don't like, I'm really struggling with this movie. So, but I know I disliked it more than I liked it, despite Lady Gaga's incredible casting, Joaquin Phoenix being one of the best actors of my lifetime, of the century. Everything about this movie was great, except for watching it. And I feel bad. I mentioned like, oh, it's a sing-along. There were like, I think 3 or 4 original songs, but I don't know. What did you guys think about the cartoon that opened up the movie?
Oh, it was terrible. It was awful.
Him fighting a shadow.
The animation was yucky. Like they were trying to go for like a classic 1930s, 40s Warner Brothers aesthetic, and it just looked cheap. I think that's where I'm going to go with my review. Like, first off, like, why was this movie made? It absolutely makes no sense. Like, you could even say, like, this first Joker, sure, whether you liked it or you hated it or whatever, it just seems self-contained. Like, it seemed like that's the movie and we're done. We're not doing anything more with this Joker. And, like, it's like, no, we got to show what happens to that Joker afterwards. Really? We have to? Like, was this a character that anybody cared about? No. Like, and this movie and this dressing of, like, it's the Joker, and this is Harley Quinn, and these are characters from a comic book, and we're having this interesting take on them. I would rather of this story not involve the Joker or Harley Quinn or anything. Maybe it would have been a better movie. You could have told the same story and not had anything to do with DC or Gotham or whatever. It didn't really have to do much with it anyways. I think I'm going to give this a 1. as interesting as some of the ideas were, I would rather have a root canal than watch this movie again. I don't want people out there to think I'm some sort of neckbeard and I'm just like, oh, this wasn't my interpretation of the Joker, and so I don't like it. No, it's just not a very good movie. I mean, it was boring, and I'm glad there was an explosion at some point because I was like, oh, look at that. Oh, that's nice. And I'd rather watch Cool Hand Luke. Like I said before, in fact, if you're like somebody that was like, oh, Joker was really, really good, go watch Cool Hand Luke, and then you'll be like, oh, well, that's what a good movie's like. Ah, look at him eating the eggs. That's great. Chad?
I liked it. I mean, it was a thoughtful exploration. No, it wasn't. No, I appreciate the swing. I don't think it was successful, but as much as I hated the first one, and I can't stress enough how much I hated that first one. It made me so mad, and everyone's like, "Oh, this is great!" And like people that know things about cinema were like, "No, this movie, Joaquin Phoenix is doing a wonderful job," and like, but it's just a taxi driver. It's just King of car. Drove me so nuts. This one took some swings in a different direction. I honestly think it was supposed to be boring, but I'm not sure. Because I keep going back to how grounded and how based it was in reality. If these characters actually existed, this is what it would be like. It would be sad. It would be boring. They wouldn't be sympathetic characters because everybody's so messed up and they're put in these worlds like, the abuse in Arkham and all that other stuff. There's no winners here. And that's, unfortunately, it's the reality for a lot of people that are suffering from, serious mental issues and, people that once they reach a certain point, like the system is not there to help you. Like as many Catherine Keeners as there are, it's a futile effort, unfortunately, a lot of times. And so I appreciate that after the first movie that drove me so crazy, this one's like, we're going to sing songs. Now, if the execution were better, and I don't know if I give it as many points as George does in terms of, I don't think every song selection was great. Like I don't think there was a lot of rhyme or reason sometimes in the songs they picked. They were just like, oh, this song's about being happy. It just seemed very surface level. And I do go back to the point George made earlier, and it goes into DC Comics where they confuse grit and darkness with maturity and depth. And no, that's not how that works. That's what this movie does in spades. It fits right alongside with Zack Snyder, who's a wonderful cinematographer, but doesn't get it. And so I can appreciate how uncomfortable this movie made me. And especially because we live in a world which, and I want to go on record as not being a fan of the current Hollywood dynamic where it's all just big budget superhero movies. Like, I miss courtroom dramas. I miss, stories about people that, are suffering from different maladies and thoughtful explorations. The fact they try to do that with a Joker skin on top of it, that's not a great choice. I don't know. 2 cigarettes.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for Last Comic Shop this week. Make sure that you're checking us out every single week over at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. It's a place where you can rate, review, and subscribe so you can listen to all of our past episodes, including tons of them that include comic books and movies, like this week's episode. So even this year, we had a whole movie May with all tons of those.
Yeah, but no, it was bad because it was supposed to be like life, and life is bad. And it's boring.
Yes.
That's what they want you to get. I don't know.
Also, make sure that you're also subscribing to Shortbox Summary. Our wonderful guest, George, does that wonderful show. Where can they find that, George?
Literally anywhere you want, except for YouTube. I haven't uploaded to YouTube ever, but Spotify, Apple. I use this app called Pocket Cast. It's on there. Overcast. I used to use that before the player broke, so I'm sorry for using that. But it's available anywhere podcasts are except for YouTube.
Yeah. All right. Well, we hope to have you back next week, George, for our 200th episode all about Watchmen. So George will be back for a segment on that show. So make sure that you are, again, rate, reviewing, and subscribing over at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. Until next week, I was the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith, J.A. Scott, wherever he is, and the wonderful George from Shortbox Summary. Until next week, stay safe, stay hilarious. And remember, eat a lot of eggs. That makes your movie like 1,000 times better. I mean, I don't know how many he got up to, like 70, and then he couldn't eat anymore. Like,
I think he got to 50.
I gotta watch that movie again.
They still outpaced him with cigarettes to eggs in this one, though.
The Last Comic Shop podcast was a 2024 Black Angus production.
Hey fellas, looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture goodies, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCS Pod at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD.
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Live from the Three Rivers Pond! It is now time for the Last Comic Shop Live!
This will be our final episode. Wow! Come on in, don't be scared. Yeah, don't be intimidated by the screaming lunatics.
Be afraid, be very afraid.
But no, with the Last Comic Shop, we try to welcome people into the world of comic books. We like to keep the shop open for newbies and oldies alike. And so today we're joined not only by the wonderful Mr. Mikey Wood, but we also have Russ Braun, who's been making comics. Oh, jeez.
Long time, 34 years, I think.
Wow! So yeah, where I am the host with the most, Andy Larson, I am joined by Chad Smith, my regular co-host, and I am joined by Mikey Wood and Russ Braun. And Russ, we've had you on the show before. Like we've done an interview with you at Baltimore Comic Con, and I mean, I'm a tremendous fan of your work. So on today's program, we're going to be talking about one of the first books I ever read that you did when I was a little kid, and it scared the bejesus out of me because, like, Batman gets addicted to drugs. Yep. And it was back in the day when Nancy Reagan was like, "Don't do the drugs, kids," and I was just like, "You're right."
And Batman blatantly disobeyed. That's right. Batman and Barry Bonds, both on the juice.
Yeah.
So we're going to be doing Batman Venom. That's the 5-issue miniseries out of, I think it was Tales of the Dark Knight or Legends of the Dark Knight. And it was done by the wonderful Denny O'Neil, as well as yourself and Luis Garcia Lopez.
You got it. And Trevor Von Eaton.
Yes. Trevor Von Eaton did layouts. And so we're going to be talking about that in just a second. But to start everybody off, we've got an icebreaker. And of course, on the Last Comic Shop, we love to do these icebreakers, get everybody in the mood, and we love to do quiz games. Yes, quizzes are our thing. And so our co-host, J.A. Scott, who is unfortunately not here today because he lives in the Philippines, he was nice enough to put together 10 questions around the Cape Crusader. And we have given not only myself as the host, but I'll be going up against Russ and Mikey for bragging rights. I guess. Mikey, did you bring anything to wager on this, or
just myself, my body. That's right. Which, by the way,
it's a hot commodity these days.
You can hire that body for sketches at large.
Comic Cons are great because it's the only time I get to feel pretty. I really do.
So, but in any case, just for pride, we've got 10 questions, and Chad will be our wonderful host for this particular segment. Chad, you're going to ask these questions. First person to ring in on our buzzers. Let's all test those buzzers. That's mine. I like yours.
That's awesome. I got a doorbell. Look at a rug.
Yes. First person to chime in gets the point. And
you have to get the question right to get the point.
I guess.
I can't believe we put through this. This is awesome.
Really? Really? No, this is wonderful. Now, Russ, before we begin, you mentioned that you don't have a lot of Batman knowledge after what, 2000?
About 2. Yeah, I kind of lost track of a lot of the comic characters after a while, especially Batman.
Did you read Batman when you were younger?
Oh yeah. Okay. I mean, I was more of a Marvel kid than a DC kid.
Okay.
But I kept up with Batman pretty well.
Real quickly, if you were going to name your definitive Batman artist, then a definitive Batman artist, other than yourself.
David Mazzucchelli.
Okay.
My Batman Year One is like my kind of touchstone of comics in general, like for storytelling.
So you've heard about the artist edition coming out, right?
Yeah, I just heard about it. I'm probably going to be getting that.
Me too. And since we're here at Three Rivers Con promoting the show, we were talking with Wayne Foucher, who apparently knows Dave Mazzucchelli from college.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, had seen Batman Year One prior to publication.
Oh, right, exactly. He went over to an apartment, and they had all the sketches up on the wall, and Dave was just like, "Well, this is something I'm working on."
Yeah. See,
that turns out it was
almost had to say Frank Miller because Frank Miller wrote it, but he didn't draw Year One.
Right.
It was Mazzucchelli that drew it. And, but yeah, no, it's like I said, I had those comics, like the 4 individual issues, sat next to my desk for like the first 5-10 years. I was drawing comics just to have like inspiration. They would just be there. I could open it up at any time for like, how would you frame this sequence, and just like, oh, that's right, he did that. Flip through. So.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a great master to learn from. In addition to some of the other guys you got to work with. Mikey, what's your definitive Batman?
Probably Norm Brayfogle.
Okay.
Norm Brayfogle was 80, early, like mid to late 80s, and he was very dynamic and super cool. And that was after Year One, and then Mazzucchelli, because for me, you had never seen anything like I had never seen. Like I wasn't familiar with his Daredevil stuff. I wasn't, I was a kid, but it was unlike anything. It was like Batman as like a detective movie, and it was great. Right? So those two, I would say those two.
Yeah, with the Mazzucchelli, I encountered that way too young, and I didn't know why I liked it so much. Like I was like, I didn't realize like, oh, this is a master at his craft, but like. That was great, but for me too, it's Norm Brayfogle. Those stories with Alan Grant beating up street toughs.
Yep. Oh, where's the love for Jim Aparo? Jim Aparo was a wonderful Batman. He has this one scene, I think it was in an issue that Jim Starlin wrote, where Batman punches one guy, turns around, punches another guy, and the one guy hasn't even fallen yet. Like he punches him and he punches him, and the first guy hasn't even fallen to the ground yet. He's so fast.
That was that same era. There was, Aparo was on Batman and Brayfogle was on Detective. So
then they swapped.
And then they swapped. Yeah, they swapped.
Yeah.
But yeah, Aparo 70s stuff is amazing too. And
right.
You got to mention Neil Adams because that's like but Jose Luis Garcia Lopez, his own individual Batman stuff is always amazing.
Oh my God! If you had any merchandise in the '80s,
it still is.
It's still now. You pick up a lunchbox and that's his drawing. Sometimes it's inked by somebody else, but it's always his style guide drawing.
So timeless stuff.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get started with the quiz. In the interest of time, we still have a comic book to talk about. So, question number 1, Chad?
Okay, so to go along with the Batmania from years past and the Batmania that's going to come out with the Flash movie starring Batman, we have 10 Batman-related questions. Question number 1. Only one of Batman's sidekicks has held both the mantle of Batgirl and Robin. Who's the character?
Oh, Batgirl and Robin?
Batgirl and Robin.
I'm gonna...
Okay.
You first.
Yep.
Carrie from Yeah, from Dark Knight.
Was she Batwoman or Batgirl, or was she Catwoman?
Oh no, that's right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Stephanie something or other.
Yeah. Mikey gets the point for Stephanie something or other. Stephanie Brown.
She was spoiler or something like that.
She was spoiler, and then took over, and then Leslie Jones decided it was too dangerous and faked her death.
Leslie Jones from Saturday Night Live had that much power?
It was Leslie Jones who was Batman's... Leslie Tompkins. Leslie Jones.
Any real Batman fans are going to be killing us already.
It's
now.
fine.
So.
Yeah, wait. I forgot to ask if I should let the guest win.
Let's go to the guest.
I found out that the prize is your body, so I'm going to throw this whole thing. So, even if I know the answer, I'm not going to give it.
There we go. All right. Question number 2. What year did Batman debut? And bonus, what was the issue?
That would be 1939, and it was Detective Comics 27.
There you go.
See, look at that.
We all knew that one.
All right.
You did?
Yeah.
There was supposed to be a gigantic hardcover collection of detective pre-Batman. Then they never and they removed it.
Yeah, too racist.
Well, there's a lot of Fu Manchu going on. But it looked nice. So,
all right.
Anyway,
question number 3.
All right, I'm going to warn you, Vince. This one's a toughie. How many actors have portrayed Batman on TV and the silver screen?
All right. Just give it some thought. Now including cartoons?
No, live action.
Live action.
That changes everything.
Yeah, live action.
8?
See, you have...
Are you sure 8?
That's what I'm guessing.
Okay, that is not correct. It's very
I will
close.
say 9.
You saw me trying to show Russ the answer. 9 is the correct answer.
Oh, 9.
Yeah.
So it was...
Oh, I forgot Batfleck.
There you go.
Batfleck.
Louis G. Wilson, Robert Lowry, Adam West, Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer, George Clooney, Christian Bale, Ben Affleck, Robert Pattinson, David Mazouz only played Bruce Wayne on Gotham, and then Michael Keaton came back again. But it all adds up to 9.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at this guy.
Wow.
Host with the most with 2 out of the gates.
Wow.
Okay, here we go. Question number 4. What are Bruce Wayne's parents' names? Mikey.
Thomas and Martha.
There we go.
Why did you say that name?
That's right.
Crime Alley must pay.
Tommy and Marty.
Where are the pearls?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this one is for us 90s kids. Who took over the mantle of Batman after Bane broke Bruce Wayne's back during Nightfall?
Azrael.
Azrael. Do you know his name?
Jean-Paul something or other.
Jean-Paul Valley.
Sartre.
And Russ is on the board.
That comic would be awesome if it was Jean-Paul Sartre just sitting in a dark room.
Existential dread turning into a bug. Or no.
Should I find crime one?
That was Kafka.
That's right. That's coffee. You got me.
Oh yeah, Gregor Samson.
That's right.
Okay, so that point goes to Russ. So far, we're halfway through the quiz, and we've got Mikey with 2, Russ with 1, and Andy with 2. So it's anybody's ball game.
Oh God.
Or anybody's bat game. All right. Or which side of Two-Face was burnt by the acid?
Oh,
Mikey.
Left.
The left side is the correct side. Good job, Mikey. All right. What type of car was the Adam West Batmobile based on?
it was a. You told me this.
Is there a timer?
No. We'll give him a
Lincoln Town Car.
3, 2, 1. No, not Lincoln Town Car.
It's a Ford Galaxy.
It is not a Ford Galaxy.
No?
Like a Futura or something?
A Lincoln Futura! Russ Brown with the point!
Nice.
Futura.
There you go.
There you go.
It was a Ford Galaxy? It was a hatchback.
I thought it was a Lincoln Town car.
No.
It was a modified, what was the guy's name? Oh, I should have written that down. Which one of these actresses has not played Catwoman? Michelle Pfeiffer, Eartha Kitt, Julie Newmar, Uma Thurman, Halle Berry, or Zoe Kravitz?
Uma.
Uma. Oprah? Uma. Uma Thurman.
I can't get the Catwoman question wrong.
There you go. All right, so that goes to Russ. That brings Russ tied with Mikey for the lead.
Wow.
3-3-2, and I must have missed one along the way. We'll have to go back to the tape and figure it out. Which member of the Bat family was the first to be killed Was it Alfred Pennyworth, Kathy Kane, Earth 2 Bruce Wayne, or Jason Todd?
Alfred Pennyworth.
That is correct. 1966, he was killed off, but then with the success of the Batman TV show, they had to bring him back. So he came back in 1968.
He was originally like a porker, wasn't he? Like he was a big dude.
A little insensitive. You've got several larger sized co-hosts here.
And then they cast what's his face, and they had to thin him down a little.
Yeah, he was a little round British man, and then he was a skinny British man.
No bat shaming on this.
That's right.
Bat shaming. But with that and my inability to keep track of the numbers, we are now tied 3-3 between Mikey, Russ, and Andy with 2 questions to go. Which of Batman's rogues gallery have had their own movie? There are 3 correct answers. Gotta get them all.
Wow, have had their own movie.
Had their own movie.
Joker.
1.
Catwoman.
2.
And Mr. Freeze.
Mr. Freeze is not the correct answer. Anybody else, Russ?
Joker, Catwoman, and Harley Quinn.
That is correct. Russ takes the lead.
Right.
Okay. This might end badly because we have another question. All right. And we'll just make this question 2 points.
Okay.
That way we get a definitive winner.
Math.
So, final question in the quiz. In the first appearance of Batman in DC Comics, which other Batman cast member also debuted? Alfred Pennyworth, Julie Madison, Thomas Wayne, or Commissioner Gordon?
Commissioner Gordon.
Gordon's alive. He gets it. So, Andy, the gracious host that he is, has swept in and won the quiz.
We let him win.
What are you talking about? And that was back in the day when Batman gave no shits about killing people. He was just like throwing them out of windows and like he did
shooting him with his bat guns.
He did. He was ruthless.
He was a vigilante.
Well, thank you for all our quiz participants. I hope you had a good bat time.
Welcome to Victims and Villains. This is the channel where we talk nerd, we talk hope, and we speak nothing else. I'm your host, Captain Nostalgia, and I'm so glad that you are here to join us.
Victims and Villains is a podcast and YouTube channel that marries pop culture and suicide prevention, producing content with the intent to let people know that there is hope and that there is a better way, and that each and every listener has value and worth.
Listen to Victims and Villains on your favorite podcast catcher or on YouTube by searching for Victims and Villains. Also, check out their website, victimsandvillains.net.
Hi everyone, I'm Nerd Bummer.
And I'm Tactic, and we're 2 of the hosts of the Online Warriors podcast.
Our podcast started as a way for 3 best friends to keep in touch and discuss their nerdy hobbies like movies, gaming, tech, and more.
Since then, we've grown into a great community. Every Wednesday, we chat about the latest nerdy news before getting hands-on with our weekly nerdy adventures.
And don't forget our high-stakes trivia game. Come join the fun at onlinewarriorspodcast.com and every major podcast platform. And now, back to the show.
Same bad times. No, that's not it. Okay, what's next? Okay.
Now on to the real business.
Well, now that we're done with the Bat quiz and the host with the most has taken it, we are going to now talk about the comic book at hand, which is Batman Venom, which my son Jacob was like, is that a Marvel DC crossover? And I said, no, unfortunately.
But it should be. Yeah, there's a sketch idea.
Yes, because especially when I showed him the cover with Batman grinning maniacally, he was like, oh, does he have the symbiote dad? And I was just like, no, but that would be a very cool story, Jacob. But long story short, on today's program, we're going to be talking about Batman Venom because I feel like it is a wonderful story about Batman that, again, we're here to dispel some of the rumors of it being a Batman Marvel crossover. So let's go ahead and get started with who did this book. I think we talked about that before, but again, we'll get it right from Russ because I think it's a great place to start off with this particular story. So how did you get involved with this particular project?
Well, I was just starting out at DC. I had done a couple of small projects and was introduced to a couple of different editors. I'm going into all the details about the other projects. Just say that Batman came across my desk, and the editor was Andy Helfer, and he said, yeah, let's get you on this. I'd done a Justice League issue for him.
The Date with Density, one of my favorites.
Yes, with Guy Gardner and Ice going to the Ice Capists. And, it was a lot of fun. And I was really learning how to do storytelling on the fly because I love comics. I can understand comics and read comics as a kid, but I'd never really done a whole lot of my own storytelling. I started out working over Carmine Infantino's layouts. The Justice League stuff was done with a Keith Giffen visual script, and then the actual script with it from James Mattis. And so the Batman stuff came, and I was going to go ahead and do it myself. I started working on it. It was a Denny O'Neil script, and it's kind of a pulp style story, you know, with a more modern twist on the steroid stuff, you know.
Right.
But so I started drawing it. I wasn't feeling it. I worked up for about a month, and I got 14 pages done that I wasn't really thrilled with. The editor said, you know, I like it enough. We can get a good inker. That's why we kind of started already thinking about Jose Luis Garcia Lopez at that time.
Okay.
And but then I said, you know, I would rather we work with a layout guy so that I could learn how to do this properly. I don't really like the way it was coming out. Nothing was fitting properly on the page in my mind, you know, because I was trying to draw right on the boards without doing preliminary stuff, you know. So we got Trevor Von Eden to come on and do some layouts. And I would work over his layouts and then pass them on to Jose. And we became like a three-headed monster.
That's awesome. So. Trevor Von Eden's one of those artists. He kind of disappeared from view for me. I remember him being big in the 80s, and I don't know what happened.
I always loved his stuff back then, so I was really thrilled to get to work with him. I wanted, because I'd worked with Carmine before, and Carmine is a big Batman artist, too.
Okay.
He was actually drawing the Batman newspaper strip at the time, and he couldn't help because of deadlines. He couldn't do it. But I had said, can we ask Carmine if he'll do the layouts?
Okay.
When he wasn't available, Andy mentioned Trevor, and I said, oh, that'd be great. It'd be really good.
Now, it's worth noting, too, this story came out in 1990, which, as we alluded to earlier, that first Batman movie with Michael Keaton comes out in 1989.
Yeah.
That is Batmania all over again. What were you feeling as an artist, cutting your teeth on Batman when everyone is looking at Batman at that time?
I was very fortunately not afraid because I was a Spider-Man fan. I didn't know as much about Batman. I was a Marvel guy. So I'm getting all this work for DC, but it's not as much pressure in a way because I didn't feel the responsibility beyond doing a good job.
Right.
You know, I didn't feel the personal, like, oh, this is my special hero character that I can't mess up. You know, if I'd had to draw Spider-Man at that time, I probably couldn't do it. I don't even know if I could do it now. But Batman, I was like, I'll jump in. It's dark. I can have fun with it, you know? So.
And you know, we're all still waiting for your Spider-Man 70s book.
That's true.
Marvel, if you want to get on that.
Oh, yeah.
If you've seen Russ Brown's
he does a wonderful 70s Spider-Man.
So now, out of curiosity, as the fact that it was 1990, how was a collaboration like that done? Was it all done through FedEx packages, or did you meet together at all? Or?
We did meet. We were actually all New Yorkers at the time, so living in Manhattan. I would bring pages up to the office, and then I would hand them off to whoever was doing them. And then we also had Willie Schubert, the letterer. This is in the days where it went from penciler to letterer to inker.
Okay.
So Willie would letter right on the boards, and then we'd hand it over to Jose. But in our case, Trevor would bring the boards into the office. I'd go in, pick them up. I'd pencil over everything, and then bring them back in for Jose, or actually for Willie to do his inking. Then when Jose picked them up, he would ink it. When he brought him back in, I would go in sometimes and talk to him and see what he was doing with it. He didn't want to, but I would always be there and ask him I'd pick his brains about stuff, and he kind of taught me how to do the job.
Right, yeah, you mentioned you weren't intimidated working with the character, but working with those creators like Denny O'Neil, who's done so many classics. Jose Luis Garcia Lopez.
But I was a kid. I didn't know to be scared at the time, you know? And that was the thing. It was the fun part about it for me was just saying yes. Whenever they would say, can you do this? I'm like, yes, I'll give it a try. Like Joe Orlando would always say, hey, you want to try this? And I go, sure, Joe, I'll give it a try.
Okay.
And thinking like, if I completely fail and bomb out, then I'll have to do something else for a living, you know.
Right.
But I'm like, I'm just going to give it my best try every time. So,
Okay. And you did mention that like you didn't really get to interact too much with Denny O'Neil because again it was more about the editor and he would give you the script pages.
Denny had written the story already. The scripts were done, and then Andy would farm everything out to everybody. So all the rest of us we would meet up, but. Denny was actually an editor at DC at the time too, so he was busy doing other books. I mean, he'd written the story already. I found out later that he was very happy with the way everything came out. But we actually made some changes to the story along the way.
Okay.
Surprise, Denny.
But yeah, with the editor, you know, in fact, of all people, the letterer pointed out kind of a problem in one of the last issues that the death trap really wasn't too deadly. I thought the same thing, so we added a little line of dialogue here or there, or did some changes to the drawings too. So I made sure that the tower, basically the tower that he was in, he couldn't get out of. He couldn't escape before the water would come in and drown him.
Right.
But he's there prying the bricks out of the wall to weigh down. He makes this whole contraption.
Yeah, like a table and
I said basically, well, if he's prying the big blocks out of the wall with the weight bar, why does he just go through the wall? You know, so it's just like, I need to have enough bricks to weigh this thing down to pull the door up. I was like, but you can go out.
So a hole in the wall now.
I just said, can we add the line steel reinforced for the tower? So it's like, it's stone inside of steel, you know, kind of thing. So, why would you do that? But it's just, I don't know. It's.
You said your editor was Andy Helfer on there, and Andy Helfer is a heck of a writer too. His run on Shadow is utterly bonkers and one of my favorite books.
Absolutely.
That ever.
One of my favorites too. Yeah.
Oh, if you haven't read it, it's so wonderful, bonkers. Now, do you find that it's easier, or maybe it just depends on the person, an editor being a former artist or an editor being a former writer, which is something that I was
trying
just
to think
curious.
if I have any editors that were former artists. I don't think I do. I just former writers, or actually not former, but current writers. You know,
I guess we still.
Usually, you're not really supposed to work as an editor and a writer at the same time.
Right.
But a lot of the guys I work with were doing that, and Andy was a great writer. So that Shadow stuff, the Bill Sienkiewicz stuff, is unbelievable.
I imagine he has to be an interesting person, just because so many things that came out under his watch. You know, whether it was the JLI, whether it was the Shadow.
I think Andy should have a much bigger place in comics history than he does. In fact, like he kind of brought the collected editions into popularity.
Really?
Because he was a big fan of manga early on, like in the 80s.
Okay.
And saying, we should follow this model. And it's like, collect up. He planned Legends of the Dark Knight to be in story arcs, that it could be collected up into books.
Right.
And he said, this is the whole point of having this book, you know? And now hardly anything gets published that doesn't get collected into a graphic novel.
Right.
You know? But he kind of started it. We're going to do it in 4 or 5 issue story arcs that are perfect for collecting.
I believe that's how I got Batman Venom originally. It was in a trade with that wonderful cover of, again, Batman smiling maniacally. And the 10-cent synopsis for all those folks that may have not read it before. I mean, again, Batman fails to save a small child at the beginning of the story. He's not strong enough. He tries to lift this boulder, but it's a Herculean task, and so I think it is early on in his career. So he has
supposed to be, yeah.
And so because I think Jim Gordon is not commissioner yet, he's still a captain.
Yeah. Batman doesn't have his yellow oval.
And he goes and he meets with the dad of the daughter that he failed to save, and he tries to get him on pills, which was kind of weird because it was just weird. Like, he's like, oh well, my daughter died, whatever, and I was just like, that's World's Greatest Detective. That should have been like
red flag.
Red flag number 1, that this guy wasn't really upset about losing his daughter.
Yeah, Dr. Porter.
Right.
Is like a mad scientist kind of guy. You know, Batman comes to see him to tell him, I failed to save your daughter, and he instead goes on about how, I think he says something about she was weak.
Yes.
And I can't stand weakness, and this pill will keep people from being weak. And and he kind of tries to tempt Batman with these steroids, and at a time when Batman felt like a failure and a weakling.
Right.
So,
And eventually it works. I mean, eventually he goes back to his Batcave. He tries to lift weights. And hurts his shoulder, and then goes and gets into a fight with this big tough guy, and he's just really feeling down. Like he's at a low point, and he goes and he gets these pills and he starts taking them, and he starts going crazy, just like absolutely bonkers. Just he doesn't wear his mask anymore. He's just walking into bars and just beating up thugs, and he dismisses Alfred, and eventually he's like, no, this is not. Well, it actually takes the Dr. Porter character asking him to go kill Commissioner Gordon. It makes him like, oh, okay, well, maybe I've taken a step too far, and decides that he's going to try to stop this guy in this General Slaycroft, I think that was his name.
Yeah, General Slaycroft was.
And eventually ends down in Santa Prisca, which is...
Santa Prisca.
Santa Prisca. Where it's actually where Bane comes from eventually. But yeah, this general guy's trying to put together this big army, and he gets himself off the drugs and goes down there and fights them and
fights the sharks.
Fights the sharks
without a shirt.
That's right. An homage to the 70s Neil Adams escapade.
That's the 10-cent synopsis.
Well, Chad mentioned the there's no oval around the bat and things like that. Now, when you come onto a book like that, did they is that part of the script? Do they specify this is early on in his career? He doesn't look like this.
It was mentioned. I know. I started when I started my first 14 pages that we threw away. I wanted to do like. Mazzucchelli style Batman, like the little short ears and like the cape is really leather and stuff like that. So I was drawing it, like trying to draw like rendered realistic stuff. You know?
Okay.
And so I kept that when I over the Trevor Ruffs, you know. So, but then Jose came on. And Jose made it classic Batman that was perfect for the story. So he made a lot of changes to the design that I had, but we kept the bat symbol. It was supposed to be like an earlier version of Batman. They didn't go into detail about like is this the first year, second year. We just kind of kept it really vague.
Okay.
And which is important. I mean, it was easier to do back then too because technology is going so fast now that I mean they weren't on cell phones back then. There's a scene where Batman punches his fist through a phone booth, you know, and you're kind of like, I'm humming hard, like, blah, blah, blah. Kids don't know what a phone booth is, you know.
Right. It's sad.
Is that a quiet box where you go to make a cell phone call? You know, so.
Oh, that's that thing from Doctor Who. It's not. It's the thing from Bill and Ted.
You know. I was going to ask too. Anytime you're creating original characters like Dr. Porter or General Slayground or whatever his name was,
Slaycroft.
Slaycroft. Are you ever tempted to like call up a buddy and be like, "Hey, do you mind if I use you as evil mad scientist?"
You know, I should, but I never did. I was always uncomfortable doing it because photo reference is a great thing to use.
Right.
I just never bothered doing it, and you make up characters as you make them up, you know. And these guys were just kind of like not even really described. You just kind of did what you wanted to with them.
Okay.
You know? So,
well, it's a good question though, because again, you were one of those guys that really does like that photo reference. I mean, you used to talk to me about like the fact that you used to go to libraries and it's, how does you draw on Oldsmobiles? That's how you look.
I actually hate photo reference, but sometimes you need it.
Right.
I mean, especially like cars, buildings, especially certain buildings, you know. Don't make up the Empire State Building, you know. You could probably use a photograph to like get the idea of it at the very least.
Right.
But cars too. I mean, I did, how do I say that? I made up a bunch of cars in this.
do you keep sort of like a digital morgue or anything like that? Or do you
I have files for each comic I work on. I have like a reference file of stuff like, and it'll be titled that, like for whatever book, like Boys Ref number 1, Boys Ref number 2 kind of thing. And so I definitely had that for this.
Is there a particular issue from this 5-issue run that you feel, I don't know, like that was, I don't want to say the best one of the 5, but this was the one that you spent the most time on, or you thought about it?
It's really hard to say. I mean, the last issue is I mean, I was really doing it almost pretty much on my own. Trevor hadn't done a whole lot on that one because I kind of got my feet under me pretty quick.
Right.
But so that one's kind of near and dear to my heart because it was like visually it felt like I was coming into my own.
Okay.
Know? And so that might be the one. That's where I got to do this whole sequence. We have a picture of it looking up where Batman escapes from the death trap and then fights off 2 of the guards. And I pretty much got to do that whole sequence myself to kind of retell the story. So
that's awesome. That's great action in there too.
And that's all my thing there.
One of the most famous panels from the issue you're talking about is the one where like you get to see the scene where Batman could take the pills. Like that's why they put him in this death trap, to get him to take the pills, because they're going to be super addictive. You're never going to get out. You're going to be my slave forever. And turns out like he's there and he's like, I could do this faster. But then he remembers when he was in the Bat Cave and he looks like this monster with froth. I mean, how did you come up with the visuals for that? Like the monster froth thing?
That was all. That was similar to things that I would draw. I would draw these monster characters called the mouth heads.
Okay.
And their hands were always these gnarled kind of things. The idea was a concept was in college, and there were all these yuppies like around, like horrible people with all they cared about was money. The greed was destroying them, making them into monsters.
Okay.
So meanwhile, but the stress of that job was making them, the teeth were growing behind their heads and their hands were getting like arthritic. And so at one point when the teeth grow to a certain point, the face flaps up and it's just a big mouth and
that sounds terrifying.
Yeah, committed like a kind of, raving maniac suicide, Okay. So I brought that into the Batman pose of him frothing at the mouth. I was just thinking of that when I did it. So.
And I can definitely see as I'm flipping through one of the pages
there
here.
He is.
There's you got frothy Batman here, and definitely the Mazzucchelli influence.
Oh sure, yeah.
In some of these
especially
Batman poses.
when the drawings of Batman were far away.
Right.
He didn't have to put all the muscle detail in, and that felt more Mazzucchelli. The open Alex Toth Dave Mazzucchelli feel.
Well, your style is one. You have that such a realistic bent. Yeah. You can like see the textures in there. Although when he's in monster mode, that's classic. Bulging muscles, frothy.
Yeah. But no, that's the funny thing. The story did require bulging muscles to be on steroids. So I didn't get to do my Mazzucchelli thing that I wanted to do, which was like, here's a guy in like long underwear.
Right.
You don't have to do all like
that.
So he went from that to the Bat Hulk.
I just like Batman. He's locked himself in a room for a month, and he comes out, and oh my goodness, the beard and the hair. He must get haircuts every day.
I remember reading this monthly, and I was so glad that he didn't get out of it by some ridiculous kind of bat gadget, or he just happened to have some sort of thing in his belt or some kind of like, it was sheer force of will and sheer, that.
Right, it wasn't the Adam West Batman.
Right.
Like
the Dana
drug repellent.
He does fight the shark.
The anti-addiction pill. Yeah, but he didn't have the bat repellent in that scene either. So.
Well, I will say this: the great thing about that other issue with him, getting off the juice or whatever is it's counterpointed with the scenes of General Slaycroft's son turning into the monster. Like for every panel did Denny like write it that way, that it was supposed to be like a counterpoint?
Oh,
between
definitely.
the two?
Yeah, there was supposed to be you flash back and forth to see like what's happened to Timmy.
Okay.
Old Timmy Slaycroft, and Timmy was a nice character at the start. Like it's only 5 issues, but it's like it almost feels like a year worth of comics. Like the amount of stuff that he packed into the story. But yeah, Timmy is like a disappointment to his dad because he's not like a hardline, tough military type guy. He's just a kid,
right?
Like a teenager, and so he actually kind of helps Batman at one point a little bit, and then because they can't get Batman to be their assassin, they, for whatever reason, decide to do an experiment on Timmy, and they do more than just drug him. They put like plates under his skin and make him into like this like bulletproof.
Yeah, they shoot him
monster.
like knife stab. The bullet just barely grazed the skin.
But it's all setting the table for eventually what they would do with Bane. Honestly, all of these ideas, like the Venom, that's the same serum that Bane uses. Santa
Prisca.
Santa Prisca is where Bane is from. So like all of these things, and Denny O'Neil wrote that. So like he's setting the table for eventually, which would become one of the big bads of Batman in the 90s, and honestly, one of the major additions to the Rogues Gallery post, 1949.
Yeah.
Honestly. There's not many.
I guess, in a way, yeah.
So, do you have any other last thoughts on this particular series? Did you want to draw more Batman after this, I guess, is my question.
I always would have. I never really became I didn't have the chance, I guess. But
sorry, we had sound effects post anyways.
Honk, honk. But no, I always thought maybe it might be fun to do a sequel to this.
Okay.
But I just thought of it like a scene where basically what happened to Timmy Slaycroft. You know, he's in a prison in Santa Prisca somewhere, and now some other like big bad guy, head honcho guy, because his dad is dead,
right?
Has the venom and has like an army of these guys coming out of the prison to do his bidding, and Timmy would just kind of get to the phone and remembering a Gotham exchange number and call Gotham randomly and say, "Tell Batman they're making me do bad things," and like just some random number on an answering machine, and they finally get to Gordon, and Gordon plays it for Batman, and Batman knows exactly what's going on. He's like, I gotta go down there.
They made like They made 5 other Timmys too down there. So like they had like this little squadron. Like whatever happened to this squadron?
I don't know.
Of, like,
Death Squad. Who knows?
It's. You're right that it would be an interesting story to follow up on, but
Batman, Venom, the other Timmys.
The other Timmys. All right, well, we'll be right back with more of the Last Comic Shop right after these commercial breaks. We're going to be finishing up with Russ Braun, and we're going to be talking about his work on The Boys as well as some other projects that he's got coming out right now. So stay tuned.
Hey, it's Mikey Wood, frequent Last Comic Shop guest and collector. And as a collector, I'm always in need of boards, bags, long boxes, and more to house all those comics. That's why I use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off my orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get me a discount on BCW's already low prices, but I know using LCSPOD at checkout is another way I can show my support to the Last Comic Shop podcast and their continuing mission to bring fans together under that big comic book tent. So if you're in need of comic book supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's LCSPOD.
Do you like comic books? Do you like comic book movies and TV shows? How about movie and TV reviews? If I just described you, good news! You can get all of the movie and TV reviews you're looking for with a good dose of witty banter and fun thrown into the mix by checking out Paperweight Entertainment. Join Derek and Ian every Friday for TV reviews on the Paperweight Entertainment podcast, and join Ian and Colonel Bob every Wednesday for the Silver Screen Scoundrel movie reviews. Find out more information about both shows at paperweightentertainment.com.
All right, we're back with more of the Last Comic Shop, and we're here with Russ Braun, and again, we're going to be talking about some of his work that's been ongoing right now. A lot of folks know you from The Boys. I know that it's just massively popular now. Can you just real quickly how you got involved with The Boys? I don't know if we've ever talked about that.
I don't know if we have. I've been friends with Garth for a long time. I mean, I met him and Steve Dillon back in the early 90s when they started coming over to do conventions. So we'd never worked together, but I left comics to do work for Disney for a while.
Right.
I went to a convention down in Florida when I was down there working for Disney and saw Garth. And we caught up a little bit and joked around. And he said he was moving to New York. And I said, well, next time I come up, I'll stop by. We'll see you. I moved back from Florida when Disney closed the studio, and I got in touch with Garth, and we started just socializing. We would hang out and see each other every Friday at this bar with a bunch of other comic guys. And it finally came up once I started doing work again. We were going to do a war story together.
Okay.
And we started doing that. It went really well. The Boys was having deadline trouble.
All right.
Quite often, I mean, they had like different fill-in guys come in to do an arc here or there. And but I don't even know the details behind the scenes. It's a whole big mixed up thing. But long story short, he said, would you want to do an arc of The Boys?
Okay.
And I said no. And I said no, I don't want to do it because it was my favorite thing he was writing at the time.
Right.
And it was creator owned. And so it's like there was no winning it for me. It was like if I do a good job, good for me. I get paid my normal work for hire rate.
Right.
If I do a bad job, I ruin my friend's best comic, maybe ruin my friendship, and ruin my favorite comic that I'm reading at the time.
Okay.
So, but he said his line was always, "What's the worst that could happen?" And I just told you what the worst that could happen is. But so I said, I'll over the weekend I'll draw Butcher. I'll see if I can get into the character or whatever. And I did 3 or 4 drawings of Butcher that were terrible. He looked like a linebacker, like and with for whatever reason, like a very short head, like a squat little head.
Okay.
And I'm like, I got to give him more hair or something. And I did this drawing of him from the side, of him just looking up slightly with a slight smile. And I realized, I got the character. It's like, he's always 5 steps ahead, 10 steps ahead of everybody. And he's got this little smirk on his face, like, I've got you, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, I can do this. I told him, I said, all right, fine, I'll do it. I was actually working on another war story at the same time. So I was doing 2 books at once to get it done, to meet the deadlines, which were already really tight.
Was that Night Sisters or?
Night Witches, the second one, Motherland.
Okay.
And this is where I was first starting to do my thing where I just did pencil instead of inking it on top of that. So, and it made it a little bit faster. The Night Witches deadlines were a little bit further out. So I jumped into the boys first and finished the Night Witches a little bit later than that. But yeah, it was 4 issues. It went really well. I enjoyed it. It was great. And I was like, well, thanks. This was fun. And then they were like, can you do the next story arc? And I was like, all right. Yeah, all right. I'll do it.
Just like Dr. Porter. It's one thing of pills.
Yeah.
So bring you back in for the next round.
But no, it was because it's a great book. It's really well written. It's great stuff. Great characters. And the whole time I was doing it, I'm like, well, when is Derek, the original, the co-creator, coming back? And they didn't know. They didn't say, and I kept going until I got pneumonia, and because the deadlines were insane. I mean, I was doing pretty much 3 weeks to crank out a book because it was so late by the time I got it. And the next arc was done by John McCrae, the World War II stuff, and then I came back on and pretty much finished the whole run. So it was like 16 issues in a row. I'd never been a monthly comic guy. I'd done full story arcs, but so that kind of was like, again, trial by fire to get it all done.
Very cool.
That's the basic story of my time on the
That's crazy. So, what's it been like watching that blow up? And you obviously have gone back with things like Dear Becky. Seeing your work translated into...
It's great. I think the show is great. It's a totally different beast. They're beastly, both of them. But it's amazing to see it, and especially some of the characters. I said, like, they seem like they've just walked right out of the comics. Like a scene I drew, and there it is on the screen. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, all sour grapes and stuff about it. But I wasn't the creator, so I get no part of any of it. It's just. But I'm still proud of it. I said, I got to meet some of the cast at a convention recently, and I told them that I was their comic stepdad. So, and then I said, well, actually, if you think about it, I'm a pretty bad stepdad because I killed almost all of you. So I say, well, Derek created you all, and I killed you all. So.
Well, speaking of that, did you have a particular character that you loved to draw, like out of the boys, like?
Well. Yeah, all of them. But Butcher is the easiest to draw.
Okay.
Because I get into his character right away. But Frenchie and the Female were my favorite, little side. That was like their own little story in the middle of the story. So that's why they were my banner when you come see me at a convention.
Yes.
That's them. So
now I usually like to ask this. Just is there a dream project that you haven't had the chance to work on that you would love to one day? If you were just given carte blanche and you could, are you a writer? I mean, do you
Yeah, I do. Actually, so probably the main answer would be like, I would want to do some of my own stuff. I have a couple of different stories in the works. But that's the real test. That's, again, it comes down to comics is about fear. If you're not afraid, you can do anything. It's like, you think about it, because it's only a comic book. You can do another one next month. But you put your name out there on something, and especially if you wrote it yourself, you feel like you're going to be judged. And the internet is so kind.
Yeah, they're great.
And so many people just like. It's not like you drew something weird in one issue 15 years ago and nobody keeps remembering it and bringing it up every 5 minutes. Joe, no, I don't even know. I'm just making it up. But yeah, no, I would do something on my own. But of course, a Spider-Man miniseries would be amazing to do. Whether it's the 70s thing or not. But I would like to do a classic like throwback miniseries of like untold stories kind of thing.
You spent so much time with that 70s Spider-Man. I don't know if everybody that's listening to the Last Comic Shop, go and Google it, try to find these issues. He basically recreated the Rogues Gallery using popular actors actors that were in movies and TV shows at the time in the 1970s and saying like, well, who would be cast as Mysterio? Who would be cast as Kraven the Hunter? Who would be the Dr. Octopus if there was an actual 70s show that had gone on for an entire season or 2 seasons? And it's wonderful. I love your Martin Landau as Quentin Beck, the Mysterio. And so, like, he has a wonderful sketchbook, all full of these. You can get it on his website, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Russ-Braun.com.
Make sure that you're checking that out on his website. You can buy that, and both Chad and I have a copy as well, like you would. And it is wonderful stuff. So I'll tell you this much, it would be in my pool pile if you did it. So let's get somebody on the horn.
Believe it or not, that Spider-Man 77 TV Spider-Man is my Spider-Man, because I never read Spider-Man comics, but I watched that show when it was on. And we loved it because that's what we had.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, we all know, realistically, it has its problems, the show, you know, the pacing, and it's of its time. It's a 70s show. It's basically a 70s cop procedural, you know, with Spider-Man popping up every now and then to solve some crime and
so
fight some thug. But there's, but I thought, well, what if they did have the actual bad guys, and who would cast, you know, who would they be cast as? And so I had a lot of fun with it. It was a COVID thing. When COVID started, I went down this rabbit hole.
We're all so glad that you did.
The book I was working on was furloughed. We couldn't put it out, so we just kind of waited on it. You know, that was Dear Becky.
Okay.
So I figured, well, I'll do these drawings for fun in the meantime, because I post something every day on Facebook and Instagram. So that's how it started. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if that would be my dream project to do that version of Spider-Man, but
well, who would be your Spider-Man villain if you did get that Spider-Man opportunity? Attention, Marvel.
Oh God, I don't know.
Right, yeah. If you only got to do a one shot, how about that? One shot. You get one issue, one of the bad guys you came up with. Which one would you want to do?
I guess probably classic Green Goblin. You know?
Okay.
So
who was your classic Green Goblin? I can't remember.
Oh, I did a thing where I had like a sweepstakes for people to pick out who it was. I had a whole bunch of different guys.
Okay.
It came down to almost a tie, but Frank Gorshin, the Riddler. So he was actually like guest starring, doing like he was the baddie in Buck Rogers or something at the time. So I think he would have been perfect for it. But
oh yeah.
Where do you get the hair?
I know the cornrows or whatever.
The sideways,
Sometimes when I watch that Batman 66 show, I think he's the more terrifying of all the villains. Like he would have been actually a better Joker, honestly, because he has that. No, he was the best Riddler. He's not a better Joker. He's got that twinge of menace to him underneath all that maniacal laughing, which is.
No, there are a bunch of what I did have was like the mask though. Like the mask was only a half mask, so you could see his mouth.
Okay.
And the mask itself was from the old TV movie Gargoyles.
Yes.
Bernie Casey. So I just based it on that. Had him wear like a big purple cloak robe like that. I would have like a cult of goblins or whatever, and he would make the cult leader type thing.
That would have played so well. I got to see that in issue form. But speaking of issues, what other great work do you have coming out, Russ, recently?
I'm now working on the final issue of Jimmy's Little Bastards.
Okay.
For Aftershock. They had some bankruptcy problems, cash flow problems. They're back up and running now.
Okay.
So we had to wait on that. The first 2 issues are out, and the third one is in the works.
Okay.
So it's 40 pages, so it's going to take me a couple more months to get it done. And but yeah, it's a crazy, great story. The first story arc was Jimmy's Bastards, which is the basic idea of like a satire of if James Bond type character, Jimmy Regent, had been doing the James Bond super spy thing for 30 some odd years, he would have left a bunch of kids behind that he didn't know about or care about, and so those kids all find each other, gather up under the one lead bad guy. And they decide, let's kill Daddy, let's get him. And wackiness ensues. And equal opportunity offender, that whole first thing. And then we did a follow-up, even though, spoiler alert, most of the kids get killed, or all of them in the first arc. But then there are little bastards to think about that are little clone-type grandkids, maybe. So I'm now drawing those scenes where there's hundreds of little English school kids.
That's terrifying.
And I mean hundreds. And,
I don't know if that's more terrifying than the story with the team.
It's like Village of the Damned and The Omen rolled into one.
That's still
with Uzis.
That is what you talk about horror movies. Like Chad couldn't fall asleep after watching the original Omen because it just freaked him out.
I could take any gore, I could take any monster you give me, but give me a boy staring at a dog. No, thank you.
All right.
Well, we use a line from the Omen all the time with the "It's all for you, Damien." But for our dog, for Ada. It's all for you, Ada.
All right. Any other comics that you'd like to talk about that you maybe they can get on your website or anywhere?
Well, yeah. I mean, I still have the website up and Facebook and Instagram. It's like I do a drawing a day, so it's usually you'll see what I've been working on. But yeah, after Jimmy's Little Bastards, I have something else not announced yet, but it's going to be for Ahoy Comics.
Okay.
And they're a great company to work with. You should look into their stuff. They do a lot of fun stuff. And it's going to be a graphic novel, I think 64 pages, and I can't say much more about it then. But
that's okay. It's still going to have the backup articles and the text pieces.
Ours probably won't, but because it's going to be a hardcover graphic novel, just like not going to be floppies at all, just be right to the graphic novel. From what I know. Cool. But that's going to start up as soon as I'm done, very much as soon as I'm done with Jimmy's Little Bastards.
There you go. And we know you're a prolific Comic-Con appearer-inner.
Yeah.
We've seen you here, we've seen you in Baltimore. Do you have any more cons lined up for the rest of the summer?
Yeah, Terrificon will be next.
Awesome.
I have to skip Heroes this year. I really like doing Heroes too.
Okay.
Terrificon, Baltimore, and New York Comic Con.
Oh, very
Those are
cool.
the ones I have lined up. Terrificon I love that one. And
that's Connecticut?
Yeah, Connecticut.
Yeah. Mohegan Sun. Casino.
Well, we'll definitely be seeing you at Baltimore Comic Con. We'll be down there this year. And thank you so much for being our guest here on The Last Comic Shop. Thank you so much to everybody that came out to our lovely live show. Make sure that you're checking out The Last Comic Shop every single week over at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. It's a terrific place where you can get down all of our episodes, and they are evergreen. You can listen to them in any order, at any time. They're just as you're reading these certain comic books. We put out these comic book reviews every single week, so check us out. Download them as you can.
And there you go. I was going to say recommendations for this week. We don't really have any books to recommend, but get out to those local conventions. Stop by at Terrificon. Stop by at New York Comic Con. Come check out Russ Braun's booth. Get some sketches. See some prints. Check out those sketchbooks with the Spidey 77 and those boys sketchbooks from years past. We always see your booths.
They're all there.
I will say that one of the recommendations is always to get some of Russ's wonderful work as well as Tom Strong, because if it hadn't been for my good friend Russ Braun, I would have never known about Tom Strong, written by Alan Moore with Chris Straussart, because he was the guy that was like, listen, Andy, you got to check this series out, and it is one of my favorites, and it's out in a companion now.
I got to get that.
So
it's
all 36 issues. You can get an nice little
released
collection.
right after I finished the run. I was like, here's everything you just bought.
Well, make sure also that you're checking out bcwsupplies.com. They are a terrific website where you can get all those bags and boards and stuff that you need to keep your comic books looking fresh. And if you use the promo code LCSPOD, you will get 10% off of your order. So not only are you getting a great deal on some of those comic book supplies, but you're also supporting The Last Comic Shop. So make sure that you get your supplies at bcwsupplies.com. Anything else, Chad?
Nope.
Anything else, Mikey? Oh, brother. Thank you so much, Russ, for being on the show. And until next week, I was the host with most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith, Mikey Wood, and the wonderful Russ Braun. Check out his website at
russ-braun.com.
There you go. And until next week, stay safe, stay conning, and remember that I don't have a dad joke this week, because usually I have them all written down, and I didn't bring that. I didn't.
We're all the better for it.
Make sure you
Thank you, everybody. Make sure you join Three Rivers Con. Thank you, Three Rivers Con, for having us.
Check Russ's Facebook and Instagram for those sketches too every week. Friday sketches, daily stuff.
Frankenstein Friday.
Frankenstein Friday. Love it.
Comic Shop was a 2023 Black Angus production.